My old school disaster. This shit getting insane. Need my toothbrush designer. Nigga, watch how I'm moving. Working with this tool. This bitch a whole movie. Shoestring on chop screw. 500 on diamonds. Bring it back on college. Out the way I'm modest. Nigga, I'm just honest. Nigga, I'm just cautious. I was working 2 pots. Boss Bugatti with this shit that I be popping. Niggas ain't about nothing. 6 up top, nigga, he prime. Niggas ain't about shit. Try to touch this, nigga, is ugly. Nigga, I'm locked in. I ain't call my mama. I ain't call my dad. Both know that I love him. I'm feeling like I'm tripping. I ain't touched phone in a week. I ain't tripping on these hoes. My real life don't need it. 100K, we leave it. I'm revenue, tree. An interview, and please. She cat off, I'm leaving. I smash off for kicks. The devil back, release. I step spot in the speech. Off catalog, I mean. I'm a whole goddamn beast. Put a whole A in the lead. Keep 10 million in reach. I'm practicing what I preach. I'm cultivate, I'm eat. I think I found my niche. I so bold to eat. Yeah, niggas keep on hating. The bitch still gon' lead. She sharing her location. But MIA with me. I ain't tripping off no bitch. You ain't need my main thing. I ain't tripping off no listen. I don't operate on greed. I don't operate off hate. Bitch with me blood, but this can't jab but need. When I pop outside, but this ain't got me free. I mean, you bitch up with game, but your green never leave. Undo, I'm creeping. 100K in blues, man, this shit getting too easy. Yeah, see I'm saying. I've been calculating so much fucking money in my wrist. Niggas activated, my money dance to the wrist. 300 for this kid, but you don't want me with this whip. We lose when I get too motion shit. Said he can keep that extra. I'm selling her complexion, connection, I didn't miss. 10,000 make a dip. This team ain't on my API, it's target for a ditch. Company redo is demolition of the winning.
I'm just stretching right now, pretty much. I'm not really lifting anything. This over here. You guys want to be able to see my display. yeah, I guess I'm that bitch ass neighbor sometimes. A lot of the time. But I figure since I'm always constantly loud, it's not like a surprise when I'm loud. They're not like peacefully sleeping and then I'm loud all of a sudden. They're more like used to me being loud, so they're happy when I turn it down a little bit. Oh, she's like me. Sounds like she's maybe she's louder than me, but because I have some neighbors that are way louder than me, like their music, like the music shakes the walls. Yeah, see, me and my cat are quiet in comparison to her, probably. Because I don't really be screaming much. I just be like singing to songs. Not even that loud though. That's annoying. What kind of music does she play? That would be pretty annoying. What's up, beyond? really only a couple options, so I guess I'll just try it out. Just go kids. Yeah, another LaCroix. Put this like right here, and then it wouldn't even block my dresser. Let's see, bro, just rearranging a little bit. Try a new setup. Let's see how it goes. see how this looks. Text comments. Nice stuff. Bring it a little closer though. sit up. It's more comfortable. Comfortable you. Put some things on his windowsill. it! Damn it! Fucking Christ. God damn it! Oh. Fuck. Everything is fucked. Jesus fucking Christ. Hate this fucking place. Fucking Christ, I hate this place. This fucking place sucks. All these stupid fucking wires in the way. Damn it. Fucking remote. Man. One thing after a fucking another, dude. Where's the fucking remote? I don't know where your remote is, actually. Here's the remote. Okay. Let's see what else. Another thing back there.
I was listening to the ocean. I saw face in the sand. When I kicked it open, it vanished away from my hands. Gone. I had a dream I was 7, climbing my way in a tree. I saw a piece of heaven, waiting in patience for me. Gone. And I was running far away without enough about someday. Nobody knows, nobody knows. And I was dancing in the rain, felt like my campaign. And oh, take me home, take me And I was running far away with all another walk someday. And oh, take me home, take me home. Take me home.
For some reason, this one is way too bright, and I can't turn the brightness down. So I guess I gotta leave this one off for now. It's too bright. It's killing the vibe. About time for a dab. Thanks for the likes and repost. Appreciate you.
Exactly what it sound like, nigga. What it feel like, nigga. You hear the sound? No, it's all hundreds, nigga. All hundreds. I woke up, new day, new check, got a new gold rims with a new chinchilla and the two dope bins and the bitch real timid. Niggas too cool like the AC, AZ, niggas pay the full like an ATM. Got the A1 bitch with the A1 fit, we the A1 click, fuck niggas gotta pay me, niggas can't play me, niggas can't fade me, niggas can't hold me, niggas gotta show me something. Real Louis Frank, cool 12, looking at the bitch like she owe me something. I'ma make choose up, lose up, nigga getting blue bucks, nigga getting too much, looking like a top pick player and Drew Luck, nigga at the top of the wave like a new brush paid, this a new church, yeah. Smoke gas in the middle of the blaze, oh yeah. Count cash in the middle of the creek, oh yeah. Good game in the middle of the stage, oh yeah. Drop down, see the Gucci on my feet, oh yeah. Rick Sweat P looking high class, oh yeah. Tom 14 looking low key, oh yeah. Short change niggas won't last, oh yeah. It's an 18 karat new piece, oh yeah.
Can you tell who that is? It's my boy. I just got done rearranging Mocha. This card. Still charges. So I'm just putting up here.
Und fand die Schuld, ja, sie machen meine Nacht zum Tag.
Memo. There's a Dixie hoodie. Pretty good. Just got done rearranging some stuff. Moved my chair over here now, and my TV or my computer stand the other way, so it's a little bit more comfortable. I'm about to take a dab. It's a Jody the Brother. Gang's all here. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. Boys. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. Yeah, I actually have I have a bunch of other plushes too, like Cartman and stuff. But I don't think they're all gonna fit back here, so I just chose Yankee, Italian, and Chef. But I also got my favorite. This one was the most expensive. Collector's edition salad fingers. And then the rest of my toys got to be just, or the rest of my collector items got to be displayed over there. Sadly. Oh yeah, I like the new setup. And I can see my TV from my chair.
And then meanwhile, that crazy Northern Light stuff I had, and the super red special snowflake, that had a baby. By similar to those two babies, but this would be the shit. I was smoking dope before
I should have moved that a long time ago. Nice. That's dope. Wow. Yeah, I didn't see it at the movie theater. I saw it because I was pretty young when it came out. Black kid.
Eyes looking Chinese. Call me Virgil when it comes to strands. I design me. Call my dope man. Ask him, can you be on time, please? Really need to smoke. I should be waiting. I'm spinning 5G. LA with the palm trees. That's where you find me. We are burning this down. Then it's time to leave. We smoking palm trees. This shit with your mind at ease. Fill my cup with rice and water. Call it palm trees. Who got real bad? Fucking tell me in there. Exotic cap on it.
Favorite Pokemon. Raichu. Oh, Lone Raichu. Nice. Yeah, that one's really cool. I like how his tail is a surfboard. decent Pikachu. I got some okay Pikachu cards. Sure. These ones are worth, these top two are worth a decent amount.
You should know I am what you got me so serious. You want me to hit the ground running. Level up, you're not made for this. I don't know many years I don't know with it. As it comes, I was proud of the mystery. Hating me is nothing, ever skip my beat like it does. Time is history. Just skip it to mommy. You flip and then I hear you. You should know I am what you got me so serious. You want me to hit the ground running. Level up, you're not made for this. I don't know many years I don't know with it. As it comes, I was proud of the mystery. Hating me is nothing, ever skip my beat like it does. Time is history. Just skip it to mommy. You flip and then I hear you.
Three jumbo cards. That's pretty much some of the most of my cool ones. Yeah, my collection's going okay. I wish I still had my Pokemon cards from when I was a kid though. I would have had so many much cooler shit to show you. I look on eBay. That's the best place to find. But yeah, I guess yeah, I just buy singles on eBay. But I've taken a break from that. I've been trying to save some money. Man, I need to get get this thing fixed or just get a new one, because this thing used to it used to rain. It used to rain. It used to drip like rain, and it would also mist. Like I could put like a eucalyptus like mist incense stuff in there, and it would like mist. Like it's a humidifier too, but it's like it stopped working for some reason. So now I need to replace it. It's only like $30 for a new one, I think. So I might just get another one, a working one. In fact, let me check on Amazon right now. I can get one for $32. This one's the windows. Yeah, it's tough to tell what breaks with these things, because I have another thing. It's like a it's like a in fact, all of my things like this always end up breaking or stop working. I have another humidifier thing that's supposed to like spray. Nothing stopped working. My other thing, it's like a little waterfall that rolls a ball. That thing stopped working too. I don't fucking know why any of these things just break on me. It's so annoying. A lot of these things are too hard to like just repair since I don't know how to do it, but luckily buying a new one isn't that expensive. I don't really have anything for breakfast. I think I ate everything. Now I got chicken pot pies and burgers. I'm not much of a breakfast person, but sometimes I like those Jimmy Dean breakfast bowls. Those are pretty good. I think I might pass out since I've been up since I don't know. It's 5 a.m. Thanks for the like. Appreciate the job.
They always have a long history of saying all this shit, and then they run for something, and they're like, "Oh, that was the old me. I was only 57 when I said that." You know, politicians here, the left-leaning ones, have to pretend to be sane when they run for something, and thus get away from all the shit they said. You know, defund the police, or fuck ICE, or fuck the police, or open borders, or abolish any, you know, rules or whatever, tax the rich and eat the rich and stuff. So they always have a long history of saying all this shit, and then they run for something, and they're like, "Oh, that was the old me. I was only 57 when I said that." You know, I was a fresh-faced kid right out of college, you know. I didn't know any better. I was young. So, well, here's what I'm asking. If you think about the left and the party, if all your people have to run away from every plank in your party in order to appear sane to get elected, what the fuck is wrong with your party? Why do you have to run? Like, what I'm saying is Trump runs on close the border, deport illegals, you know, tariffs, lower taxes, school choice, or whatever. It's not like then when you run, you fucking have to distance yourself from all that. You say, that's what I want.
And that's what Democrats hate that. They go, he's actually doing what he said, aren't you worried?
Right.
Versus you guys, I don't understand. It used to be when I was a kid that it felt like both parties were trying to fix a problem. Okay, homelessness. This is our solution, this is our solution. Drugs. This is our solution, this is our solution.
Right.
Poverty. But now it feels like it's like there's a problem, poverty. Republicans are like, here's our solution, and then Democrats are like, no. And then it's like, what's yours? And they're like, no, we don't have one. Our solution is to make more poor people.
Right.
Yes. And it's like, well then, so what are people voting for you for? Well, by making more poor people, we're actually helping. You know, that's what equity. When they talk about equity, they're not bringing everybody up. They want to bring everybody down to the same level. It's not, I'm rich, so let's help you up. That's like those communist posters with the rich person with their hand out, help the black person up the staircase. That's not the reality. The reality is they want, everything to just bottom out.
Well, I agree. Here's what I'm saying. You can find, Andrew, that's that great Kamala graphic that she showed, which is equality versus equity. Yes, you're saying what?
Yeah, I just want to say it was tough to find because if you Googled illegal alien car crash, you get a ton of results. This is from today. This is from 3 hours ago.
Holy shit. Right.
It happens all the time.
So this is from today? You mean what we just learned?
This is a new car crash, new incident. It's the same fucking thing all over again.
Right. So what Democrats want is nothing that you want, but they don't have their own answers. And here's what I would say if I was going to be charitable. in regards to what you just said about the equity thing. I think if you gave them a magic wand, they would go, look, the most important thing is everyone's in the same place. That's the most important thing. Now, I wish the same place was everyone was rich, but we can't pull that off. But I can promise you we can put everyone in the same place. There's only one way they can put you in the place, because they can't make those people profitable, they can't make them flourish, they can't make them rich, but they can make you poor. And so if there's only one way they can do it, that's the way they're going to do it. Kamala had that crazy cartoon, and you remember, Dawson, about equity versus equality or something, where she sort of explained it. All of it's pie in the sky, retarded adolescence nonsense bullshit. Like, she's like, well, everyone should have a level playing field, but everyone didn't start in the same place. It's like, of course, it's mathematically impossible for anyone.
It's a fantasy.
Right now, this building, inside of this building, there are 9 people. None of them started in the same place. So what are the odds you're going to get everyone to start in the same place when nobody I know ever started in the same
But
place?
it's not to trick you, it's to trick stupid people who go,
Right.
oh, that would that be nice if we all would live like it's,
Right.
Of course but also it wouldn't be nice. It's like
No.
saying, wouldn't it be great if we were all the exact same person and did the
Yeah.
exact same thing every
Wouldn't it
day?
be great if
and
we're
we
all-
all thought the same thing and we all made the exact same amount of money and lived in the same type of little shitty apartment? That's what they want, and that's
Right.
that's what living in China or some shit is.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like, wouldn't it be great if we're all just Montreal Canadiens fans? Like, no, it'd be super boring.
But living in the same place, but without the ability to become rich or super rich. That's kind of what equity is, where it's like, we're all going to have the same opportunities, but there's only so much opportunity.
Right.
Get rid of the movement, I think, is a big thing.
Well-
Because people can come up from nothing in America. It's the last place.
What did your
The
parents
last place.
do for a living?
My dad is, he's a violinist, actually,
Really?
in the Toronto Symphony.
Wow.
And he teaches Asian kids how to play violin as well, and
Wow.
some whites.
I would probably not guess that in my first several million guesses in terms of what your dad did. Now, yeah, so how could we all start in the same place? Because your dad's a concert violinist and nobody else's dad is. So that's number one. But number two, I've told
And
people
he started
this.
from, he played, he grew up in the former Soviet Union, so
So
that's not
I
the
tell
same
this,
place.
I grew up with a lot of poor people. None of them ever had a side hustle. None of them ever worked one weekend, ever. They never worked a weekend. I worked literally every weekend. No one in my family's ever worked a weekend. So, of course I'm going to be more successful than them. They're fucking lazy. Like, this whole thing of, like, everyone needs the same. Well, what if you just choose to barely work?
It's a they're promoting the lazy lifestyle, and that was the whole COVID thing. Netflix and chill, and let's
Right.
just hang out. Well, it's a good time to catch up on your movies. Don't worry about work. Don't worry about anything. We got you covered. Here's your $2K a month. That's the ideal way, because then nobody has, what do you do for your off time? I know nothing about the news. All I do is watch Netflix shows.
We have
Great
the
for them.
we have the Kamala Harris insanity about. Also, I don't know if you guys find it super condescending, but when they try to explain shit to you like you're 9 and you should understand this, and really what they're preaching is communism. She's essentially preaching communism here, but here it is.
So there's a big difference between equality and equity. Equality suggests, everyone should get the same amount. The problem with that, not everybody's starting out from the same place.
White guys like
So
that.
if we're all getting the same amount,
This is
but you
the thing I
started
was
out back there and I started out over here, we should get the same amount, but you're still gonna be that far back behind me.
Uh-huh.
It's about.
Hold on a
giving
second.
people-
Pause it for a second.
When
So-
does the coconut from?
You say, now Ben's dad is a concert violinist and my dad wasn't. So if we gave Ben $1 million and we gave me $1 million, it would not, we still wouldn't be good enough, wouldn't be the same, because your dad was more affluent than my dad and we didn't start in the same place. So I'm going to need like 1.7 to your million, or how would we figure out the chasm between Jim
Violinists don't
Carolla?
make that a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm going out on a limb and say he made more than my dad.
What'd your dad do?
Well, he was a substitute school teacher, but he was in and out. He worked some, then he didn't. Like, money wasn't his thing. No, you don't get rich playing the violin, but if your dad was a longshoreman, I would still go. We didn't start in the
Okay.
same place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she's saying that it doesn't matter that you give them both the same opportunities. The problem is we didn't start in the same place. The darker skinned person started lower.
But it's
in
all
the
racial,
ravine.
so it's okay if we're both white, but you started somewhere else. Then you're fucked, and that's fine. But if you were black, then it's a real problem.
Then it's a problem. All right, so we'll continue with Kamala explaining to us how life works.
The problem with that, not everybody's starting out from the same place.
Uh-huh.
So if we're all getting the same amount, but you started out back there and I started out over here, we can get the same amount, but you're still gonna be that far back behind me.
Uh-huh. Hold on, you can pause for a second. Well, I don't get what's wrong with being behind somebody. Here's how life works. There's a whole bunch of comedians who make more money than me and Ben, and then there's a whole bunch of comedians where Ben and I make more money than them, and then it just keeps going all the way up and down the line. So, shouldn't we sign off on that? Like, just the notion that some people maybe financially, and by the way, what does ahead of you mean? Like, makes more money? Maybe you're fucking happier. Maybe the person that's ahead of you is a drug addict. Maybe the person has some sort of psychotic issues or something, or maybe both parents were killed by an Indian trucker and they're still grieving, but their bank account is greater than yours. Like, is everything just money? Or can you just fucking be happy and love, building a canoe in your garage with your grandchildren?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of poor people do that.
They build canoes.
Yeah, my dad, he had no money. We used to
No, I didn't say poor. I
build
just said there's
$15,000
people
canoes.
ahead. There's people ahead of you.
No, I
There's
know.
always people ahead. All right, I want to hear more. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but
No.
it's the academic world that came up with these words, these
Yes.
equities, because
Yes.
because their jobs were pointless and they needed to write an essay, and they go, how do we write it now? We already wrote every essay. Okay,
Right.
now we got to come from the angle of what's a new it used to be inclusion and this,
Right.
and then it's equity, and it's whatever word to make a sense of a bullshit thing to write for a lesbian to read and go, oh, that's an A-. That's
Right.
all. That's what's destroying the world. That's where it came from, the universities.
Yes.
And this thought of, well, if we can convince people to but it's all, like you said, it's all to introduce communism in a nice way. It's, but it was never not introduced that way.
Right.
So,
All right, so we'll continue.
The same amount, but you're still gonna be that far back behind me.
Mm.
It's about giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place.
How's that possible? All right, so that's her Biden-Harris. I have no fucking idea what this communist bitch is talking about. But to be fair to her, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about either. She's a total DI hire, and she's a fucking buffoon.
yeah, I did a show in Toronto, and the next day, Kamala Harris was at the same venue. So I
Mhm.
decided that it would be a good idea to buy tickets and, just do a little couple heckles.
Really?
It was fun, yeah. We sat there. I played, there was a weird moment that nobody was talking, so I played the Joe Rogan episode that Trump was, because her whole thing was she didn't go on Trump, or she didn't go on Rogan
Right.
because she wanted blah, blah, blah.
Wait,
So I
what
just-
venue was this, by the way?
Meridian Hall
Uh-huh.
in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
So I just played, she'd obviously got rattled by that. And then at the end, people had pre-written in questions. But they go, so this person, but she wanted to seem like it was, so she was like, so and so, Sophie, where's Sophie? And she stood up, and then I go, okay, this is a good moment to do. So then there was a person, I shit you not, it was Princess Patty Cake or some shit, like it was Princess something. It was clearly some trans person. And so I stood up, and they just wouldn't go to me. I go, what? And there were all these woke people around me, knew that I was not woke the whole show because I was shitting on it and heckling, and they kept having to send the Somalian security team to go, please, they didn't kick me out, but they were.
How long did she speak?
It was like an hour. People were lined up outside for 2.5 hours. We just ate lunch and waited till the line was gone and then walked in.
Did she say anything that made sense?
There was a couple things that when she stopped talking about her politics, it was just like they just straight up were like, how do you get ahead? And she was like, suck a lot of dick or whatever. She didn't say that exactly, but in so many words.
Yeah.
But it was good advice, like even for men. It was like, learn how to. One thing she said, she was like, never say sorry. Just don't apologize for anything. And I was like, I like that. I like that she said that. Like she was kind of. There was a moment where she knew that everybody in her audience is just so woke that they're like she's obviously way more evil than them. And she sort of looks at them like, you people.
So all the questions were pre-screened.
It was like a podcast. It was like watching her do this with some lady, some white lady who had cried a couple times. Like the one other heckle that I had was they would refer to Trump. They would go, he who shall not be named, and everybody in the crowd would go, and then I would just go, Trump. So they were very upset.
By the way, when The View does that, all the fucking idiots, I know they're just posing, but I just mean, you can say people's names for good or for bad. You can say, if you want, you can say Stalin, you can say Mussolini, you can say Michael Jordan, all the Hitler mustache. I mean, you just say who the person is, especially if they're the president or trying to be the president. That doesn't mean you're endorsing the person. It's weird, like immature stuff.
It's trying to brainwash people into going, I couldn't even say his name. It's like the Voldemort, like, Harry Potter bullshit, where it's like, we don't talk about him. And that this is seeping into the people who watched. I mean, if you're watching The View, and it's the only time you or I watch The View is when the clip goes viral.
Or they're making fun of it.
But there's people sitting there going, I can't wait. It's 5 minutes till it's on.
It's insane.
So.
All right. We need to take a break. Rudy's going to come in and do the news. Ben's going to hang out, and we'll gangbang the news right after this. O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers you helpful service and parts and knowledge and everything you need to maintain and repair your vehicle. Listen, when I'm stuck with a car problem, I always go to O'Reilly first. They've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online. They'll test your battery for free. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right one. Whether you're a car aficionado or an auto novice, you'll find the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, and
About to pass out.
Years ago, in the hillside villages of ancient Greece, a blind poet known as Homer produced two works that would become the foundation of Western literature. The first, the Iliad, chronicled the siege of Troy, where great heroes like Achilles and Hector fought for their survival in the most epic battle of the ancient world. It told the story of Helen, the most beautiful woman to have ever lived, and of Odysseus, the cleverest of the Greeks, whose plan to enter the city through a giant wooden horse ultimately brought the war to an end. His second work, the Odyssey, would tell the tale of Odysseus and his journey home, where he would face horrors beyond any battlefield. Far from the grand conflict of the Iliad, This work would focus on a husband trying to return home, a father desperate to see his son, and a man using his wits to survive in a world where the gods themselves conspired against him. But what kept the cleverest man in Greece from reaching home for 10 long years? Who was the Cyclops, whose curse doomed Odysseus to wander the seas? How did he survive the sirens, whose sweet songs no man had heard and lived to tell? Why was Odysseus compelled to descend into Hades itself and converse with the spirits of the dead? Why did the goddess Athena love him, while Poseidon, lord of the seas, wanted him dead? And throughout these trials, what of his wife, Penelope? How did she hold off over 100 suitors who invaded her home, consumed her wealth, and demanded she choose one of them to marry? I'm David Rintoul. This is Deep Dive History, and you're listening to Episode 1, The Odyssey. Prologue, The Wooden Horse. But Odysseus had never wanted to go to war. When the Greek kings summoned their allies to sail against Troy to reclaim the Spartan queen Helen, who had been stolen away, the herald who arrived at the island nation of Ithaca found its king behaving like a madman. Odysseus was ploughing his fields with salt instead of seed, yoking an ox and a donkey together and muttering nonsense to the clouds. It was the first of the many schemes he would become famous for. Odysseus had no quarrel with Troy and no desire to leave his family for a war that might last years, with him knowing that no kingdom could be asked to send a madman to battle. His wife Penelope watched from the doorway to their palace, holding their infant son Telemachus, understanding her husband's desperate scheme and sharing his determination to keep their family whole. But the herald, Palamedes, suspected this sudden madness was too convenient. To test him, Palamedes snatched baby Telemachus from his mother's arms and placed the infant directly in the path of the plough. Without hesitation, Odysseus yanked the plough aside to avoid crushing his son. In that instant, Odysseus had revealed his sanity and, caught in his own clever deception, would have no choice but to honour his oath and sail to Troy. Even in this failure, the Greeks saw that his reputation as the cleverest among them had not been exaggerated, as here was a man who had been willing to feign madness to avoid a war he knew would be long and terrible. For a decade, Odysseus fought beneath Troy's legendary walls, seemingly impregnable fortifications that had been built by the gods themselves. Every morning he would wake in the Greek camp on the beach, the salt air reminding him of Ithaca's shores, and march to battle, thinking of the son who would not recognize him, of the wife whose face grew dimmer in memory with each passing season. The goddess Athena favored him above all others, for she saw in him a warrior who valued cunning over strength, wisdom over glory. She whispered strategies in his ear, guided his arrows to their marks. Sometimes, in the chaos of battle, he would feel her presence as a sudden clarity of thought, a perfect understanding of where to strike. Yet, even with this divine favor, the walls of Troy would not fall. Not to Achilles' fury, not to Ajax's strength, not to the 1,000 ships and their countless warriors. After 10 years of constant warfare, as both armies neared exhaustion, Odysseus sat alone on the beach one evening, watching the sun set behind the eternal walls. His mind, always turning, conceived a revolutionary new plan, one that would see the city taken without having to breach its walls at all. "We will build a horse," he told the Greek leaders that night in Agamemnon's tent. "A horse as tall as a temple, made of mountain pine and ship's timber. We will offer it as a gift to the gods, and the Trojans themselves will bring it through their gates. The construction took 3 days, the wooden beast rising 30 feet high on the beach. Its hollow belly was fitted with hidden breathing holes and a trapdoor concealed so well that even knowing it was there, it was nearly impossible to spot. On the final night, Odysseus led 29 of Greece's finest warriors up the rope ladder into the horse's belly. They carried water skins and cloths to muffle any sound. The ladder was pulled up, the trapdoor sealed from within. When dawn broke, the Trojans found the beach empty. The Greek ships were sailing away on the western horizon. Only the great horse remained, standing alone on the sand. After heated debate, after prayers and celebrations, the Trojans dragged the wooden offering through their gates. That night, as Troy celebrated its victory with wine and song, Odysseus and his men descended from the horse's belly in silence. Killing the few guards not at the celebrations, they opened the gates from within, achieving in one night what had been impossible for over a decade. As they did so, the Greek fleet, having returned under cover of darkness, poured through into the sleeping city. By dawn, Troy was a smoking ruin. Odysseus had accomplished through cunning what strength alone could not achieve. He had ended the war. As he stood at his ship's prow weeks later, watching the Anatolian coast fade into memory, Odysseus believed the worst was behind him. He had survived the war, outwitted his enemies, and was finally sailing home to Ithaca, to Penelope, and to the son who had lived his entire childhood without a father. But the gods were not finished with the man who had destroyed Troy. His journey home would take as long as the war itself. He and his crew would face creatures more terrible than any Trojan warrior. They would sail to the very edge of the world, even descend into the underworld itself to face the spirits of the dead. It was to be a journey so epic, so filled with wonders and horrors, that its tale would be told for thousands of years, wherever ships sail and stories are shared. This is how Odysseus, the cleverest of the Greeks, would finally come home. Part 1. Telemachus. For 20 long years, Telemachus had waited for his father to return from Troy. Every night, as the sun sank behind the western mountains, the boy would make his way down to the rocky shores of Ithaca. There, perched on the same weathered boulder where fishermen mended their nets, he would stare out into the vast expanse of water, scanning the horizon for a black-hulled ship flying Ithaca's banner. The waves would lap against the stones beneath his feet, and the salt water would sting his eyes, but still he waited, hoping to see his father's ship come over the horizon at last. Whenever a merchant vessel or fishing boat pulled into port, its hull creaking against the wooden pier, young Telemachus would rush down from the palace, his chiton billowing behind him. Before the sailors had even secured their mooring ropes, the prince would be there, breathless and eager, asking for news of the war in Troy. The weather-beaten men, their skin darkened by years under the Mediterranean sun, would look down at this earnest child with his mother's dark eyes and fine features. They would tell him tales to make his young heart race. They spoke of gods walking among mortals, of Achilles fighting the river god Scamander himself, the waters rising up in fury to drown the Greek warrior. But every time, No matter how thrilling the tale, Telemachus only wanted to hear of one man, his father, Odysseus. When the sailors realized who they were speaking to, when they saw the boy's eager expression, they would shift their stance and lower their voices. "Your father," they would say, leaning in close enough that he could smell the wine and salt fish on their breath, "your father is the cleverest man in all the Greek army." They would tell him of his heroic tales, of how Odysseus's clever schemes had saved the Greeks countless times over. Soon, however, as autumn turned to winter and winter to spring, stories began arriving from across the sea that Troy had finally fallen. The Greeks, they said, were sailing home at last, their ships heavy with Trojan gold. Telemachus, just 10 years old, felt his heart soar. He would stand on those same weathered docks from dawn until dusk, his eyes straining against the glare of the sun, as he waited to finally meet the father who he had heard so much about, but had never truly known. But soon, days stretched into weeks, and weeks ground slowly into years. Ships arrived, bearing news from every corner of the Greek world. Menelaus and Helen had made it back to Sparta, while wise Nestor had returned with his sons to sandy Pylos, where he now spent his days telling stories of the war to anyone who would listen. There was only one man who remained missing, year after year, season after season, his father, Odysseus. At first, the merchants and traders who passed through Ithaca spoke hopefully of storms and delays, of the many islands between Troy and home where a man might stop to repair his ships. But as time wore on, their tone changed. Men started whispering in the harbour taverns that the king of Ithaca was dead, that his ship had been lost in a storm, or that he had fallen prey to pirates or sea monsters. At first, Telemachus refused to believe it. He would argue with these men until his face turned red, defending his father's reputation with all the fury a boy could muster. But as the years ground on, as his voice deepened and his shoulders broadened, even Telemachus began to doubt. On those same rocks where he had kept his vigil, he would sit in silence, no longer scanning the horizon, but simply staring at the endless, empty sea. It was then that the suitors began to appear at Odysseus's palace. They came first in ones and twos, the younger sons of minor nobles, testing the waters. Each man, convinced of Odysseus's death, looked to marry his wife Penelope and claim the throne of Ithaca for themselves. They would arrive at the palace gates, dressed in their finest robes, bearing gifts of gold and ivory, making pretty speeches in time of need. Penelope, still deeply in love with her missing husband, refused to accept that Odysseus was dead. She would stay faithful to him throughout those lonely years, though the weight of maintaining this hope grew heavier with each passing season. She would reject each suitor as they came, politely but firmly, always finding some excuse or delay. But soon, what had started as a trickle turned into a flood. The sons of every important noble on the island began to arrive, and then nobles from the neighboring islands too, all hoping to secure their place on Ithaca's throne through marriage to its queen. Before long, the palace was overrun. The suitors, numbering over 100, installed themselves in Odysseus's own halls. They stayed day and night, treating the palace as their own personal tavern. They slaughtered Odysseus's cattle and sheep for their feasts, draining amphora after amphora of his finest wine, the vintage he had been saving for his return. The great hall, which had once hosted kings and heroes, became a scene of debauchery. Their demands for Penelope to choose one of them grew more insistent by the day. They would corner her in corridors, block her path in the courtyard, their requests turning to demands. She knew that she could not resist their pressure forever. A woman alone, even a queen, had little power against so many men who recognized no authority but their own desires. Penelope, however, had developed a cunning that nearly matched even that of her missing husband. To keep the suitors at bay, she announced that she would indeed choose a new husband, but only after she had completed a sacred duty, weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus's elderly father, Laertes. It would be impious, she declared, to remarry while this duty remains unfulfilled. When old Laertes dies, he must have a shroud worthy of a king's father. Every day she would sit at her great loom in the upper chambers, her fingers working the threads with extraordinary skill. The suitors would sometimes climb the stairs to watch her work, seeing the shroud grow longer and more elaborate with each passing day, its patterns depicting scenes of heroism and glory. They grumbled at the delay, but could find no fault with her reasoning. But every night, when the palace finally grew quiet and the suitors lay drunk and snoring in the hall, Penelope would creep back to her loom by lamplight. With tears running down her cheeks, she would unpick all the progress she had made, pulling out thread after thread until the shroud was no longer than it had been that morning. For 3 years she managed to maintain this deception, the suitors too drunk and careless to notice that the shroud never seemed to be near to completion. Until finally, inevitably, she was betrayed. One of her own maids, Melantho, who had taken one of the suitors as a lover, crept up to the chamber one night and saw her mistress at her secret work. By morning, every suitor knew of the deception. They confronted Penelope in the great hall, their faces red with rage, demanding that she choose a husband immediately or face the consequences. With her deception uncovered, Penelope was at a loss. The suitors gave her until the next harvest moon to make her choice. It appeared that she would have to pick a new husband before the year was out, condemning herself to a marriage she despised and betraying the memory of a man she still believed, against all reason, might yet return. Telemachus, meanwhile, had almost given up hope entirely. It was now 10 years since Troy had fallen, 20 years since his father had left for war. The boy himself had become a young man, tall and lean, with his father's strength beginning to show in his shoulders and arms. Yet he felt powerless. The suitors were destroying his palace, devouring his inheritance day by day like locusts in a grain field. They treated him with open contempt, pushing him aside in his own halls, mocking him when wine loosened their tongues. All hope, it seemed, was lost. Unknown to Telemachus, however, he was not the only one thinking of Odysseus's return. Far above the mortal world, up on Mount Olympus, where the stars hung close enough to touch, a great debate was playing out in the golden halls of the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, stood before her father's throne. Her grey eyes, the same colour as a storm-tossed sea, blazed with a barely contained fury. She had long held Odysseus as her favourite among all mortals. He represented everything she prized in herself: intelligence, complemented by action, cunning paired with courage. She had protected him countless times throughout the long siege of Troy, and now she would come to his aid again. "Father," she cried to Zeus, king of the gods, "has Odysseus not suffered enough? For 7 long years now he has been trapped on that cursed island of Ogygia in the middle of the endless sea, held prisoner by the nymph Calypso. He sits on the shore each day, weeping as he stares toward home, separated from all his friends and desperate to return to the family he has not seen for 20 years. She stepped closer to the throne. "Remember how he sacrificed to you on the broad plain of Troy beside the black ships? Oxen with gilded horns, the finest portions of every feast, wine poured out upon the earth in your honor. Did these sacrifices go unseen? Did the smoke not rise up to Olympus? Why do you abandon him now in his hour of greatest need?" Zeus shifted on his throne, the seat carved from a single block of marble and inlaid with gold. Lightning flickered in his beard as he considered his daughter's words. Nonsense, my daughter, he replied. How could I forget Odysseus? He's not only the wisest man alive, with a mind sharper than any blade, but also the most generous in his offerings to the gods. No mortal has honored us more faithfully. He paused, his expression darkening. No, it is not I who keeps him from home, but my brother, Poseidon, lord of all the seas. For Odysseus blinded his precious son, the mighty Cyclops, Polyphemus, driving a burning stake through his single eye, and for that crime Poseidon keeps him trapped alone in the middle of the sea, turning every wave against him and every current into an enemy. The hall fell silent for a moment. Even the minor gods and goddesses who lined the walls dared not speak. The feud between Poseidon and Odysseus was well known among the immortals, a grudge as deep as the ocean trenches themselves. But listen here, daughter, Zeus continued, leaning forward on his throne. Odysseus has suffered long enough. And as it happens, Poseidon is away, gone to feast with the Ethiopians at the edge of the world. Let us come up with a plan to bring the wanderer back home while my brother cannot interfere. Athena's face transformed, her stern features softening into something approaching a smile. She bowed her head slightly, a rare gesture of gratitude from the proud goddess. Thank you, Father. Your wisdom shines like the morning star. She straightened, her mind already working through the details of her plan. Here is what we must do. Send Hermes, the messenger, down to Aegyptia to release Odysseus from his prison. All the while, I will visit his son Telemachus on Ithaca and breathe courage into the boy's heart. It will give him the strength needed to stand up to those parasitic suitors who are destroying Odysseus' home. Then I will send him off to the great cities of Pylos and Sparta to learn of his father's fate from those who fought Poseidon at Troy. Let him build a reputation of his own, so that when Odysseus returns, he will find not a boy, but a man ready to stand beside him. With that decided, Athena dove from Olympus, her divine form burning bright as she plummeted through the heavens towards Earth. Like a falling star, she pierced the clouds, whistling past peaks where even eagles dare not fly, leaving a radiant trail of golden mist in the evening sky. The moonlit sea rushed up to meet her, and she pulled from her dive at the last moment, skimming across the silvered waves, scattering sparks of light across the water until the rocky shores of Ithaca rose before her. When she reached Odysseus' palace, she saw the depravity of the suitors firsthand. The great courtyard that had once been kept with such pride was now littered with the bones of slaughtered animals. Wine stains marked the walls like blood. Over 100 men lounged about as if they owned the place, their feet up on fine furniture, their greasy fingers pawing at the serving maids. And there, in a corner of what should have been his own hall, sat Telemachus, alone and dejected, his young face drawn with a weariness that belonged to a much older man. The goddess paused at the threshold, considering her approach. Then, in a shimmer of light, she transformed herself. Her divine radiance faded, her armor melted away, and in her place stood Mentes, an old family friend of Odysseus, a sea captain from Taphos, whom the family had not seen for years. She wore the simple woolen cloak of a traveller, carried a bronze-tipped spear, and bore the rugged look of one who had spent many years sailing the trade routes. She approached the boy, who, despite his depressed state, noticed the stranger immediately. Telemachus rose to his feet, and, to Athena's pleasure, he welcomed her into the palace with perfect courtesy. He offered her food and shelter, as the sacred laws of hospitality demanded, leading her to a seat far from the noise of the suitors, bringing water for her hands in a golden pitcher, then setting before her the best cuts of meat and the finest wine in the house. His manners immediately impressed the goddess, showing that his father's virtues lived on in him, despite everything. As they ate and drank together, Athena spoke to him of Odysseus. "You have grown handsome, young prince," she said, her voice carrying the gruff tones of the old sea captain. "The gods have been generous with their gifts. You have your mother's quiet dignity, but I see your father in your careful movements, in the way you observe before you act. Odysseus had that same look when he was young, before Troy called him away." But as they continued to talk, the peaceful moment was shattered by a roar of drunken laughter. One of the suitors had grabbed a serving maid, pulling her onto his lap despite her protests. Another was throwing bones at a cowering dog. Athena's eyes, even in her mortal disguise, flashed with divine anger. She turned to Telemachus, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "These men are a disgrace," she said. "They disrespect the gods themselves by violating the sacred laws of hospitality. They consume what is not theirs. They abuse those under this roof's protection. They turn a noble house into a common tavern. No self-respecting man would tolerate this. You must find your father, young prince. You must bring Odysseus home at once to deal with these suitors before they devour everything he built, before they force your mother into a marriage that would destroy her." Telemachus looked at the old captain, hope and despair warring in his young face. "I agree," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "but I have no idea what to do. I'm only one man, barely tested in battle. They are over 100, many of them trained warriors. And my father, if he still lives, I do not know where to find him. The sea is vast, and I am just one young man with no ship, no crew, and no knowledge of where to begin." The goddess, disguised as Mentes, leaned forward, and for a moment Telemachus could have sworn he saw something else in those eyes, something ancient and powerful. "Listen well, young prince," she said, her voice carrying an authority that seemed strange coming from the weathered sea captain. "Tomorrow you must call an assembly. Summon every man of Ithaca to the harbor, where your father once held court beneath the old olive tree. Stand before them, with the morning sun at your back, and speak with the voice of a king's son." She grasped his shoulders, and Telemachus felt an unusual strength flow into him. "Tell the suitors publicly what they already know in their hearts. But they violate every law sacred to gods and men. Command them to return to their own homes, to seek their wives elsewhere. Let all of Ithaca bear witness to their shame." "But they will not listen," Telemachus protested, though already he felt something changing within him, a spark catching flame. "No," agreed the disguised goddess, "they will not. But the gods will hear, and the people will remember. After the assembly, you must act swiftly. Find a ship, gather 20 trustworthy seamen, sail first for Pylos, where aged Nestor lives. He fought beside your father at Troy and may have news. From there, continue to Sparta, to the palace of Menelaus and Helen. They were the last to leave Troy's shores and might know your father's fate." With that, Mentes moved toward the door. Telemachus rose to escort his guest, but in the space between one heartbeat and the next, the figure vanished. Where the old sea captain had stood, an eagle suddenly soared upward, its great wings casting shadows across the courtyard. The serving woman cried out in amazement, and even some of the drunken suitors looked up in bewilderment. Telemachus stood transfixed. This had been no ordinary visitor, but one of the immortals themselves, come down from Olympus to guide him. The knowledge filled him with a courage he had never known. His back straightened, his chin lifted, and for the first time in years, he looked like what he was, the son of Odysseus. That night, Telemachus barely slept. He lay on his bed, listening to the suitors' drunken songs echoing through the halls, planning what he would say when dawn came. When the first light crept across the eastern horizon, he rose and, dressed in his finest tunic, one his mother had woven with her own hands. He strapped on his bronze sword, threw a cloak across his shoulders, and strode down to the harbour. The heralds went through the town at his command, calling every free man to assembly. By the time the sun had finally risen, the gathering place by the harbour was crowded. Old men who remembered Odysseus came leaning on their staffs. Fishermen left their nets. Farmers walked in from their fields. Even the suitors came, curious about what the boy had to say. Telemachus took his place at the center of the assembly, standing beneath the ancient olive tree where his father had once dispensed justice. In his hand he held the speaker's staff, its polished wood worn smooth by generations of hands. The crowd fell silent, waiting. For a moment the young prince felt the weight of all those eyes upon him, and his voice caught in his throat. Then he remembered the eagle, the divine visitor in his hall, and strength flowed back into his limbs. "Men of Ithaca," he began, his voice carrying across the assembly with surprising force. 20 years ago, my father sailed with your sons and brothers to Troy. Of all those who left, only he has not returned. We do not know if my father Odysseus lives or has perished somewhere on the vast sea, but I know this. What happens in his house brings shame upon our island." A murmur ran through the crowd. The suitors shifted restlessly, their hands moving to their sword hilts. But Telemachus continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. "These men," he said, gesturing towards the suitors, "have invaded my father's house like a plague. They feast on his cattle, drink his wine, and pursue my mother with shameless persistence. They consume in a day what should sustain a household for a month. They treat servant women as their playthings. They respect neither the gods above nor the laws of men below." Antinous, the most arrogant of the suitors, pushed forward through the crowd. He was a tall man with cold eyes and a cruel mouth. "Bold words for a beardless boy," he sneered. "Your mother has deceived us for 3 years with her weaving trick. If anyone brings shame here, it is Penelope, who promises to choose a husband, yet refuses to do so. Send your mother back to your mother's house. Let her marry whomever he comes. Until then, we stay." Another suitor, Eurymachus, well-spoken and deceptive, stepped forward. "Come now, young Telemachus, we mean no true harm. We simply court your mother, as is our right. Any noble woman left so long without a husband must remarry. It is the way of things. Your father is surely dead. Accept this truth, and perhaps we can come to an arrangement. Choose one of us as your stepfather, and we will ensure you some small portion of your inheritance." The crowd murmured uneasily. Many thought Eurymachus spoke sense, though they feared to say so aloud. But Telemachus stood firm, the morning sun bright on his face, looking so much like his father for a moment that several of the old men gasped. "I will seek news of my father," he declared. "I sail tomorrow for Pylos and Sparta. If I learn that Odysseus truly is dead, then my mother will choose her fate. But if he lives, if there is even a chance he might return home, then I swear by Zeus himself that every man who has dishonored his house will face his wrath." With that, he cast down the speaker's staff and strode from the assembly, leaving the crowd in shock. The suitors laughed uneasily among themselves, but something had changed. The boy they had dismissed and ignored for years had finally shown himself to be his father's son. Part 2. The boy becomes a man. That evening, As the suitors returned to their feasting, Telemachus made his way down to the harbour alone. The old fishermen had long since pulled their boats onto the beach, and the only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against weathered wood. He stood there in the gathering darkness, wondering how he would find a ship and crew brave enough to follow him. "Prince Telemachus," a voice whispered from the shadows. A figure emerged, tall and strong, with grey eyes that seemed familiar, though Telemachus could not place them. It was Mentor, his father's old friend who had been left in charge of the household years ago, though age had somehow not touched him as it should have. In truth, this was Athena once more, taking another mortal form to aid the young prince. "Your ship awaits," Mentor said, gesturing towards the harbour's edge where a sleek vessel sat ready, its black hull fresh with pitch, its sail furled and waiting. 20 good men from the outlying farms, loyal to your father's memory, have gathered to row you to Pylos. They wait only for your word." Telemachus stared in amazement. Earlier that day there had been no such ship, no such crew. Yet here they were, provisions already loaded, water jars secured, everything prepared for a journey across the open sea. A sailor beckoned him aboard, and Telemachus stepped onto the deck, his heart racing with anticipation. The crew took their positions at the oars. They pushed off as the full moon rose above the mountains of Ithaca. Athena, still in Mentor's form, stood at the stern and called upon the west wind, who came rushing down from the hills, filling their sail with his breath. All through the night they sailed, the stars wheeling overhead until the coast of Pylos came into view. The city was already awake, for this was a holy day, and King Nestor was sacrificing to Poseidon on the beach. Telemachus felt his courage falter as their ship ground onto the shore. Here was Nestor, the oldest and wisest of all who had fought at Troy, a man who had seen 3 generations of heroes rise and fall. How could he, an untested youth, approach such a legend? "Come," said Mentor, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "The old king values courtesy above all things. Speak truthfully, and he will help you." They walked up the beach towards where Nestor sat on a polished stone, his white beard flowing to his chest, his sons arranged around him like pillars supporting an ancient temple. Despite his 90 years, the old king's eyes were still sharp as a hawk's, and they fixed immediately upon the strangers approaching. "Welcome, friends," Nestor called out before they had even reached him, his voice still strong despite his age. "Come, share our feast, and when you have eaten your fill, tell us who you are and what brings you to sandy Pylos." They sat on fleeces spread upon the sand and ate the roasted meat, rich with fat that dripped onto the coals. When the meal was done and wine had been poured to the gods, Nestor turned to his guests with an expectant smile. "I am Telemachus," the young man said, "son of Odysseus, who ruled Ithaca before the black ships carried him to Troy. I seek news of my father. You fought beside him on the plains before those towering walls. Tell me, please, when did you last see him? Do you know his fate?" The old king's face grew sad, and he was silent for a long moment, his eyes seeing not the beach before him, but battlefields 10 years gone. "Ah, your father," he said at last, his voice heavy with memory. "The cleverest of us all, and perhaps for that reason the most cursed. We suffered 9 long years before Troy's walls, young prince. Your father's strategies saved us more times than I can count. When Achilles sulked in his tent, it was Odysseus who held the army together. When we needed to steal the Palladium from Troy's temple, it was Odysseus who crept through the darkness to seize it." Nestor paused, accepting a cup of wine from one of his sons. "But after Troy fell, after we had burned that great city to ash and divided its treasures, the gods in their anger scattered us like leaves before a storm. Your father and I quarreled, I'm ashamed to say, about when to sail for home. I left immediately with my ships, while he remained with Agamemnon to make further sacrifices, hoping to appease Athena's wrath. The old king shook his head slowly. That was the last time I saw Odysseus, standing on the beach at Troy. Since then I have heard nothing certain of his fate. Some ships I know were scattered by storms, others fell prey to misfortune on their journeys home. But of your father's path across the sea, I can tell you nothing, for no word has reached me these 10 long years. He grasped Telemachus's hand with fingers still strong despite their age. But this I know for certain. If any man could survive whatever trials the gods have before him, it would be your father. Never have I seen Athena favor any mortal as she favored him. If she still watches over him, as I believe she must, then there is hope yet. The gods do not abandon those they love without purpose. The next morning, Telemachus, emboldened by the old king's words, set out for Sparta, home of Menelaus and Helen. Upon his arrival, he found the palace in celebration, for Menelaus was marrying off both his son and daughter on the same day. The courtyard was full of dancers, whirling to the sound of lyres, acrobats leaping through hoops of fire, and tables groaning under the weight of roasted meats and honeyed cakes. Menelaus himself sat in the center of it all, still powerful despite the grey in his famous red hair, his broad shoulders draped in a purple cloak worth a king's ransom. Beside him sat Helen, and Telemachus found himself unable to look away. 10 years had passed since she had returned from Troy, yet she seemed untouched by time, her beauty still capable of stopping conversations mid-word. There was something otherworldly about her, as if she were not quite mortal, not quite present, her beauty so absolute that men forgot to breathe when she turned their way. "More guests!" Menelaus called out warmly when he saw Telemachus approach. "Come and join our feast! There is meat and wine enough for all of Sparta, and more besides." The young man was bathed in a silver basin and given a fresh tunic of the finest Egyptian linen. Only after, when he had eaten his fill, did Menelaus lean forward, his keen eyes studying Telemachus's face with growing recognition. "You have the look of someone I once knew," the king said slowly. "The set of your jaw, the way you hold your head. If I did not know better, I would say you were the very image of my clever friend Odysseus." At the mention of his father's name, Telemachus could not stop the tears that suddenly burned his eyes. He tried to hide them, raising his cloak, but Helen saw it all. She rose from her seat and mixed wine in a golden bowl, adding to it a drug from Egypt that had the power to banish sorrow and anger, to make men forget their troubles for a time. "Drink," she said, her voice soft and measured. "Then let us speak of your father without tears, for he deserves better than sorrow." When they had drunk the enchanted wine and felt its warmth spread through their limbs, Menelaus began his tale. "Your father," he said, leaning back in his chair, "saved my life more times than I could count. But the last news I had of him came from an unexpected source." He paused, his eyes growing distant. "When we were returning from Troy, my ships were trapped for 20 days on the island of Pharos, off the coast of Egypt. The winds had died completely, and we were running out of food and water." The king's voice dropped lower, drawing his listeners in. "In desperation, I ambushed Proteus, the old man of the sea, the shape-shifting prophet who knows all things that were, that are, and that are yet to come. I held him fast as he transformed from seal to lion, from serpent to tree, from running water to raging fire. But I did not let go, and finally he resumed his true form and agreed to answer my questions." Menelaus looked directly at Telemachus. I asked about all our companions who had not returned home. Most, he told me, were dead. Agamemnon murdered by his wife, Ajax drowned by Poseidon's hand, but your father, he said, lived still. Proteus saw him on the island of Ogygia, in the halls of the nymph Calypso, daughter of Atlas, who holds up the sky. She keeps him there against his will, where he has no ship or crew to carry him home. Every day he sits on the shore, weeping as he looks toward Ithaca, but the nymph will not release him. Telemachus felt his heart race. His father lived, trapped, yes, but alive. How long ago was this? He asked urgently. 7 years past, Menelaus admitted. But if Calypso holds him still, she holds him for a reason. The immortals do not easily give up what they claim as their own. That night, as Telemachus lay in bed, his mind churned with all he had learned. His father lived, but was imprisoned by a goddess. The suitors grew bolder by the day. Time was running short. He needed to return to Ithaca, but what could one young man do against divine will? As if reading his thoughts, that night, as Telemachus lay in bed planning his return, Athena appeared beside him, no longer disguised, but shining with her full divine radiance. Take heart, young prince, she said. Even now, my father Zeus sends Hermes to Ogygia to command Calypso to release your father. Odysseus will soon be free to attempt his journey home, but the sea is wide and Poseidon's anger runs deep. Your father's journey will be perilous, and he will need a strong son waiting when he arrives. Return to Ithaca. Prepare for what must come. When dawn came the next day, Telemachus rose and prepared to leave. Menelaus tried to persuade him to stay longer, offering gifts of horses and chariots, but the young prince would accept only what he could carry on the ship, knowing that time was now his enemy. As their chariots rolled away from Sparta's golden palace, an eagle suddenly swooped from the mountain, carrying in its talons a white goose stolen from the palace grounds. Helen, who had come to see them off, clapped her hands in delight. "A sign!" she cried. "Just as that wild eagle descended to take the goose, so will Odysseus return from his wanderings to take vengeance on those who feast in his halls. Mark my words, young prince. Your father comes home, and blood will flow when he arrives." With Helen's words filling him with hope, Telemachus set off and journeyed towards the coast, toward his ship, toward home. He had learned what he had come to learn. His father lived. The gods themselves were working to free him. And when Odysseus returned to Ithaca, he would not find a boy waiting, but a man ready to stand beside him, ready to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Part 3. Calypso. 10 years had passed since Troy fell. Of the 12 ships that had sailed from Ithaca, all were lost. Of the hundreds of men who had called him captain, all were dead. Now in the 10th year of his wanderings, Odysseus found himself trapped on an island at the very edge of the world, neither dead nor truly alive, held captive by a goddess who loved him. The island of Ogygia rose high from the sea, surrounded by waters so deep they appeared black even at noon, its surface thickly forested with cypress and alder trees. 4 clear water springs flowed from a central cave, and wildflowers grew in the meadows below. For any other man, it would have been paradise, but for Odysseus, it was prison. In the great cave that served as both a palace and a bedchamber lived Calypso, daughter of the Titan Atlas, who holds the heavens on his shoulders. She was beautiful beyond mortal description, with golden hair and a voice carrying the power of the sea. She had found Odysseus years before, washed up on her shores, the sole survivor of his last shipwreck, clinging to a piece of broken mast. She had nursed him back to health, fed him ambrosia and nectar, the food of the gods, and fallen deeply in love with the clever mortal who told such wonderful stories of the world beyond her island. But Odysseus, though he shared her bed each night, though he lived in comfort no mortal king could match, spent his days sitting on the rocky shore, staring east toward a home he could not see. Seawater mixed with his tears as he watched the empty horizon, searching for any sail, any sign that he was not forgotten by the world. Calypso would find him there each evening, his clothes soaked and his eyes red from weeping. "My love," she would say, her immortal hand on his shoulder, "why do you grieve? I offer you immortality itself. Stay with me and you will never age, never die. We will live here forever, beyond the reach of both fate and suffering." But Odysseus would only shake his head, his voice woeful when he replied, "Lady, you are more beautiful than any mortal woman, more gracious than my wife could ever be. Yet I would rather die attempting to reach Ithaca than live forever without seeing my home again. My son was a baby when I left. He would be a man now if he lives. My wife, Penelope, surely believes me dead. My father, old Laertes, may have already passed to the underworld, never knowing what became of his son." For 7 years this scene repeated itself. 7 years of golden days and lonely nights. Calypso's island provided everything except the one thing Odysseus truly wanted, a way home. But the gods, who had been silent for so long, finally took notice. Under Zeus's command, Hermes, messenger of the gods, flew to Ogygia's distant shores to deliver his message to Calypso. He found the nymph in her cave, weaving at her golden loom, singing in a voice that could charm the winds to stillness. When she saw Hermes at her threshold, his winged sandals still glowing after his flight, her immortal heart sank. Gods did not visit one another without purpose, and Hermes' expression told her this was no social call. "Calypso," Hermes said, accepting the nectar she offered him, as was custom between the immortals, "I bring word from Zeus. You must release Odysseus. Help him build a raft, provision him for the journey, and send him on his way. It is decreed that he will reach the land of the Phaeacians, who will honor him and send him home to Ithaca with gifts greater than any he would have won from Troy." Rage swept across Calypso's features. "You gods are cruel in your jealousy. Zeus has fathered countless children with mortal women. Poseidon beds whom he pleases across the earth and sea. But you cannot bear to see a goddess love a mortal man. When Dawn took Orion as her lover, you struck him down with Artemis's arrows. When Demeter lay with Iasion, Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Now you would take Odysseus from me, though I saved him from death, though I offered him immortality itself." But her protests were hollow, and she knew it. One does not defy Zeus and survive, not even an immortal. When Hermes departed that afternoon, Calypso went to find Odysseus at his usual spot on the shore. "Your wait is over, Odysseus," she said, though her voice broke with grief. "Your prayers have been heard. Tomorrow you will begin building a raft, and I will help you. You will leave this island to make your way home at last." Odysseus, after so many years of disappointment, could barely believe her words. He searched her face for deception, wondering if this were some new torment. "Lady, surely this is a trick. How can a mortal cross the vast sea on a raft? Even ships with 20 oarsmen fear these waters." Calypso swore an oath by the river Styx, the most binding oath any immortal can make, that she meant him no harm. Only then did Odysseus allow himself to hope. For 4 days he labored with the tools Calypso provided. He felled 20 trees, tall alders and pines that would resist the salt water. He shaped them with an axe and fitted them together with skills learned long ago in Ithaca. On the 5th day, Calypso brought him to the raft, now loaded with supplies. She had prepared everything he would need: skins filled with wine and water, bags of grain, and preserved meats to last for weeks. Finally, she taught him to navigate by the stars. "Keep the bear always on your left," she instructed, her immortal fingers tracing the constellations in the brightening sky. "Sail for 17 days, and on the 18th, you will see the mountains of the Phaeacian coast." As Odysseus prepared to push off, Calypso embraced him one last time, her tears falling on his weathered neck. "I know your heart was never mine," she whispered, "but remember me, the goddess who loved you." Then Odysseus pushed his raft into the waves. The sail filled out with wind sent by Calypso herself, with his small raft carrying him away from paradise and towards the unknown. Behind him, Calypso stood on the shore, her golden form growing smaller until she was just a glimmer on a distant island that would soon vanish below the horizon. For 17 days, everything went as Calypso had promised. The winds were steady and the sea calm. Odysseus barely slept, his hand always on the steering oar, his eyes fixed on the Bear constellation wheeling overhead. Dolphins raced alongside his raft, and seabirds circled overhead. On the morning of the 18th day, just as the goddess had predicted, he saw mountains rising from the sea, the land of the Phaeacians finally in sight. But Poseidon, traveling back from his Ethiopian feast, soon spotted the small raft sailing through his vast domain. The Earthshaker's rage erupted when he realized Odysseus had escaped Calypso's island. "So," the god roared, his voice making the seas tremble, "the other gods conspire while I am away. They would let this mortal reach safety after he blinded my son. Never. Zeus may have decreed that he will survive, but I can still make him suffer." Poseidon gathered the storm clouds with his massive trident, stirring the sea into chaos. The winds attacked from every direction at once. The east wind fought the south wind, the west wind battled the north. Waves, tall as mountains, crashed over Odysseus's raft, tossing it around like driftwood. The sail tore away with a terrible sound. Then came a groan from deep within the mast itself, a sound that grew louder and louder until, crack, the mast snapped and fell into the churning waters. The steering oar was ripped from his hands. All around him was the deafening chaos of the storm, wind that shrieked like the Furies themselves, and waves that boomed like war drums. A great current then lifted the raft toward the sky before smashing it down into the frothing waters. The logs, so carefully fitted, were torn apart. Odysseus was thrown into the sea, pulled down by his waterlogged clothing, the gifts from Calypso now threatening to drown him. He fought to the surface, gasping, only to see another mountain of water descending. He clung to a single log from his destroyed raft as waves tried to tear him loose. Salt burned his eyes and throat. His fingers, torn and bleeding, could barely maintain their grip. Several times he went under, sure that this was his end, only to burst back to the surface. But the fates had declared he would not die at sea. The sea goddess Ino, who had once been immortal and knew the terror of drowning, took pity on him. She appeared to him in the form of a seabird, landing on his log long enough to speak. "Poor Odysseus," she said, her voice somehow clear despite the howling wind. "Poseidon seeks your death, but cannot achieve it. Take this immortal veil, tie it around your chest. It will not let you drown. Swim for the Phaeacian shore. When you reach land, throw it back into the sea." With that, she gave him a shimmering veil, light but strong, then dove back into the waves. Odysseus, though suspicious of gifts from the immortals, had no choice. Another massive wave shattered his log, and he tied the veil around his chest and began to swim. For 2 more days he swam through the gradually calming waters, with Poseidon's rage finally spent. On the morning of the 3rd day, as he was near to passing out from exhaustion, the rocky coast of Scheria, homeland of the Phaeacians, finally came into view. But the coastline offered no beach, only ragged cliffs that threatened to tear him apart. He swam along the shore, his strength nearly gone, until finally he spotted the mouth of a river. "River God," he prayed, his voice barely a whisper, "whoever you are, I come to you for rescue. Pity a man who has suffered much." The river heard him and stilled its current, smoothing its waters to let him swim upstream. Odysseus dragged himself onto the muddy bank, every muscle aching. He untied Ino's veil and threw it back into the water with a prayer of thanks. Then, naked, exhausted, and caked with salt, he crawled into a grove of olive trees. He covered himself with fallen leaves, hundreds of them, until he had made a nest. There, hidden from sight, barely clinging to life, Odysseus fell into the deepest sleep of his life. Part 4. The Phaeacians. The island of Scheria was home to the Phaeacians, a people blessed by the gods who enjoyed plentiful harvests and had an expert knowledge of sailing. They were ruled by King Alcinous and his wise queen Arete, whose counsel the king sought in all matters of importance. The day after Odysseus' arrival, the gods set events in motion. Athena, seeking to aid Odysseus further, appeared in the dreams of Princess Nausicaa, daughter of Alcinous and Arete, taking the form of her closest friend. "Nausicaa," the goddess whispered, "your wedding clothes lie unwashed. How will you ever hope to marry with dusty linens? Go to the river tomorrow with your maids. Take the mule cart and wash everything clean." When dawn came, Nausicaa woke with the dream fresh in her mind. She gathered her handmaids, the young women who giggled and sang as they loaded the cart with dirty clothes, olive oil for washing, and food for their midday meal. They drove the mules along the coastal path to where the river met the sea, where stone basins had been carved by generations of Phaeacian women for washing clothes. The girls worked through the morning, treading the clothes in the clear water, spreading them on the smooth rocks to dry in the sun. When their work was done, they bathed in the river and rubbed themselves with olive oil until their skin gleamed. They ate their meal on the riverbank, then began to play, tossing a leather ball back and forth, their laughter carrying on the sea breeze. But one throw went wild. The ball splashed into the water near a grove of olive trees, causing the girls to shriek in shock. Their cries woke Odysseus from his death-like sleep beneath the leaves. He stirred, confused, his body still caked with salt, his mind slowly remembering the storm, the swimming, the terrible exhaustion. Hearing female voices, he faced a dilemma. He was naked, covered only in dried mud and leaves, yet he desperately needed help. Breaking off a leafy branch to cover himself, Odysseus emerged from the grove like some wild creature of the forest. His hair was matted with brine, his skin was raw from salt water, his eyes were bloodshot from his ordeal. The sight of him sent the handmaids running down the beach, screaming in terror at this apparition from the woods. But Nausicaa stood her ground. Athena had given her the courage to stand firm. As Odysseus approached, he stopped at a respectful distance, holding his branch, and spoke with the persuasive voice that had once swayed warriors and kings. "Princess," he began, his voice hoarse, "are you a goddess or a mortal? If you're a goddess, you must be Artemis herself, so tall and beautiful you stand. If you're mortal, then your parents are blessed to have such a daughter. I am a shipwrecked wanderer, cast up on your shores after 20 days at sea. I know no one in this land. I beg you for help, for some rag to cover myself, and directions to your city. And may the gods grant you everything your heart desires. A good husband, a happy home, and, most importantly, a marriage where you truly understand each other. Nothing could be better than that. Nausicaa, though young, recognized the refined speech of a nobleman despite his wretched appearance. Stranger, she replied, you seem neither evil nor foolish. Since you've come to our land, you won't lack for clothes or anything else we owe a traveler in need. This is the country of the Phoenicians, and I am the daughter of Alcinous, our king. She called her frightened maids back, scolding them gently. This man is a shipwrecked wanderer. All strangers and beggars come from Zeus, and even a small gift is welcome. Give him food and drink, and let him bathe in the river where there is shelter from the wind. The maids brought Odysseus a tunic and cloak from the clean laundry, and a flask of golden olive oil. They showed him a sheltered spot in the river, then withdrew while he washed away the salt crust from his skin and hair. When he emerged, clean and dressed, Athena made him appear taller and more handsome, his dark hair restored to its natural curl. The transformation was so complete that when Nausicaa saw him, she whispered to her maids, when he first appeared, he looked absolutely terrible. Now he looks like one of the gods themselves. Nausicaa gave him food and wine, which Odysseus consumed with the desperation of a man who had not eaten properly in days. Then, as the sun began to descend toward the western horizon, she prepared to lead him to the city. But, being a princess, she was careful to maintain appearances. Stranger, she said, follow my cart to the city, but when we reach the outskirts, wait in the sacred grove of Athena you'll find there. Let me go ahead to my father's house. We Phaeacians are proud and quick to gossip, and I would not have them saying I brought home a husband from the beach. When enough time has passed for me to reach the palace, enter the city and ask for King Alcinous' house. Anyone can direct you, even a child, for there is no other house like it. When you enter, go straight through the great hall to my mother. You'll find her sitting by the hearth in the firelight. Clasp her knees as a suppliant. If she looks upon you with kindness, you will see your homeland again. With that, she drove the mule cart toward the city, her maids walking alongside, while Odysseus followed at a distance. When they reached the grove of Athena, he stopped and prayed to the goddess, while Nausicaa continued home. As dusk fell, he made his way into the city, where Athena shrouded him in mist, so no one would challenge or question him. The palace of Alcinous was magnificent beyond anything Odysseus had seen since leaving Troy. The walls were bronze, from threshold to innermost chamber, with a frieze of blue enamel running around them. Golden and silver dogs, crafted by the god Hephaestus himself, stood guard on either side of the entrance, while inside, 50 golden torch holders shaped like young men held burning torches to light the feasts. Odysseus walked through the hall, still invisible in Athena's mist, marveling at the wealth and beauty around him. The Phaeacian nobles sat at their evening meal, pouring libations to Hermes as they talked among each other. When he reached the hearth, the mist suddenly dissolved, and Odysseus appeared before them, his hands clasping Queen Arite's knees in the traditional gesture of supplication. Queen Arete, he said, I come to your knees and to your husband after much suffering. May the gods grant all of you happiness, and may you pass on your prosperity to your children. But please, give me an escort to my homeland quickly, for I've been kept from my family too long, suffering hardships no man should be forced to endure. The hall fell silent at this sudden appearance. Then Echenius, the oldest of the Phaeacian nobles, spoke. Alcinous, it is not fitting that a stranger sits in the ashes by your hearth. Raise him up and seat him properly. King Alcinous took Odysseus by the hand and raised him from the hearth, seating him on a silver-studded chair beside his own. Servants brought water for his hands and food for his table. When he had eaten and drunk, Alcinous addressed the assembled nobles. Tomorrow we shall feast this stranger properly and arrange his passage home, wherever that may be, but tonight let him rest. The nobles agreed and departed to their homes, leaving Odysseus with the king and queen. Arete, studying the clothes Odysseus wore, recognized them as her own handiwork. Stranger, she said, who are you and where do you come from? Who gave you those clothes? Did you not say you came here wandering over the sea? Odysseus, careful not to reveal his identity yet, told them he had come from the island of Ogygia, where he had been held against his will. He described the storm that had destroyed his raft and how he had washed up on their shore, before meeting Nausicaa by the river. He spoke warmly of the princess's kindness and good judgment, to the delight of her parents. Tomorrow, Alcinous declared, we shall feast in your honor. Then our finest crew will row you home in one of our swift ships. They can reach any destination in a single day, so skillfully do they navigate the seas. The next day dawned bright over Scheria. Heralds went through the city announcing a feast for the mysterious stranger. The Phaeacians, always eager for entertainment and stories of distant lands, gathered in great numbers at the palace. Alcinous sacrificed 12 sheep, 8 boars, and 2 oxen for the feast. The meat roasted over great fires, while servants mixed wine in silver bowls. As the feast began, Demodocus, the poet, was led into the hall. The Muses, the 9 goddesses who inspire all art and song, had given him a precious gift. They had taken his eyesight, but granted him extraordinary skill in music and poetry. He sat on his silver-studded chair, his lyre hanging on a peg above his head where he could reach it easily. When the feasting was done, he took down the instrument and began to sing. His first song told of a quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles at Troy, how the 2 greatest Greek warriors had exchanged harsh words at a feast, and how Agamemnon had rejoiced secretly, remembering a prophecy that Troy would fall when the best of the Greeks quarreled among themselves. As Demodocus sang, Odysseus pulled his purple cloak over his head and wept, as he remembered all the friends he had lost. He tried to hide his tears from the crowd, but Alcinous, seated next to him, saw his distress and quickly called for dancing and a different song. Demodocus switched to a lighter tale, the story of how Hephaestus trapped his cheating wife Aphrodite with her lover Ares in golden chains. The crowd roared with laughter as he continued to sing, the mood in the hall having completely transformed. After the feast, when the wine had been flowing freely, Odysseus approached Demodocus. Demodocus, he said, you're the finest poet I've ever heard. You must be divinely inspired to sing so truthfully about the Greeks' fate. Now tell us about the wooden horse built with Athena's guidance, the trick that Odysseus used to smuggle warriors into Troy itself. The blind poet smiled and struck his lyre. He sang of how the Greeks had burned their camp and sailed away, while their best warriors hid in the horse's hollow belly. He sang of the Trojans debating whether to smash the wooden horse, throw it from the cliffs, or dedicate it to the gods. He sang of how the Greeks poured out in the night, and how Athena granted them victory in that terrible battle. As the poet sang, Odysseus wept openly now, his tears flowing as he heard his own story. Alcinous, seeing his guest's uncontrollable grief, raised his hand to stop the singing. Demodocus, hold your song. our guest does not enjoy this tale as we do. But since you began singing of Troy, he has not stopped weeping. The king turned to Odysseus. But you, honored guest, it is time to tell us truly. What is your name? What city do you come from? Where should our ships carry you? And why do you weep so bitterly when you hear of Troy's fate? Did you lose a kinsman there? A son or a brother? Or perhaps a beloved companion? The hall fell silent. Every face turned toward the mysterious stranger. Odysseus wiped his eyes, straightened his shoulders, and spoke at last with his true voice, the voice that had commanded 1,000 warriors. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, famous throughout the world for my cunning. My home is Ithaca, a small rocky island in the Western Sea that means everything to me. I've spent 10 years trying to return. A gasp ran through the hall. This was Odysseus himself, the architect of Troy's destruction, the cleverest of all the Greeks, sitting at their table. Since leaving Troy's burning towers, I have wandered seas no Greek has sailed before, seen horrors beyond mortal imagination, lost every one of my faithful companions to monsters, storms, and divine wrath. Every attempt to reach my homeland has ended in tragedy, each disaster worse than the last. He looked around the silent hall, at the faces of those who stared back at him. But you asked for my story, he said, settling back in his chair, accepting the wine cup the servant offered. Then I will tell it all, from the day we sailed from Troy to the moment I washed up naked and alone on your shore. Listen then to the tale of my wanderings, and judge for yourselves whether any man has suffered more at the hands of the gods. Part 5. Lost at Sea. As Odysseus began his story in the great hall of Alcinous, the torches flickering against the stone walls, he recalled back to the last days of the Trojan War 10 years prior. His 12 black ships sat low in the water, their hollow hulls loaded with Trojan gold looted from the city. His men, tired after a decade of war, yearned for nothing more than to feel Ithacan soil beneath their feet once more. The warriors sang as they pushed the ships into the surf, their voices carrying across the water a song of homecoming after 10 long years. They would first head north along the Thracian coast to look for supplies. Their stores were running low, the grain sacks nearly empty after the final weeks of the siege. After 2 days of sailing, they landed on the shores of Ismara. This was the home of the Ciconians, a fierce Thracian tribe who had sent warriors to fight alongside the Trojans, their cavalry famous throughout the region for their skill with both the spear and the bow. The raid began at dawn. Odysseus and his men swept through the city, overwhelming the drowsy sentries before they could raise an alarm. They gathered the supplies they desperately needed, loading their ships with amphoras of wine, sacks of barley, and fresh water from the city's wells. But Odysseus, knowing speed was essential, urged his men to leave quickly, to take what they needed and depart before the Ciconians could mount a counterattack. His words fell on deaf ears. The men, drunk on victory and Ciconian wine, refused to listen. They slaughtered cattle on the beach, roasting the meat over makeshift fires while passing wineskins from hand to hand. As the sun climbed higher and the shadows grew short, Odysseus watched the hills with growing unease. His fears proved justified. By afternoon, the surviving Ciconians had gathered their neighbors from the inland settlements, assembling a force that outnumbered the Greeks 5-1. The battle was fierce but brief. Spears clashed against shields, and the beach ran red with blood. 6 men from each of Odysseus' ships fell to the Ciconian assault, their bodies left behind in the hasty retreat as the Greeks fought their way back to their vessels. They pushed off from the blood-stained shore, with Ciconian arrows still whistling overhead, splashing into the water around the ships as they made their escape. With their first landing already having turned to disaster, they sailed away in silence. Only when they were safely offshore did they break it, calling out the names of each dead companion 3 times, an ancient custom meant to ensure the souls would find their way to Hades, despite their bodies lying unburied on foreign sand. Heading south, they would sail around the familiar shores of Greece, past headlands they knew by name and islands where they had stopped in happier times. The men spoke excitedly of home as they passed Euboea's long coastline, of wives they had not seen in a decade, and children who had not recognized their fathers' faces. They sailed through the night when the weather was fair, navigating by the stars that Greek sailors had used for generations. Then finally they turned north towards Ithaca, towards home. But as they neared those beloved shores, when they could almost see the fishing boats dotting the beaches, Zeus himself intervened. A great storm erupted from a clear sky, the kind of tempest that only the gods can summon. In moments their sails were gone, ripped away into the darkness. The ships groaned and cracked under the assault of waves that came from every angle, water flooding the decks faster than the men could handle. For 9 days and nights the storm raged without mercy. The men could do nothing but bail water and pray, clinging to the rigging as their ships were driven far from any course they knew. When the 10th day finally brought calm seas, they found themselves in waters no Greek had sailed before, approaching an island shrouded in mist, where strange white flowers grew down to the water's edge. Part 6. The Island of the Lotus Eaters. Lost and confused, with no stars they recognized in the foreign sky above them, Odysseus and his crew would drag their battered ships onto the island's sandy shore. The beach was unnaturally quiet, with no sound of seabirds or the breaking of waves, only a heavy, sweet fragrance that hung in the air like incense in a temple. The men stumbled from their ships on unsteady legs, their throats parched from days of drinking only the salty water they had managed to collect during the storm. They had not walked far inland when they encountered the island's inhabitants emerging from groves of strange trees. These people moved with an odd, dreamlike slowness, their faces bearing peaceful smiles that never seemed to change. Their clothes were simple white robes, stained purple at the edges from some unknown liquid. When Odysseus asked them for help and directions, hoping to find their way back to familiar waters, the islanders tilted their heads as if the question puzzled them. "Directions?" one of them said, his voice soft and distant, as if speaking from within a dream. "Why would you wish to leave? Here, taste this instead." They offered what was to them a sacred item, the fruit of the island's many lotus trees, holding out the strange blossoms with both hands, like priests making an offering. The lotus fruit was unlike anything the Greeks had seen before, white as ivory, with delicate petals that trembled in the breeze. 3 of Odysseus's scouts sent ahead to investigate, took the fruit eagerly, their hunger overcoming caution. As they bit into the soft flesh, the juice ran down their chins, staining their beards purple. The effect was almost instantaneous. Their eyes grew heavy and unfocused, pupils dilating until they were black as the night. Smiles spread across their faces, the same unchanging expression worn by all the island's inhabitants. "Home," one of the scouts murmured, swaying on his feet. "What home? This is home. This has always been home." The lotus fruit, as Odysseus was soon to realize, contained a powerful drug that invaded the mind, making those who consumed it fall into a waking sleep, forgetting their past, their families, their very names, wanting nothing more than to stay on the island forever, eating lotus and dreaming empty dreams. As several more of his crew began to fall down around him, their eyes rolling back in their heads, Odysseus would realize the sinister nature of the fruit. He saw how the island's inhabitants wandered aimlessly through the groves, some sitting beneath trees for what might have been days or years, lotus juice dried on their clothes, their hair grown long and wild. "Stop!" he roared, striking the fruit from his men's hands. "Eat nothing! Touch nothing! This is a cursed place!" But for those who had already eaten, it was too late. They sat down where they were, weeping when Odysseus tried to raise them, begging to be allowed to stay and eat more lotus, to become another lost soul wandering the groves. Rescuing his sleeping companions became a battle in itself. Odysseus had to physically carry them to the ships, their bodies limp as sacks of grain, while they wept and pleaded, reaching out towards the lotus groves with trembling hands. Odysseus ordered the ships pushed off immediately, not even taking time to fill their water jars. They rowed hard, putting distance between themselves and that island of forgetfulness, with the sweet scent of lotus still clinging to their clothes. As the island disappeared into the haze behind them, the affected men finally began to wake from their stupor, remembering their names, their homes, weeping now with relief rather than loss. If you're enjoying the story so far and want access to our entire catalogue of content, then become a Deep Dive member. Here we have exclusive stories, bonus episodes, and interviews with professors and industry experts. From a 2-hour epic retelling of Jason and the Argonauts to a deep dive on Homer and the authors of Greek mythology, access it all by joining the channel membership today. Part 7. The Cyclops. Odysseus and his fleet of 12 black ships had been at sea for longer than any of them had expected. The holds that should have been filled with Trojan gold now contained only empty amphorae and the last crumbs of stale bread. The men's stomachs cramped with hunger and their lips were cracked from rationing water under the relentless Mediterranean sun. When they finally spotted land on the horizon, the exhausted sailors pulled at their oars with renewed vigor. Stopping at the first sheltered bay they came across, they dragged their ships onto the pebbled beach and collapsed on the shore, grateful for the solid ground beneath them. As the mist cleared, Odysseus spotted smoke rising from what appeared to be a shepherd's camp in the distance, nestled between limestone cliffs. Where there were shepherds, there would be food. Selecting 12 of his most trusted warriors, Odysseus set out to investigate. Taking several cases of strong wine to trade, gifts they had been saving for their journey home, The hungry crew climbed the rocky path that wound up from the beach. The scent of sheep dung and wood smoke grew stronger as they approached. They soon discovered a massive cave, its mouth yawning wide like an entrance to the underworld itself. Inside, their eyes widened at the sight before them. Wheels of cheese, each the size of a warrior's shield, were stacked along the walls. Pails of fresh milk stood in neat rows, their surfaces still covered with thick cream. Joints of smoked meat hung from wooden beams, and pens at the back of the cave held lambs being fattened for slaughter. The warriors looked to Odysseus, practically trembling at the sight of so much food. "Quick," one of them urged. "Let us take what we need and return to the ships before the owner returns." But Odysseus, ever curious, ever confident in his ability to talk his way through any situation, wanted to meet this wealthy shepherd. Perhaps they could establish proper trade, secure supplies for the long journey ahead. Unfortunately, it would prove to be one of the few times his cleverness would fail him. The men helped themselves to the cheese and milk, grateful to eat after days of near starvation. They were still eating when the ground around them began to shake. Heavy footsteps, each one like a boulder dropping from a cliff, approached the cave. The sheep and goats outside bleated in recognition as their master returned. Through the cave mouth came the most terrifying sight any of them had ever witnessed. Polyphemus stood 10 times the height of a normal man. His single eye, bloodshot with red veins, set in the center of his broad forehead. His arms were thick as ancient oak trees, his fingers like ship's masts. He drove his flock before him into the cave, the sheep flowing around his massive legs like a white river. Once all his animals were inside, the Cyclops reached for a boulder that 20 men could not have moved. Lifting it as easily as a man might lift a sack of grain, he sealed the entrance completely, trapping the Greeks inside with only the cooking fire for light. When Polyphemus noticed the strangers huddled against the cave wall, his massive eye narrowed with rage. "Who are you?" his voice boomed, shaking dust from the ceiling. "Thieves? Pirates come to rob me?" "Neither, great shepherd," Odysseus called out. Stepping forward with the confidence that had served him well in countless negotiations during the war, "We are traders, blown off course on our journey home from Troy. We come offering wine in exchange for provisions. The laws of hospitality, protected by Zeus himself, demand..." But Polyphemus cared nothing for the laws of hospitality or the gods who protected travelers. His massive hands shot out faster than seemed possible for something so large. He grabbed 2 of Odysseus's men, one in each fist. The warriors barely had time to scream before the Cyclops crushed them like ripe grapes, their bones snapping with sounds that would haunt the survivors forever. Blood ran between the giant's fingers as he brought the broken bodies to his mouth, devouring them entirely, armor and all, the bronze crunching between his teeth like nuts. The remaining Greeks stepped back, pressing themselves against the cave wall, paralyzed with terror. They had faced the greatest warriors of Troy, but nothing had prepared them for this monster. Satisfied with his meal, Polyphemus lay down among his sheep and fell into a deep sleep, his snores rumbling through the cave as Odysseus and his men lay trembling in the darkness, afraid to make any move that might wake the giant. The next morning, when dawn's first light filtered through cracks around the boulder, Polyphemus rose, milked his sheep with surprising gentleness, then grabbed 2 more Greeks for his breakfast. He moved the boulder aside to let his flock out to graze, but immediately sealed it again once they had passed, trapping the survivors inside. This became the pattern of their nightmare. Each morning, 2 men for breakfast. Each evening when the flock returned, 2 more for dinner. The cave floor became sticky with blood. Odysseus, the man whose cunning had brought down the walls of Troy, knew that pure strength alone would never defeat this monster. Even if all his remaining men attacked at once, they could never overcome the Cyclops. And even if by some miracle they killed him, they would die of starvation, trapped forever behind the immovable boulder that sealed the cave. Brute force had no place here. Only the cleverness of words and wine could save them now. On the third night of their captivity, after Polyphemus had consumed 2 more companions, Odysseus approached the giant with a large ceramic jar. "Great Polyphemus," he said, his voice steady despite the gore still visible on the Cyclops' chin, "you have been feasting on my men, but you have not tasted the finest part of our cargo. This is wine from the vineyards of Ismarus, given to me by the priest of Apollo. It is strong enough that we mix 1 part wine with 20 parts water. Perhaps it would help wash down the taste of your meal." The Cyclops snatched the jar and drank deeply, the wine running down his beard as he did so. His single eye widened with pleasure. He had never tasted anything so potent, so sweet. "More!" he bellowed, and Odysseus obliged, pouring jar after jar of the unmixed wine down the giant's throat. "This is magnificent!" Polyphemus roared, already swaying slightly. "You are generous for one about to die. Tell me your name, little man, so that I might thank you properly. Perhaps I shall even give you a gift, a special honor." Odysseus bowed low, hiding his smile. "My name, generous host, is Nobody. Nobody is my name. Nobody is what my mother and father call me." "Nobody," the Cyclops laughed, the sound booming off the cave walls. "Well then, nobody, your gift is this. I shall eat nobody last of all. All your companions first, then nobody." He found this tremendously funny, laughing until tears ran from his great eye. The wine had done its work well. Soon the giant collapsed backwards among his sheep, unconscious, the liquid dribbling from his open mouth. Now Odysseus revealed the second part of his plan. Earlier he had found an enormous olive wood staff in the cave, as long as a ship's mast and thicker than a man could embrace. It was the Cyclops' walking stick, left behind that morning. Working quickly but quietly, Odysseus and 4 of his strongest men sharpened one end to a vicious point, then hardened it in the coals of the fire until the tip glowed red hot. "Remember," Odysseus whispered to his men as they lifted the massive stake, "we blind him, but do not kill him. Dead, he is a mountain of flesh blocking our escape. Alive and blind, he is our key to freedom." They positioned themselves. The stake balanced on their shoulders like a battering ram. At Odysseus' signal, they charged forward and drove the burning point deep into the Cyclops' single eye. The sound was like a blacksmith plunging hot metal into water, a horrible hissing and bubbling. The stench of burning flesh filled the cave. Polyphemus woke with a scream that seemed to split the very rocks, a sound so terrible that the Greeks nearly dropped the stake in their terror. Blood and fluid poured from the ruined eye as the giant clawed at his face, trying to pull out the weapon that had destroyed his sight. His agonized roaring was so loud that Cyclopses from all across the island came running, gathering outside the sealed cave. "Polyphemus!" they called through the boulder. "What troubles you, brother? Is someone stealing your sheep? Is someone trying to kill you?" From inside came the pain-maddened reply, "Nobody! Nobody is killing me! Nobody has blinded me!" The Cyclopses outside exchanged puzzled looks. "If nobody is hurting you," one called back, Then this must be a sickness sent by Zeus. There is nothing we can do for divine ailments. Pray to your father Poseidon for relief. And with that, they wandered away, leaving Polyphemus alone in his agony. Odysseus's trick had worked perfectly. But while the giant was now blind, groping around the cave with his massive hands, trying to catch his tormentors, there was still the problem of escape. The boulder remained immovable to mortal men, and Polyphemus, despite his blindness, would have to move it in the morning to let his flock out to graze. That night, as the Cyclops moaned and cursed in the darkness, Odysseus executed the final part of his plan. Using strips torn from the clothing of their dead companions, he and his men quietly tied themselves to the undersides of the largest rams in the flock. They bound themselves tightly beneath the woolly bellies, their fingers groping deep into the fleece. When dawn came, Polyphemus, still weeping blood from his destroyed eye, felt his way to the boulder. He was no fool, even in his pain. He knew the humans would try to escape with his flock. Standing in the entrance, he carefully ran his hands over the back and sides of each sheep as it passed, checking for riders. But he never thought to feel beneath them, never imagined that men would have the strength to cling to the undersides of his rams. One by one, the sheep carried the Greeks to freedom. Odysseus went last, tied beneath the largest ram, Polyphemus's favorite. Once clear of the cave, the men cut themselves free and ran for the beach, driving a good portion of the flock before them as payment for their suffering. They loaded the sheep onto their ships and pushed off from that cursed shore as quickly as their oars could take them. They should have sailed away in silence. They should have vanished beyond the horizon without a word. But Odysseus, the hero of Troy, could not resist one final boast. As their ships pulled away from the island, he stood at the stern and shouted back at the beach, "Cyclops, you fool! Did you think the men you trapped were helpless prey? You brought this on yourself. You dared to devour guests under your own roof, and now the gods have given you what you deserve." But this was not enough for Odysseus. As Polyphemus roared in rage, the hero called out again, "If anyone asks who blinded you, who bested you with cleverness and courage, tell them it was not nobody. It was Odysseus, son of Laertes, sacker of cities, hero of Troy. It is Odysseus of Ithaca who has defeated you." From the shore came a roar of pure rage. Polyphemus, guided by the voice, hurled a massive boulder that landed just behind their ship, the splash nearly capsizing them. He threw another and another, each one falling closer as the Greeks rowed desperately for open water. But worse than the boulders was what followed. Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, faced the ocean and prayed to his father in the depths below. "Hear me, Earthshaker, Lord of the seas. If I am truly your son, grant me this curse upon Odysseus of Ithaca. May he lose every one of his companions. May he wander the seas for years, lost and alone. And if the fates decree he must reach his homeland, let him arrive as a broken man on a foreign ship to find only sorrow in his own house." Far beneath the waves, Poseidon heard his son's prayer. The god's anger rose like a storm tide, and from that moment, Odysseus was marked. The sea itself would become his enemy. Every wave would fight against him. Every current would pull him from his course. The journey home that should have taken weeks would stretch to 10 long years. All because Odysseus, in his pride, had to reveal who had truly bested the Cyclops. Part 8. Iolus and the Laestrygonians. Unaware of the curse that Poseidon had placed upon him, unaware that the very sea beneath his hull had become his enemy, Odysseus sailed on with his fleet. After days of rowing through calm waters that seemed almost suspiciously peaceful, they spotted something extraordinary on the horizon, an island that seemed to float above the waves. This was Iolia, the floating kingdom of Iolus, keeper of the winds. The king himself stood on the harbour to greet them, a figure both regal and strange, his robes constantly whippling as if touched by invisible breezes. His palace was unlike anything the Greeks had ever seen, built entirely of bronze that sang softly when the wind passed through it, creating an endless, haunting melody. For 10 days and 10 nights, Iolus entertained his guests with magnificent feasts. The hall was filled with the king's 12 children, 6 sons and 6 daughters who had married one another according to their ancient customs. Each evening, Iolus would regale them with stories of the winds themselves, how the north wind was proud and harsh, how the west wind brought rain and sorrow, how the south wind carried the heat of distant deserts. On the morning of their departure, as Odysseus's men loaded their ships with fresh supplies, King Iolus presented his guests with an extraordinary gift. It was a leather bag made from an ox hide, bound tightly with a silver cord. In this bag, Iolus explained, I have trapped every contrary wind that might blow you off course. I leave only the west wind free to carry you swiftly home to Ithaca. Guard this carefully, Odysseus. Do not open it until you stand on your own shore, or all the winds will rush out at once. Odysseus thanked the king profusely, storing the bag carefully at the stern of his ship, where he could watch it personally. Setting sail with the west wind filling their sails, the fleet made remarkable progress. For 9 days and nights, Odysseus did not sleep, his hand constantly on the steering oar, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The mysterious bag sat beside him, occasionally twitching and bulging as the imprisoned winds fought to escape. On the 10th day, exhausted but triumphant, Odysseus could see it at last. Ithaca. His homeland rose from the sea, its familiar mountains sharp against the sky. They were so close that he could hear dogs barking on the shore. Finally, overcome by exhaustion, convinced that safety was assured, Odysseus allowed his eyes to close. It was the moment his crew had been waiting for. For 10 days they had watched their captain guard that leather bag, never letting anyone near it. They had whispered among themselves during the night watches, convinced that Iolus had filled it with gold and silver, treasures that Odysseus planned to keep for himself, while they, who had suffered equally at Troy, would receive nothing. Look at it, muttered one sailor to another as they crept towards the stern. He returns home with wealth, while we have only scars to show our families. We deserve our share, agreed another, reaching for the silver cord. Just a handful of gold each. Surely he won't miss that. The moment they loosened the cord, disaster struck. The bag erupted like a volcano, all the imprisoned winds bursting forth at once in a screaming gale that sent men tumbling across the deck. The north wind and the south wind fought each other in violent spirals. The east wind slammed into the west wind. The storm seized their ships and tossed them violently, masts snapping, sails tearing to rags. Men clung to whatever they could find as the fleet was hurled backwards across the sea, away from Ithaca, away from home, spinning helplessly in the tempest. Odysseus woke to find himself being dragged across the deck by the tempest. Through the spray and chaos, he saw Ithaca disappearing into the distance, becoming smaller and smaller until it vanished entirely. The despair that gripped him was so complete that for a moment he considered throwing himself into the churning sea. Only the thought of his men, screaming in terror as they fought to control their ships, kept him at his post. when the winds finally exhausted themselves, when the sea finally calmed, the battered fleet found itself back where they had started. The walls of Iolia rose before them once again, but this time no welcome awaited them. When Odysseus climbed the familiar path to the palace, he found the great bronze doors barred against him. "Go away!" King Iolaus called from the walls, his face cold as a north wind. He commanded, "I know now what you are, Odysseus. No mortal could squander such a gift through mere misfortune. The gods themselves must despise you to have brought you back to my door. I will not help one whom the immortals have cursed. Leave my island immediately, or I shall unleash such winds as will tear your ships to splinters." With no choice but to obey, Odysseus returned to his men, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. They sailed away from Iolia in silence, rowing when the wind failed them, each stroke of the oars feeling like a condemnation. Still unaware that it was Poseidon himself who orchestrated their misfortunes, they pressed on through waters that grew stranger with each passing day. After 6 days of hard rowing, with their water running low and the men grumbling about their captain's leadership, they spotted land once more. It was a harbour unlike any they had seen before, perfectly circular, surrounded by tall cliffs that rose like walls on every side. The entrance was so narrow that the ships had to enter in single file. Inside, the harbour was eerily calm, the water completely still. It seemed safe, protected, a perfect place to rest and resupply. 11 of the 12 ships entered the harbour, tying up alongside each other in the still water. But Odysseus, made cautious by the recent disasters, kept his own ship outside, mooring it to a rock near the harbour's mouth, where he could make a quick escape if needed. He selected 3 of his most reliable scouts, men who had served him well at Troy, and sent them inland to learn about the inhabitants and perhaps trade for supplies. The scouts climbed the cliff path eagerly, glad to stretch their legs after days at sea. At the top, they found themselves on a broad plain with a road that led towards smoke rising in the distance. The first person they encountered was a young woman, tall and strong, carrying a water jar on her shoulder. She seemed friendly enough, smiling at their greeting and pointing them toward the town when they asked. But there was something unsettling about her size. She stood a full head taller than the tallest of them, and her arms were as thick as a man's thigh. Following her directions, they entered what they thought was a town, but quickly realized was something far more terrifying. The buildings were enormous, the doorways so high that the Greeks had to crane their necks to see the tops. And then they saw the inhabitants. Giants, true giants, each one larger than any being they had seen before. The scouts ran, but they had been seen. The alarm went up, a horrible bellowing that echoed across the plain. The giants, the Laestrygonians as they were known, came pouring out of their houses, hundreds of them, men and women alike, all massive, all hungry. For these were not just giants, but cannibals, and they had not tasted human flesh in many months. The 3 scouts sprinted back toward the cliffs, but only one made it. The other 2 were caught, their screams cut short as the giants grabbed them and bit through their armor as easily as biting through bread. The surviving scouts tumbled down the cliff path, screaming warnings to the fleet below. But it was too late. The Laestrygonians had reached the cliff tops. Looking down at the trapped ships in the harbour, they saw a feast laid out before them. The giants began tearing huge chunks of rock from the cliff tops, boulders the size of ox carts, and hurling them down at the Greek ships below. The harbour that had seemed like such perfect protection now sealed their fate. The ships had nowhere to maneuver, packed together as they were in the narrow space. The first boulder struck a ship head-on, breaking it in half, men spilling into the water. Another boulder, then another, came crashing down. The giant's aim was deadly accurate, generations of this exact hunting method having made them expert marksmen. Ships splintered and sank. Men thrashed in the water, trying to swim for safety, but the Laestrygonians had come down to the water's edge now, spearing the swimmers like fish, pulling them from the water and devouring them while they still screamed. The harbour turned red with blood, littered with broken timber and the floating bodies of those the giants were saving for later. Odysseus, watching in horror from his ship outside the harbour, knew there was nothing he could do. Those men were doomed. With tears streaming down his face, he cut his mooring rope and ordered his crew to row for their lives. Behind them, the screams of their comrades grew fainter and fainter until there was only the sound of the giant's laughter carrying across the water. Of the 12 ships that had escaped Polyphemus' island, only one remained. Of the hundreds of men who had survived Troy, only Odysseus' own crew of 45 souls still lived. As they rode through the night, exhausted and traumatized, each man wondered the same thing. What god had they offended to deserve such relentless catastrophe? Part 9. Circe. Days passed at sea as the men mourned their losses before they finally spotted another island. Odysseus' remaining ship, battered and leaking, desperately needed repairs. The men needed food and fresh water, but more than that, they needed hope. The island was called Aia, though they did not know its name yet, nor that it was home to Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios. Circe was a sorceress whose knowledge of herbs and potions was matched only by her beauty and her hatred of outsiders. Odysseus divided his remaining men into 2 groups. Half would stay with him to guard the ship and set up camp on the beach. The other group would explore inland and search for inhabitants. The men drew lots to see who would go, many of them trembling as they reached into the helmet, praying they would be allowed to stay with the ship. The unlucky group, 22 men led by Odysseus' trusted lieutenant, Eurylochus, set off inland with heavy hearts. They followed a path that wound through the forest between ancient oaks and pines. The further they walked, the stranger things became. They began to see animals watching them from between the trees, but these were not the deer or rabbits one might expect. Lions lounged in the undergrowth, their golden eyes tracking the Greeks' movement. Wolves sat calmly beside the path, their tongues lolling out as if they were dogs waiting for their master. The men gripped their swords tighter, expecting an attack at any moment, but the beasts made no aggressive moves. If anything, they seemed almost sad, whimpering softly as the Greeks passed. One wolf even approached Eurylochus, nuzzling his hand gently before slinking back into the forest. At the heart of the island stood a beautiful house built of polished stone that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. The walls were perfectly smooth, without seam or mortar, as if the entire structure had been carved from a single enormous rock. From within came the sound of singing, a woman's voice, so lovely that the men stopped in their tracks, enchanted by the melody. The voice sang of ancient things, of the time before Zeus ruled, when the Titans still walked the earth. The doors of the house stood open, and through them wafted the most incredible smells: roasting meat, fresh bread, wines spiced with cinnamon and honey. The men's stomachs, empty for days except for ship's rations, rumbled with desire. After a brief discussion, they called out a greeting. The singing stopped, and a woman appeared at the doorway. She was beautiful beyond description, tall and graceful, with dark hair that fell to her waist. She wore robes of silk that shifted and shimmered as she moved. This was Circe, although she introduced herself simply as the Lady of the Island. "Travellers!" she exclaimed, her voice warm with welcome. "How wonderful to have guests! You look exhausted and hungry. Please come inside. I've just prepared a feast, as if the fates themselves told me to expect company." All 22 men followed her eagerly inside. Only Eurylochus held back, some instinct warning him against trusting this mysterious woman. Perhaps it was the way the lions and wolves had behaved, or perhaps it was simply that they had encountered too many disasters to trust easy hospitality. He hid himself behind a pillar where he could peer through a window and watch what transpired within. The interior of the house was even more magnificent than the exterior. Furniture of silver and gold sat between tapestries that depicted the deeds of gods and heroes. Circe seated the men on beautiful chairs and benches, clapping her hands to summon previously unseen servants who brought plate after plate of food. There was barley meal mixed with cheese and honey, and strong wine in polished cups. The men ate ravenously, laughing and joking for the first time in weeks. But Eurylochus, watching from his hiding place, saw what the others did not. He saw Circe moving behind the feasting men, pulling a small vial from her robes and letting drops of clear liquid fall into each cup of wine. He saw her lips moving in a chant, though he could not hear the words over the men's cheerful conversation. And he saw her draw a long wand of polished wood from her sleeve, holding it ready. The effect was almost immediate. The men's eyelids began to droop. One by one they slumped forward, cups falling to the floor. Within moments, all 22 were unconscious, sprawled across the beautiful furniture where they had fallen. Circe stood among them, her beautiful face now wearing a cold smile. She raised her wand and spoke words in a language older than Greek, older perhaps than human speech itself. The air shimmered with power, and the sleeping men began to change. Their faces elongated into snouts. Their hands and feet hardened into hooves. Coarse bristles sprouted from their skin. Their armor fell away from bodies that were reshaping themselves into something no longer human. Within minutes, where 22 Greek warriors had sat, there were now 22 pigs, squealing in confusion and terror. But here was the cruelest part of Circe's magic. The men retained their human minds. Inside each pig was a man fully aware of what had happened to him, screaming internally while only pig squeals emerged from his throat. They tried to speak, to plead, but only grunts came out. They tried to stand upright, but fell onto all fours, their new bodies refusing to obey their human instincts. Circe laughed, a sound that made clear she had done this many times before. "Come, my pretty pigs," she said, using her wand to herd them outside. "The sty awaits you. Acorns and slop will be your feast now, not wine and honey cakes." Eurylochus waited until she had driven the transformed men to a pen behind the house, then ran. He ran as he had never run before, crashing through the forest, ignoring the paths, taking the straightest route back to the beach. The docile wolves and lions watched him pass, and now he understood. They too had once been men, sailors from other ships, transformed by Circe's magic into beasts. He burst onto the beach just as the sun was setting, falling to his knees before Odysseus, gasping out the terrible tale between ragged breaths. The men who had remained with the ship listened in horror, many of them weeping for their transformed comrades. Odysseus listened to every word. When Eurylochus finished, the captain stood and buckled on his sword. "Where are you going?" Eurylochus gasped. "You cannot face her alone. She is a goddess or something close to it. She will transform you as she did the others." "Then I will die trying to free them," Odysseus replied. "I have lost too many men already. I will not abandon these as well." He set off through the darkening forest, following the path Eurylochus had described. But he had not gone far when a young man stepped out from behind a tree. The stranger was beautiful beyond mortal standards, with golden hair and winged sandals, carrying a staff entwined with serpents. Odysseus recognized him immediately and fell to his knees. This was Hermes, messenger of the gods. "Rise, Odysseus," Hermes said, his voice carrying amusement. "You show more wisdom in recognizing me than in walking alone to face Circe. Still, your courage has earned you aid. The witch's magic is powerful, but not insurmountable." The god reached into his traveling pouch and withdrew a plant with a black root and white flower. "This is Mo," he exclaimed, "sacred to the gods and fatal for mortals who pluck it from the earth, but I give it to you freely. Eat it now, and Circe's potions will have no power over you." Odysseus took the herb gratefully, chewing the bitter root as Hermes instructed. "When she strikes you with her wand and sees her magic fail," the god continued, "she will be afraid. Rush at her with your sword drawn as if to kill her. She will beg for mercy and invite you to her bed. Do not refuse, or she can help you free your men and aid your journey home. But first, make her swear by the river Styx to do you no harm and to restore your men, or she will rob you of your strength and manhood when you are most vulnerable." With that final warning, Hermes vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving Odysseus to continue on alone. When he reached Circe's glowing house, he called out as his men had done. The sorceress appeared even more beautiful in the moonlight, clearly pleased to have another visitor so soon. "Welcome, stranger," she began. "Your friends are resting comfortably. Won't you join them for dinner?" She led him inside, serving him the same meal she had given his men. Odysseus ate heartily, showing no suspicion, even drinking the wine he knew to be poisoned. Circe watched him closely, barely concealing her eagerness. When he had drained his cup, she pulled out her wand with a triumphant smile. "Now, pig, to the sty with your friends." She struck him with the wand, speaking the words of transformation. Nothing happened. Odysseus stood surly, drawing his sword and pressing its point against Circe's pale throat. The goddess's eyes widened in genuine shock. Never before had her magic failed. "Witch," Odysseus said, his voice hard as iron, "you will swear by the river Styx, the oath that even gods cannot break. Swear that you will restore my men to their true forms, and that you will work no more magic against me or my companions." Circe stared at him for a long moment. Then something changed in her expression. Wonder replaced shock, and she actually smiled. "You can only be Odysseus," she said. "Hermes told me long ago that a man would come who could resist my magic, and that his name would be Odysseus of Ithaca." She moved closer, despite the sword still pointed at her throat. "Come," she said, her voice suddenly warm and inviting. "Put away your weapon and let us go to my bed. Let us learn to trust each other as only lovers can do." Not until you swear the oath, Odysseus replied, keeping his blade steady. I know what you do to men when they are vulnerable. Circe raised her hands and spoke the binding words. I swear by the river Styx that I will work no magic against you, that I will bring you no harm in my bed or anywhere else. Thunder rumbled in the distance as the oath was sealed. Now, son of Laertes, sheath your sword and come with me. Only then did Odysseus lower his weapon. Circe led him to a chamber where fine tapestries hung on every wall and the bed was spread with purple cloth. She was true to her oath, and when dawn came, she had her servants prepare a bath for him with warm water and fragrant oils. They dressed him in a fresh tunic and cloak, then led him to a hall where a feast was waiting. But Odysseus would not touch the food. He sat in silence, staring at the laden table. What troubles you? Circe asked. Why do you sit like a man in mourning when I have given you everything against good desire? How can I eat? Odysseus replied, when my men are still grunting in your pigsty. If you want me to feast in your hall, first restore my companions to their true forms. Circe smiled and rose from her chair. Your reputation for cunning is well earned. Very well. She led him to the sty, where 22 swine crowded against the fence, squealing desperately when they saw their captain. Circe rubbed each pig with a different drug, and the magic reversed itself. Bristles fell away, hooves became hands and feet, snouts shrank back into human faces. The men stood before him, naked and confused, but whole, actually looking younger and stronger than they had before their transformation. The reunion was joyful, with the men embracing each other and weeping. Circe, now bound by her oath, provided the men with clothing and food, real food this time, without any magical additions. She sent them back to the beach to fetch Odysseus's remaining crew, guaranteeing their safety. Circe was so taken with Odysseus's courage and cleverness that she invited him to stay as her guest, not as a pig in her sty, but as a man in her bed. For a full year, they remained in Aea, recovering from their traumas, eating Circe's magnificent food, drinking her wine, and growing strong again. Odysseus spent his nights with the goddess, and from their union would eventually come a son, Telegonus, though Odysseus would not learn of his existence for many years. But as the year turned, the men grew restless. They had families waiting in Ithaca, wives and children who thought them dead. Finally, Odysseus too felt the pull of home and told Circe he must leave. The goddess was sad, but not surprised. I knew this day would come, she said. But Odysseus, your journey home will not be easy. The gods have placed many obstacles in your path, and you sail toward dangers that would break lesser men. Before you face them, you must seek knowledge. You must sail to the very edge of the world, to the entrance of Hades itself, and speak with the ghost of the prophet Tiresias. Only he can tell you how to survive what lies ahead. She gave him detailed instructions for the terrible journey, what sacrifices to make and what words to speak. As his men prepared the ship for departure, loading it with supplies Circe had provided, she pulled Odysseus aside one final time. Remember, hero, she said, touching his face gently. The sea itself is your enemy, though you do not yet know why. Every wave hides a danger, every calm nothing, question everything, and perhaps, just perhaps, you will see Ithaca again. As their black ship sailed away from Aea, Odysseus stood at the stern, watching the island fade into the distance. But not all his men were aboard. In the rush of departure, no one had noticed that Elpino, the youngest of the crew, was missing. The night before, Elpino had drunk heavily at the farewell feast. Seeking fresh air, he had climbed a ladder to Circe's flat roof and passed out, completely deaf to the world. When the morning came and he heard his companions calling to each other, preparing the ship for departure, Elpino woke with a start. Still drunk and confused about where he was, he stood up quickly and walked straight off the edge of the roof. It was not a great height, but he fell head first, his neck snapping against the stone courtyard below. His soul fled immediately to the house of Hades, travelling swifter than any ship, so that his ghost would arrive in the underworld before his companions, waiting there to beg Odysseus for the proper burial his body had been denied. They would not discover his absence until they were far out to sea, and by then it was too late to turn back. The men wept for their lost companion, another life claimed by this cursed journey, but they could only sail forward, preparing themselves for the descent to the very edge of the world that Circe had described. Part 10. The Underworld. Following Circe's precise instructions, Odysseus and his men sailed to the very edge of the world, where the sun never shines, and the river Oceanus meets the entrance to Hades. The water here was black as tar, and a thick mist clung to everything, so dense that they could barely see the prow of their own ship. No birds flew in this cursed sky. No fish swam in these dead waters. Even the wind seemed reluctant to blow here, forcing them to row through the still waters. They beached their ship on a shore of dark sand that crunched like bones beneath their feet. Before them lay the grove of Persephone, queen of the underworld, where black poplars and willows grew, their branches drooping toward the dead earth. These trees, sacred to Persephone, mark the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Beyond the grove, exactly as Circe had described, they found a place where two rivers of the underworld converged. Pyriphlegethon, the river of fire, and Cocytus, the river of lamentation, both flowing into Acheron, the river of woe. At this meeting point of the infernal rivers, Odysseus ordered his men to dig a pit. His hands shook slightly as he performed the rituals Circe had taught him. First, he poured libations around the pit, honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, and finally clear water, sprinkling white barley over it all. Then came the blood sacrifice. 2 sheep, a black ram and a black ewe, were brought forward. Odysseus cut their throats, letting the dark blood flow into the pit, while speaking the prayers to the dead that Circe had whispered to him in the night. At once, the dead began to rise. Up from the earth, drawn by the scent of blood, came spirits who rose like smoke from cracks in the ground, translucent and grey. First came the young brides who had died before their wedding nights, then unmarried youths cut down in their prime. There were old men who had lived full lives, and young girls still mourning their lost futures. Warriors came too, their ghostly forms still bearing the wounds that had killed them, phantom spears protruding from their transparent chests. The dead pressed forward in crowds, thousands upon thousands, all desperate for a taste of the blood that would briefly restore their ability to speak and think clearly. Their moaning filled the air, a sound that chilled the living to their bones. Odysseus's crew cowered behind him, some weeping with terror, overwhelmed at the sight of so many spirits. Odysseus drew his sword, using it to keep the ghosts at bay, allowing none to drink until Tiresias appeared. But the first spirit to approach was not the prophet. It was Elpino, his youngest crew member, whose body still lay unburied on Circe's island. Unlike the other ghosts who needed blood to speak, Elpino could still talk clearly, for without proper burial rites, his soul had not fully crossed into death. "Captain!" Elpino's ghost cried, more solid than the others because his death was so recent. "How did you reach the house of Hades as fast as I, who travelled without a ship? My lord, I beg you, when you return to the world of the living, do not leave me unburied and unmourned. Return to Aea and burn my body with my armor. Build me a mound on the shore and plant my oar upon it, the oar I pulled when I was alive among my companions." Odysseus, his heart heavy with guilt, promised to fulfill these rites. Elpino's spirit drifted back into the shadows, satisfied that he had been heard. Next came a sight that shattered Odysseus's composure entirely. From the grey masses of the dead emerged his own mother, Anticlea. When he had left for Troy, she had been alive and well, waiting for his return. Now here she stood amongst the spirits, reaching toward him with pale arms. Odysseus wept openly, realizing she must have died during his long absence. 3 times he tried to embrace her, and 3 times his arms passed through her form as if she were made of mist. But he held her back from the blood, despite desperately wanting to speak with her. Tiresias must drink first. Finally, the ghost of the Theban prophet appeared, still carrying his golden staff, even in death. Unlike the other spirits who wandered aimlessly, Tiresias moved with purpose, his blind eyes somehow seeing more clearly than those of the living. Odysseus sheathed his sword and stepped back from the pit, allowing the prophet to drink the dark blood. As the liquid passed his lips, awareness flooded back into Tiresias' features. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and strong, not the whisper of the other ghosts. "Odysseus of Ithaca," the prophet began, "you seek a way home, but the god who shakes the earth has made your journey bitter. Poseidon will not forget that you blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. Still, you may yet reach home if you can control yourself and your men." The prophet spoke, as if seeing terrible visions, as he continued, "You will come to the island of Thrinacia, where the sun god Helios keeps his sacred cattle. These golden beasts number 350, and they neither give birth nor die. If you harm even one of them, I foresee destruction for your ship and all your crew. You alone might survive, but you would return home on a foreign ship, broken and alone, to find trouble in your own house, arrogant men consuming your wealth and courting your wife." Odysseus listened intently as Tiresias described the trials that lay ahead, and when the prophet finally finished speaking and withdrew, Odysseus finally allowed his mother to approach the blood. As she drank, recognition dawned in her ghostly features. "My son," she said, tears forming in her eyes, "how are you down here in this darkness while still alive? Have you been wandering all these years since Troy? Have you not yet reached Ithaca or seen your wife or son?" Through his own tears, Odysseus told her of his trials. In return, she gave him news of home. His wife Penelope still waited, though she wept each night. His son Telemachus, just a baby when he left, was now grown to manhood. His father, old Laertes, had withdrawn from the palace to live like a peasant on his farm, grieving for his lost son. As for herself, She had died not of illness, but of longing, her heart broken by Odysseus's absence. Odysseus tried to embrace his mother, to feel her warmth one final time, but she slipped through his arms like smoke. "We are ghosts, my son, nothing more," she explained sadly. "Return to the living, and to your wife, who waits for you." After his mother withdrew, many other spirits came forward to drink. Odysseus saw queens and princesses of old, alongside heroes from ancient times. But then came a procession that filled him with both joy and sorrow, the ghosts of his comrades from Troy. First was Agamemnon, the great king who had led the Greek forces. He wept as he told Odysseus of his murder at the hands of his own wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover, struck down on the very day he returned home from war. "Trust no woman completely," the dead king warned bitterly, "though your Penelope was always wise and faithful." Then came Achilles, the greatest warrior who ever lived, still magnificent, even as a spirit. After drinking the blood, he recognized Odysseus immediately. "Achilles," Odysseus said warmly, "you had everything in life. Fame, honor, and the respect of every Greek warrior. And look, even now you're a king amongst the spirits. Surely death is not so terrible for you." "Do not try to console me about death," Achilles replied bitterly. "I would rather be alive as the lowest slave to the poorest master than rule as king over the dead." The great warrior, who had chosen glory and death over a long but quiet life, now saw that choice had been wrong. Nothing in death was worth the simplest pleasures of being alive. As Odysseus continued speaking with his dead companions, the spirits began to grow more restless. More and more crowded forward, thousands of them, their moaning growing louder until it was like the roar of a terrible storm. They pressed closer and closer, no longer held back by his sword, their pale hands reaching, touching, grasping. "Back to the ship!" Odysseus shouted to his terrified men. They ran through the grove of Persephone, the twisted trees seeming to grasp at them with their skeletal branches. Behind them, the moaning of the dead rose to a horrible crescendo. They pushed their black ship into the water and rowed with all their strength, not daring to look back at the cursed shore. Having escaped the madness, Odysseus and his men sailed back across the ocean toward Aea, Circe's island, where they had one final task to fulfill. They found Elpenor's body exactly where it had fallen, still lying in the courtyard beneath Circe's roof, his neck bent at an unnatural angle. The men who had mocked him for his drinking now shed tears as they carried him to the shore. They built his funeral pyre high, burning his body with his armor as he had requested. When the flames died down and they had gathered his bones, they raised a mound over them and planted his ore on top, the ore he had pulled when he lived amongst them. Circe met them at her house, accompanied by servants carrying bread, meat, and wine. She had prepared a feast, knowing they would need strength for what lay ahead. As the men ate and tried to forget the horrors of the underworld, Circe drew Odysseus aside, leading him to a quiet corner where they could speak privately. "So you have been to the house of the dead and returned," she said, studying his face. "Listen carefully, for the journey ahead holds dangers that make the underworld seem peaceful. I will tell you exactly what you must do to survive, though I warn you now, not all your men can be saved." Through the night, as his exhausted crew slept, Circe detailed every horror that awaited them. She spoke of creatures and monsters, of impossible choices, where men would die no matter what path he chose. She taught him strategies and secrets, and when the next day came, she helped them load their ship with provisions. As they prepared to depart, Circe stood on the shore, her dark hair bound up for the morning breeze. "Remember everything I have told you," she called to Odysseus. "Trust nothing in the sea ahead, for Poseidon's rage follows you still." Then she sent a favorable wind to fill their black sail, the last gift she would ever give them. Part 11. The Sirens. They had been sailing for half a day when the wind that Circe had sent suddenly died. The sail hung slack, and the sea became perfectly still, not a ripple disturbing its surface. The men looked at each other uneasily. Such sudden calms were never natural, always the work of gods or monsters. Then they heard it, carried across the water, though there was no wind to bear it, singing. It started faintly, like voices from a distant shore, but grew clearer with each stroke of their oars. The melody was unlike anything mortal musicians could create, each note so perfect it made them forget everything else. Odysseus knew immediately what they faced. "The Sirens," he said to his crew, and several men went pale. Every sailor had heard tales of these creatures, though none had ever returned to describe them. They sat on their island, surrounded by the bones of men who had steered toward their voices, forgetting home, forgetting family, forgetting everything but the need to hear their song more clearly. "Quick," Odysseus commanded, pulling out a wheel of beeswax Circe had given him. "Soften this in your hands and plug your ears completely. Let no sound through, no matter how beautiful." The men obeyed hastily, rolling the wax between their palms until it was soft enough to shake, then pressing it deep into their ears. The world went silent for them, even the splash of the oars now soundless. But Odysseus, driven by curiosity, wanted to be the first man to hear the siren's song and live to tell of it. "Bind me to the mast," he ordered his men, who could read his lips, though they heard no sound. "Use the strongest ropes, and no matter what I say or do not release me until we are far past the Siren's island. If I struggle, if I plead, if I command you as your captain, only tie me tighter." They wrapped the rough rope around him and the mast, binding his arms to his sides, securing his legs so he could not move. Perimedes and Eurylochus, his most trusted men, stood guard beside him with more rope ready. As they rowed closer, the singing grew louder, and Odysseus finally heard the words clearly. "Odysseus, great Odysseus, clever king of Ithaca's shore, come and hear the truths that no man has heard before. Come closer, famed Odysseus, honored by the gods above. We sing of war and wisdom, of glory and of love. All the secrets Troy concealed, all the mysteries of fate, rest here upon our island. Come, before it grows too late." The voices were beyond beautiful. They promised knowledge, understanding, answers to every question he had ever asked. They knew his name, his deeds, his deepest desires. Odysseus felt his mind clouding. He had to get closer, had to hear more. He struggled against the ropes, the coarse fibers cutting into his skin as he fought. "Release me!" he shouted at his men, but they rode on, their faces set with determination, hearing nothing. He pleaded, he commanded, he threatened them with death for disobeying their captain. Perimedes and Eurylochus simply stepped forward and added more rope, binding him so tightly he could barely breathe. The song continued, each verse more enticing than the last. The sirens sang of his cleverness at Troy, of the wooden horse that had ended the war. They sang of his future glory, of secrets only the gods knew. Tears streamed down Odysseus's face as he struggled, his wrists bleeding where the rope cut into them, his voice growing hoarse from shouting commands no one could hear. But gradually, impossibly, the island began to fall behind them. The song grew fainter, though Odysseus strained to hear every last note. Finally, when the island had vanished completely over the horizon and the men could see their captain had stopped struggling, they removed the wax from their ears and untied him. Odysseus collapsed to the deck, shaking. His throat was raw, his wrists and arms marked with rope burns. But he had heard the siren's song and survived, the first mortal ever to do so. What he did not know was that he would also be the last, for on their island the sirens had fallen silent. An ancient prophecy had declared that if any mortal resisted their song, they must die. As his ship disappeared into the distance, the creatures threw themselves into the sea, their bodies washing up on the shore to join the bones of their countless victims. Part 12. Scylla and Charybdis. The relief of surviving the sirens lasted only until the next morning, when Odysseus saw what lay ahead. The sea narrowed into a strait between two cliffs, with him realizing instantly that they had reached a passage Circe had warned him about. The cliff on the left was shrouded in a deep mist, and even from a distance they could hear the roar of Charybdis. 3 times a day, this monstrous whirlpool sucked down the waters, exposing the sandy seafloor littered with shipwrecks, then vomited it back up in a towering spout that reached to the clouds. Any ship caught in her pull would be dragged down to destruction, every soul aboard lost. Meanwhile, the right cliff rose sharply from the water, its face dotted with dark caves. Halfway up, in the largest cave, lived Scylla. Circe had described her in horrible detail. 6 heads on 6 long necks, each mouth filled with triple rows of teeth. Below them, 12 feet scratched at the rock, though her body remained hidden deep within the cave, never fully seen by anyone who lived to tell of it. She would snatch sailors from passing ships, one for each head, and devour them alive as their shipmates watched in horror. Odysseus faced an impossible choice, exactly as Circe had warned. There was no path between the monsters. The strait was too narrow. He would have to choose which one to face. Charybdis would destroy them all, but Scylla would take 6 men, no more, no less. 6 men whose deaths would buy passage for the rest. He made his decision without telling the crew. Better they did not know until it was too late to be afraid. "Row toward the right, Cliff," he commanded, his voice steady though his heart was breaking. "Stay as far from the whirlpool as possible, but keep rowing no matter what happens." As they entered the strait, Charybdis began to suck down the sea. The men gasped in horror as they saw the whirlpool's throat, a spinning funnel that seemed to reach down to the foundation of the world. The current pulled at their ship, trying to drag them in, and they rowed desperately to keep clear. Every man watched the whirlpool, transfixed by the terrible sight. Which was why they did not see Scylla until it was too late. 6 heads shot down from the cave above, moving so fast they seemed to blur. Each grabbed a man from his rowing bench, lifting him high into the air. The victims had time for just one scream, calling out to Odysseus, their arms reaching toward him even as their heads retracted back towards the cave. The sound that followed was worse than their screams. The cracking of bones, the tearing of flesh as Scylla devoured them. Their companions could only row harder, tears streaming down their faces as the monster ate their friends above their heads. Blood dripped down onto the deck, yet still they rowed, because to stop was to mean instant death. When they finally cleared the strait, emerging into open water, the men collapsed over their oars, sobbing. 6 more companions gone, their deaths necessary for the survival of the rest. Odysseus stood at the helm. He had made the choice, Circe advised, the only choice that left any of them alive. But the faces of the 6 men Scylla had taken would haunt him forever. Storm clouds were already gathering on the horizon, black and ominous. The men had no time to mourn properly. They had to find shelter, and soon enough they spotted an island ahead. Thrinacia, the land of the sun. Part 13. The Cattle of the Sun. Odysseus knew this island the moment he saw it. The prophecy of Tiresias rang in his ears, the ghost's warning clear as day, touch not the cattle of Helios, or all your men will perish. He wanted to sail past to avoid the danger entirely, but his crew was exhausted, traumatized, pushed beyond endurance. Please, Captain, Eurylochus spoke for all of them, we need rest. We need to mourn our dead. Just one night on shore and we'll sail at dawn. Against his better judgment, Odysseus agreed, but he made them all swear a solemn oath. This island belongs to Helios, the sun god who sees all. His sacred cattle graze here, immortal beasts that must not be touched. Swear by the river Styx that you will only eat the provisions Circe gave us. Not one animal on this island must be harmed. They all swore, too tired to imagine they could break such an oath. They beached the ship in a sheltered cove and made camp, planning to leave with the morning light. But that night, Zeus sent a storm. It was no ordinary tempest. The south wind howled, driving waves the height of mountains against the shore. Lightning split the sky continuously, and rain fell in sheets so thick they could not see 10 feet ahead. The storm raged for a day, then a week, then 2 weeks. Their black ship would have been shattered to splinters if they had tried to launch it. At first, the men lived on the provisions from Circe, grain and wine and preserved meat. But as the storm stretched into its 3rd week, then its 4th, the supplies dwindled. They tried fishing, but the storm had driven all fish to deeper waters. They hunted birds, but found only a few scrawny seagulls. They gathered shellfish from the rocks, but it was never enough. Meanwhile, the cattle of Helios wandered the island in great herds, golden horned, beautiful, their hides glowing with the light of the sun. 350 of them, each one perfect, neither aging nor breeding, as eternal as their master. They would walk past the camp, close enough to touch, their meat enough to feed the crew for weeks on end. By the end of the month, the men were skeletal, their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunk deep in their skulls. They chewed leather, they boiled grass. Some tried eating dirt to fill their empty stomachs, and still the storm raged on. Odysseus went alone to the interior of the island to pray to any god who might listen. Exhausted and weak from hunger, he found a cave sheltered from the wind and knelt to make his prayers. But the gods sent him sleep instead of answers, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. It was Eurylochus who spoke first amongst the men. "Brothers," he said, "all deaths are terrible, but starving is the worst. Better to die quickly at the hands of the gods than waste away to nothing. We'll kill the finest cattle and sacrifice them properly to the immortals. If Helios is angry, if he destroys us at sea, at least we'll die with full stomachs, like men instead of beggars." The starving crew needed no more encouragement. They chose the best cattle from the herd, beautiful beasts with golden horns and pure white hides. They performed all the proper rituals, making prayers and promises to build temples if they survived. And then they slaughtered the animals, butchered them expertly, and set the meat to roast over fires. The smell of cooking beef drifted across the island and reached Odysseus in his cave, waking him instantly. He ran back toward the beach, but even before he crested the hill, he knew what had happened. He could hear the sizzle of fat in the fires, could see the smoke rising into the dark sky. When he saw the spitted carcasses, the men gorging themselves on the sacred meat, he fell to his knees and wept. "You fools!" he cried. "You've killed us all! Those cattle belonged to the god who drives the sun across the sky, who sees everything that happens on earth. We are all dead men." But the crew was beyond caring. They had been starving for a month, and the meat was sweet beyond description. They feasted for 6 days, until suddenly, on the 7th, the storm stopped. The wind died, the clouds parted, and the sea became calm and small. Even as they loaded their ship, strange omens appeared. The cattle hides crawled along the ground, as if alive. The meat on the spits began to bellow like living beasts, but the men were desperate to leave, to escape before even worse happened. They had barely cleared the island when Helios made his complaint to Zeus. "Father of the gods," the sun god raged, "the mortals have slaughtered my sacred cattle, the beasts I look down upon with joy each day as I drive my chariot across the sky. If they are not punished, I will drive my chariot down to Hades and shine among the dead instead of the living." Zeus could not allow the sun to abandon the sky. He sent a black cloud that rushed across the water faster than any natural storm. The men barely had time to lower the sail before the tempest struck. Lightning split the mast in half, sending it crashing down to crush the helmsman's skull. The thunderbolt that followed split the ship from stem to stern, opening it like a seed pod. The men were flung into the raging sea. They bobbed like seabirds for a moment, calling to each other, trying to grab floating pieces of the wreck. Then the waves took them one by one, pulling them under. These men who had survived Troy, the Cyclops, the Laestrygonians, Circe, the journey to the underworld, Scylla, all of them drowned in minutes, their bodies never to be found or given proper burial. Only Odysseus survived, clinging to the broken mast that he had tied to a beam from the wreck. For 9 days and nights he drifted, without food or water, burned by the sun and frozen by the night, delirious and close to death. On the 10th day, the currents carried him to an island forgotten by gods and men, where the beautiful nymph Calypso found him unconscious on her shore, more dead than alive. The prophecy had come to pass exactly as Tiresias had foretold. Every single one of his men was gone, and Odysseus was alone, cast up on a foreign shore with no ship, no crew, and no way home. Poseidon's curse had claimed them all, except the one man the god wanted to suffer most. Part 14. The Journey Home. And so, Odysseus said, his voice hoarse from his long story, Calypso found me on her shore. For 7 years she kept me on her island, offering immortality if I would stay as her husband. But I thought only of my home, of Penelope and Telemachus, the son I had never seen grow to manhood. Finally the gods commanded her to release me. She helped me build a raft, and I sailed for 7 days before Poseidon saw me and shattered my vessel with another storm. That was when your princess, Nausicaa, found me, naked and exposed on your beach, and brought me to this hall. The great hall of the Phaeacians had fallen completely silent. King Alcinous and Queen Arete sat transfixed, along with all their nobles. They had asked for his story, and Odysseus had given it to them in its entirety, from Troy to their very doorstep, every monster, every loss, every impossible choice. The torches had burned low during the telling, with the first rays of sunlight showing through the windows. Never, said King Alcinous at last, have we heard such a tale of suffering and endurance. You have convinced us utterly that you are indeed Odysseus, and we will keep our promise. Today you shall go home. The king was true to his word. The Phaeacians were master sailors, descended from Poseidon himself. They loaded a black ship with gifts, bronze tripods, golden bowls, and fine cloth, more wealth than Odysseus had lost from Troy. As the sun set, Odysseus boarded the ship. The Phaeacian crew made a bed for him on the deck, spreading out soft rugs and linen sheets. Exhausted from telling his story, and overcome by the knowledge that he was finally going home, Odysseus fell into the deepest sleep he had known in 20 years. The ship flew across the water under the guidance of its expert crew. All through the night it sailed, carrying the long-suffering man towards his homeland. Arriving at the shores of Ithaca, they ran the ship onto the sandy beach so gently that Odysseus never woke. Still deep in sleep, they lifted him from the deck and laid him on the sand, placing all the Phaeacian gifts beside him. Then, their task complete, they sailed for home. But Poseidon's rage was not finished. As the Phaeacian ship came within sight of their own island, the earth shaker struck. He turned the ship and all its crew to stone just as it reached the harbour, fixing it forever as a rock in the shallow water, a warning to all who would help his enemies. Around their city he raised a ring of mountains, cutting them off from the sea they had mastered, ending their days as a nation of sailors. King Alcinous, watching from the shore, understood immediately what had happened. The prophecy his father had spoken years ago had come to pass, that one day Poseidon would punish them for ferrying strangers safely across the seas. The king ordered great sacrifices to the earth shaker. 12 perfect bulls slaughtered on the beach, their blood soaking into the sand. The entire city gathered in prayer, begging Poseidon to show mercy. But the damage was done. The ship remained stone, and the mountains stood firm around their city, forever ending their days of free passage across the waves. Odysseus woke on the beach of Ithaca, but he did not know it. Athena, always watching over her favourite mortal, had spread a thick mist over everything. The harbour, the olive trees, even the very shape of the hills, all were hidden from him. After so many deceptions, so many false hopes, she wanted to prepare him properly for what lay ahead. He sat up on the sand, looking around at the unfamiliar landscape, his heart sinking with despair. The Phaeacians had tricked him. They had promised to take him home, but had abandoned him on some unknown shore. He checked the gifts. At least they were all there, the gold and bronze and fine cloth. But what good was treasure if he was lost yet again? Another strange land, he said aloud, his voice bitter. Are the people here savage or civilized? Do they respect strangers, or will I have to fight them? Oh, Zeus, why have the Phaeacians betrayed me? As he spoke, a young shepherd appeared through the mist, handsome and well-dressed, carrying a bronze spear. Odysseus approached carefully, ready for anything. Young man, he called, you are the first person I've met on this shore. Please tell me truthfully, what land is this? What people live here? The shepherd smiled. You must come from very far away, stranger, not to know this island. This is Ithaca, famous for its goats, visible even from the mainland. Odysseus's heart leapt. But 20 years of suffering had taught him caution. He would not reveal himself to the first person he met. Instead, he spun a careful lie about being a refugee from Crete, a man who had killed someone important and fled with his treasure. The shepherd listened to the entire false tale, then laughed, not a shepherd's laugh, but the bright, delighted laughter of an immortal. The figure shimmered and changed, growing taller, more graceful. The shepherd's clothes became a shining robe, the boyish face transformed into the beautiful, grey-eyed features of Athena herself. Oh, Odysseus, the goddess said, still smiling, even now, standing on your own shore, you cannot stop yourself from lying and scheming. We're alike, you and I. You the cleverest of mortals, I the wisest of immortals. Did you not know I've been watching over you all this time? I could not openly oppose Poseidon, my father's brother, but I have helped where I could. She waved her hand, and the mist dissolved. Suddenly Odysseus could see everything clearly. The olive trees he had climbed as a boy, the mountain paths where he had hunted deer with his father, the very beach where he had said goodbye to Penelope 20 years ago. This was true Ithaca. He was home. Overcome with emotion, Odysseus fell to his knees and kissed the ground of his homeland. Then, remembering himself, he turned back to Athena. Goddess, he said, if this is truly Ithaca, tell me, what has become of my house? Does Penelope still wait? What of my son, Telemachus? Athena's expression grew serious. Your house is full of enemies. Over 100 suitors from Ithaca and the nearby islands have invaded your halls, eating your cattle, drinking your wine, pressing Penelope to choose one of them as her new husband. They believe you are dead. Your wife has held them off with clever delays, but her troops are running out. Your son Telemachus has just returned from searching for news of you. He is brave but young, and the suitors plot to kill him. She paused, studying his face as it hardened with anger. But you are not the man to rush in swinging a sword. You are Odysseus, the man whose cunning surpasses all others. Here, listen to my plan. The goddess explained her strategy. She would disguise him as an old beggar, so that he could enter his house unrecognized, observe his enemies, and determine who among his servants remained loyal. Telemachus would be brought into the plot, But no one else, not even Penelope, could know the truth until the right moment. She touched him with her golden wand, and Odysseus felt his body changing. His skin withered and aged, becoming that of a man in his 70s. His dark hair fell out, leaving only a few grey wisps. His strong shoulders bent, while his clear eyes dimmed. She dressed him in filthy rags, torn and stained, and gave him a beggar's staff and a worn leather pouch. Go first to the swineherd Eumaeus, Athena instructed. He remains loyal to you and still grieves for his lost master. Stay with him while I fetch Telemachus, who needs to know his father has returned. Trust no one else, not yet. The suitors have grown bold in your absence. They would kill you without hesitation if they knew who you were. She helped him hide the Phaeacian treasure in a nearby cave, rolling a great stone across the entrance that no mortal could move. Then she vanished in a cloud of smoke, disappearing before his eyes. Odysseus stood alone on the beach of Ithaca, a beggar in appearance, but a king at heart. His 20 years of wandering finally ended. But the hardest battle still lay ahead. Taking up his beggar's staff, he turned inland towards the hut of Eumaeus to begin his final journey. Part 15. Father and Son. The path to Eumaeus' hut led upward through rocky terrain, away from the cultivated fields and into the rougher land where the pigs were kept. 4 dogs rushed at Odysseus as he approached, fierce animals trained to protect the herd. He sat down quickly and dropped his staff, a trick he had learned long ago, for attacking dogs rarely bite a seated man. Even so, they might have torn him apart if Eumaeus had not run from his hut, shouting at them to back away. "The old man," the swineherd said, helping Odysseus to his feet. "You could have been torn apart, so I don't have enough to worry about. Here I am fattening pigs for men who don't deserve them, while my true master is lost somewhere far from home, if he's even still alive." He led Odysseus into his hut, a simple but clean dwelling with a warm fire burning inside. Eumaeus brought him bread, roasted pork, and wine, and then gathered goatskins into a makeshift bed by the fire. As Odysseus ate, he watched his old servant moving about the hut. 20 years was a long time. The man's hair had gone completely grey, his face worn down by all those years of waiting for a master who never came home. But he still fussed over his desk with the same quiet care Odysseus remembered. "Tell me about this master you mourn," Odysseus said, maintaining his disguise. "Perhaps I have encountered him in my travels." Eumaeus shook his head sadly. "Many wanderers have come to Ithaca claiming to have news of Odysseus, hoping for rewards from his poor wife. She welcomes them all, weeps at their lies, and gives them gifts. But I know the truth. My master is dead. 20 years is too long. The sea has swallowed him, or wild animals killed him in some distant land." He continued to speak through the night about the old days, about Odysseus's kindness, his justice, how he had treated his servants like family. He told of Penelope's suffering, how the suitors consumed the wealth of the household, and how they plotted to kill Telemachus and divide the kingdom amongst themselves. "The young master tries to stand against them," Eumaeus said, "but he is one, and they are many. He has his father's courage, but not yet his cunning. I fear for him every day." Odysseus slept that night on the goatskins, his fists clenched in anger at what he had heard, but he managed to keep his disguise. They spent 3 days together. Odysseus told false tales of his supposed life, carefully testing Eumaeus' loyalty with criticism of the absent king, with suggestions that Odysseus might never return. But he remained faithful, defending his master's memory, maintaining hope against all reason. On the fourth day, as morning came, the dogs outside began barking, not with aggression, but with joy, whining and wagging their tails. The footsteps approached, and Odysseus looked up from the fire to see a young man in the doorway, tall and well-built, carrying a bronze spear. His heart stopped. This was Telemachus, his son. The infant he had left behind was now a man. Odysseus had to grip the edge of his seat to keep from standing, from calling out. 20 years of imagining this moment had not prepared him for the reality. "My dear child," Eumaeus cried, jumping to his feet. "Telemachus, I fear the suitors have killed you on your journey. Come in, let me look at you, safe and sound." Odysseus watched his son embrace the swineherd with genuine warmth. But when Telemachus asked about his mother, the concern in his voice made Odysseus' chest tighten. "Tell me, does my mother still resist the suitors? Has she chosen one to marry?" "She holds firm," Eumaeus assured him. "She weeps each night, but makes no choice. But tell me of your journey. Did you find news of your father?" "I learned he still lives," Telemachus said carefully. "Menelaus told me that Odysseus is held captive on a nymph's island, unable to sail home no matter how he might wish to. But whether that has changed, I cannot say." At that moment, Telemachus became aware of the stranger sitting by the fire. As his son's eyes landed on him, Odysseus had to force himself to remain hunched, to keep his head bowed and his manner humble. Every instinct screamed at him to reveal himself, but he mumbled a greeting befitting an old beggar. "I must go and tell your mother you have returned safely," Eumaeus said. "She has been sick with worry." "But go carefully," Telemachus warned. "Tell only her, not the suitors." After the swineherd left, closing the door behind him, Odysseus felt Athena's power wash over him. His disguise melted away, his back straightened and his withered skin grew smooth once more. His bald head sprouted thick hair, dark with threads of grey. The rags transformed into a clean tunic, and he stood before his son as himself for the first time in 20 years. "You are a god," Telemachus gasped upon seeing the transformation. "Please, whoever you are, have mercy on me." The spear in Telemachus' hand, raised in fear, nearly broke Odysseus' heart. "I am no god," Odysseus responded, his voice almost cracking. "I am your father, come home at last." "No," Telemachus shook his head, still gripping his spear. "My father is dead, or lost forever. You are some spirit trying to trick me, to give me hope, only to crush it. No mortal can change his appearance like that." Odysseus understood. How many times had the boy dreamed of this moment? How many false hopes had he endured? "Athena changed me," Odysseus explained. "The goddess can make me young or old, strong or weak, as she wishes. But I am truly Odysseus. I am your father, for whom you have grieved. I have come back after 20 years of suffering." He reached out, unable to wait any longer. When Telemachus finally saw something in his face, some feature Penelope must have described 1,000 times, and threw himself into his arms, Odysseus felt complete for the first time since leaving Ithaca. He held his son, this stranger who was his blood, this man who should have grown up at his side. The years he had lost could never be recovered, but this moment, this embrace, was worth all the suffering that had brought him here. They wept together, father and son. 20 years of separation pouring out in their tears. When they could finally speak again, they sat close together, Telemachus unable to stop staring at his father, as if he might vanish again if he looked away. How? Telemachus asked. How did you come here? Where have you been? Mother said you were clever, that you would find a way home, but 20 years. Odysseus told him everything, quickly but thoroughly. The war, the Cyclops, the curse of Poseidon, the years of wandering. He told him of Calypso's island, of the Phaeacians who brought him home, of Athena's plan. Now, Odysseus said, his voice hardening, tell me of these suitors. How many? Who leads them? What weapons do they have? They spent hours planning. Telemachus described each suitor, their strengths and weaknesses. Antinous, the cruelest and strongest. Eurymachus, the smoothest talker, who acted polite while planning to kill them. The others who followed these two leaders like sheep. Tomorrow, Odysseus instructed, you return to the palace as if nothing has happened. I will follow later as a beggar. No matter what you see, if they strike me, if they humiliate me, you must not react. Show no sign that you know me. Father, I cannot watch them abuse you. You must. Our advantage is surprise. They believe I am dead. Let them continue believing until the moment we strike. When I give the signal, you must remove all weapons from the hall where they feast. And tell them you are storing them away from the smoke of the fire. Leave only enough for us. 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 shields. Odysseus gripped his son's shoulders. Listen closely, my boy. The only loyal servants are Eumaeus and the cowherd, Felicius, but even they cannot know yet. Not even Penelope can know I have returned. A secret shared is a secret lost, and if the suitors learn I live, they will kill us both before we can act. What of Mother? Telemachus asked. She has waited so long, suffered so much. How can I look her in the eye and not tell her? Because you love her, Odysseus said firmly. Her genuine grief, her true ignorance, these protect us all. When this is over, when the suitors lie dead, then she will know, but not before. As the sun began to set, they heard footsteps approaching, quickly. Athena's power washed over Odysseus. By the time Eumaeus entered, he was once again a pitiful beggar. He brought news from the palace. Penelope rejoiced at Telemachus' return, but the suitors were furious that their planned ambush of him had failed. They were debating whether to try another assassination or to force Penelope to choose immediately. Then we have little time, Telemachus said. Tomorrow I return to face them. Be careful, young master, Eumaeus warned. They grow desperate, and desperate men are dangerous. That night, as they shared a simple meal, Odysseus watched his son by the firelight. Despite everything, he smiled. His son had become a man he could be proud of. Sleep well, Odysseus told him as they prepared for bed. Tomorrow, we begin to take back what is ours. Part 16. Return to the palace. Odysseus stood at the gates of his own palace, transformed once again into the old beggar by Athena's power. Telemachus had gone ahead as planned, and now Eumaeus led him toward the great hall, warning him to expect cruelty from the men inside. The swineherd had no idea he was escorting the king himself to reclaim his throne. As they approached the courtyard, Odysseus stopped. There, Abandoned on a heap of mule dung that servants would later spread on the fields was a dog. Ancient and skeletal, covered in flies and sores, the creature could barely lift its head. But Odysseus knew him instantly. This was Argus, the hunting dog he had raised from a pup, the one who used to sleep at his feet, who he had trained with his own hands before sailing to Troy. The dog's clouded eyes turned toward the approaching footsteps. Then something miraculous happened. Despite the disguise, despite 20 years of absence, Argus recognized his master. With tremendous effort, the dying dog tried to drag himself forward, but his legs would not obey. All he could manage was the faintest movement of his tail, trying so hard to wag, and a soft whimper that said everything. You came back. I waited. You came back. Odysseus felt his throat close with grief. Tears burned behind his eyes as he watched his faithful friend struggle even to lift his head. He wanted to run to Argus, to hold him, to tell him what a good dog he had been, to thank him for waiting. But he could not. One word, one gesture, and his disguise would shatter. Whose dog is that? He managed to ask, his voice barely steady. He must have been magnificent once. That's Argus, Eumaeus said quietly. He belonged to our lost king Odysseus, once the fastest, finest hunting dog in all of Ithaca. He could track a wounded deer for miles, catch any hare. But when his master never returned from Troy, everyone forgot about him. He should have died years ago, but somehow he's held on all this time, still waiting for Odysseus to come home. Odysseus forced himself to walk past, each step agony. He could not look back. He could not say goodbye. Behind him, Argus watched his master disappear into the palace. Then, after 20 years of waiting, 20 years of refusing to die, the old dog finally closed his eyes and let go. His wait was over. His master had come home. In all his years of war and wandering, nothing had broken Odysseus' heart quite like this moment, walking past his loyal companion, who died the moment his vigil was complete. Inside the great hall, Odysseus saw what his home had become. Over 100 young men lounged on benches and chairs that had once seated honest guests. They shouted and laughed, throwing bones at each other, wine staining the floors where his father had once walked. Servants scurried between them, heads down, trying to avoid notice. "Look!" one of the suitors called out, spotting the beggar. "Eumaeus has brought us entertainment. Tell us, old man, have you come to compete for scraps with the dogs?" Laughter rippled through the hall. Odysseus kept his eyes down, playing his part, and began to move amongst them with his beggar's pouch, asking for charity as any wanderer might. Some gave him crusts of bread, amused by his presence. Others ignored him. But Antinous, the cruelest of them all, sneered when Odysseus approached. "Get away from me, you diseased old fool," Antinous said. "We have enough parasites in this hall without adding another." "Young lord," Odysseus replied mildly, "surely from such abundance you can spare a crust? You feast like kings in this house." "I'll give you something," Antinous snarled. He picked up a footstool and hurled it at Odysseus, striking him hard in the back. The blow would have knocked down an ordinary old man. Odysseus barely moved, solid as a rock, but quickly made himself stagger to keep up his disguise. The hall fell silent for a moment. Even amongst the suitors, there were some who felt this went too far. Striking a beggar, A suppliant who had asked for bread violated the basic laws of hospitality that Zeus himself rejected. That was poorly done, Antinous, one of the other suitors muttered. What if he's a god in disguise? The immortals often test us this way. But Antinous just laughed, and soon the others joined in. Odysseus retreated to a corner, his back genuinely aching from the blow, memorizing Antinous's face for what was to come. As he sat in the corner, another figure entered the hall, another beggar, but this one well known to the suitors. Iris was his name, a large man who made himself useful to the young lords by running errands and fighting for their amusement. He saw Odysseus and immediately recognized a threat to his position. Get out, Iris said, standing over Odysseus. This is my territory. These nobles are my patrons. Find another hall to beg in, or I'll drag you out by your ankles. The suitors perked up, sensing entertainment. A fight! Antinous called out with delight. Let these beggars provide us with sport. The victor shall feast upon the roasted goat's stomach, while the defeated shall be cast into the street. They formed a circle, pushing Odysseus and Iris into the center. Odysseus rose slowly from the ground, as if his aged bones protested every movement. But as he stood, his cloak fell open, revealing his arms and legs beneath. Gasps ran through the crowd. Beneath the weathered skin lay thick muscle, scarred from battles, still carrying terrible strength. The color drained from Iris's face as he understood his mistake. I am but an old man, Odysseus announced to the crowd. I seek no quarrel with anyone, but if I must fight for my bread, then I shall fight. When Iris swung violently at him, Odysseus held back. One real blow would shatter the man's skull and expose his disguise. He caught Iris with a controlled strike to the jaw, hard enough to convince the watching crowd, but gentle enough to leave the man alive. Instantly, Iris crumpled to the floor, blood streaming from his mouth. The suitors erupted with laughter and cheers, suddenly warming to this formidable old wanderer. They pressed the promised food into his hands and filled his cup with wine, treating him like a victor in the games. Odysseus bowed and thanked them for their generosity, all the while studying each face and learning each name for what was to come. They laughed and dragged around him, these dead men, who did not yet know they had already been condemned. As evening fell, word reached Penelope that a new beggar had arrived, one who claimed to have news of Odysseus. She sent word that she would see him, and Odysseus found himself climbing the stairs to the upper chambers where his wife waited. She sat by the fire, and even in the flickering light, even with 20 years of sorrow etched on her face, she was beautiful. Odysseus had to clench his fists to keep from going to her, from revealing himself immediately, but there were servants present, and any one of them might be loyal to the suitors. Stranger, they say you have wandered far across the earth, Penelope said, measuring each word. Tell me truly, have you heard anything of my husband? Does Odysseus still live? Odysseus spun her a careful tale, mixing truth with fiction. He claimed to have met Odysseus years ago in Crete, describing him perfectly. The brooch he wore, the purple cloak she had woven for him, details only someone who had truly seen him would know. Penelope wept at these descriptions. Odysseus sat rigid on his stool, fighting every instinct to go to her. Here was his beloved wife, suffering before his eyes, and he could end it with a word. But still, he held to his disguise. I have heard, he continued, choosing his words with care, that Odysseus lives and is making his way home. His ships are lost, his men drowned, but the man himself survived. You will see him soon, my lady, before this month ends, I believe. She looked at him sharply, hope and skepticism roaring in her eyes. Many have told me such stories. All have proven false. This one is true, Odysseus said firmly. Your husband will return and deal with these men who plague your house. Penelope studied him for a long moment, and something flickered in her expression. Not quite recognition, but something. Then she called for the old nurse, Euryclea. This stranger has brought me kind words, she said. Wash his feet and prepare a proper bed for him. Treat him with the honor we once showed all guests, before this house forgot what hospitality meant. Euryclea brought a bronze basin filled with warm water. Time had aged her, but Odysseus knew those hands, the same ones that had held him as an infant, that had nursed his fevers and bandaged his wounds. This woman had raised him more truly than his own mother. As she knelt to wash his feet, Odysseus tensed. His thigh bore an old scar from a boar's tusk, a mark from his youth that Euryclea knew as well as her own palm. If she saw it, everything would unravel. He tried to turn away from the firelight to keep his leg in shadow, but the old woman's hands were steady despite her age. As she washed his leg, her fingers found the scar and traced its familiar length. She knew it instantly. The bronze basin crashed to the floor, water spreading across the stones. Euryclea looked up at him, tears already forming, her mouth opening to cry out his name. Odysseus reached out quickly, his hand covering her mouth before she could speak. Not a word, he whispered urgently. Not a sound, dear nurse, or you'll destroy everything. Yes, I am Odysseus, but if the suitors learn this, they'll kill me and Telemachus and everyone loyal to this house. The old woman nodded, her hands trembling as she touched his face, assuring herself he was real. My boy, she whispered. My dear boy, home at last. Tell no one, Odysseus repeated, not even Penelope. Soon, very soon, this will end, but not yet. Euryclea composed herself with effort, cleared away the spilled water, and returned with a fresh basin. This time, as she washed his feet, every touch was a prayer of gratitude. Her lost king had come home. She left in silence when she finished, but Odysseus saw how her whole body shook with the effort of containing her joy. Penelope, who had been strangely distracted during all of this, looking into the fire as if lost in thought, turned back towards him. Tomorrow, she said suddenly, I will announce a contest. My husband's great bow hangs in the storeroom, the one only he could string. I will challenge the suitors to string it and shoot an arrow through 12 axe handles, as Odysseus used to do for sport. Whoever succeeds will become my husband. I cannot wait any longer. Odysseus's heart raced. Whether by divine inspiration or her own cleverness, Penelope had just given him the perfect opportunity. That seems wise, my lady, he said carefully. I believe Odysseus would approve. In fact, I'm certain he will be here before any suitor can string that bow. She looked at him again with that strange expression, as if seeing through his disguise, but choosing not to acknowledge it. We shall see, she said softly, her eyes drifting to the window. Outside, the full moon cast silver light across the harbour, illuminating the very beach where a king once sailed to war. We shall see. As Odysseus left her chamber, and was guided to the room Euroclare had prepared for him, his mind was already working through the next day's plan. The bow contest would gather all the suitors in one place, focused on the competition. They would be unarmed except for their swords, with Telemachus having taken their spears as instructed. Tomorrow, the slaughter would begin. Tomorrow he would reclaim what was his. But tonight, he lay on a bed in his own house, listening to the drunken snoring of men who would soon be dead. Part 17, the archery contest. The next morning, the great hall filled with anticipation. Penelope descended the stairs, carrying Odysseus's bow, a massive weapon of polished horn that caught the morning light. Behind her, servants carried 12 axes and set them in a straight line, their handles planted firmly in the earthen floor, the rings at the top of each handle aligned perfectly. "Lords of Ithaca and the islands," Penelope announced, her voice reaching every corner, "I have delayed long enough. Today I will choose a husband. Here is the great bow of Odysseus. Whoever can string it and shoot an arrow through all 12 axe rings, as my husband used to do, that man I will marry." The suitors erupted in excited conversation. This was it, the prize they had waited years to claim. They cast lots to determine the order, yet it was Telemachus who stepped forward first. "I should try before any of you," he said. "If I can string my father's bow and make the shot, then my mother stays in this house as my guest, not as another man's wife." 3 times Telemachus tried to string the bow. On the 3rd attempt he nearly succeeded. The bow began to bend, the string approached the notch, but he caught Odysseus's watching gaze, saw the subtle shake of his father's head from the corner where he sat, and let the bow spring back. "I lack the strength," Telemachus said, though everyone had seen how close he had come. "Perhaps one of you older, stronger men will succeed." One by one, the suitors tried. First Leodes, the priest amongst them, whose soft hands were torn bloody by the bowstring before he gave up. Then others, each in turn, their faces growing red with effort, veins bulging in their necks as they fought to bend the ancient weapon. They ordered a fire built closer to warm the bow, thinking the horn might be stiff from disuse. They rubbed it with fat to make it supple. Nothing helped. The bow remained unbent, unconquered, as if it were waiting for its true master. While the strongest suitors prepared for their attempts, Odysseus slipped out to the courtyard, where Eumaeus stood with Felicius, a loyal cowherd who had served the house since before he had left for Troy. "Tell me honestly," he said to them quietly, "if Odysseus suddenly returned, would you fight for him or for the suitors?" Both men swore they would die for their true king, and Odysseus revealed himself, showing them the scar as proof. They were overjoyed and tried to embrace him, but he stopped them quickly. "There's no time," he said. "Here's what you must do. Eumaeus, bring the bow to me when the suitors have all failed. Ignore their protests. Felicius, bar the doors to the hall once I have the bow. Let no one in or out. Now go, and show no emotion when you return." Back inside, Eurymachus was straining with the bow, his handsome face twisted with effort. "This bow will be the death of us," he gasped as he gave up. "Not because we lose Penelope, but because we'll be shamed forever. Too weak to string the bow that Odysseus drew so easily." Antinous, saving himself for last, suggested they postpone the contest until tomorrow, after making proper sacrifices to Apollo, the god of archery. The others agreed, relieved to have an excuse for their failure. It was then that Odysseus spoke from his corner. Noble lords, might a beggar try his luck with the bow? I was strong once, before suffering broke me. Let me see if any of that strength remains. The hall erupted in laughter. A beggar touching the bow, competing with them. Antinous threatened to have him shipped off to King Echetus, who cut off men's noses and ears for sport. But Penelope intervened. The stranger is my guest. He obviously cannot marry me, even if he succeeds. But if he strings the bow, I'll give him new clothes and safe passage anywhere he wishes to go. Telemachus then stood, playing his part perfectly. Mother, he said firmly, the bow is mine by inheritance. I alone decide who may try it. This is no longer your concern. Go to your chamber with your women and tend to your weaving. The bow is men's business now, and mine above all, for I am master in this house. Penelope stared at her son in shock. He had never spoken to her this way before, never claimed his authority so forcefully. The suitors, too, were surprised. The boy they had mocked was suddenly speaking like a king. She opened her mouth to protest, then closed it, her years of wisdom telling her that something had changed, though she didn't know what. With a long, searching look at the beggar, then at her son, she turned and climbed the stairs to her chamber. As soon as she had gone, Eumaeus picked up the bow and began carrying it towards Odysseus. The suitors shouted threats, demanding he put it down. Telemachus countered with threats of his own. In the confusion, Eumaeus reached Odysseus and placed the bow in his hands. At the same moment, Felicius quietly barred the doors. Part 18. The Suitors. Odysseus held his bow for the first time in 20 years. He turned it slowly, examining every inch, checking for worm damage or rot. The suitors laughed, mocking him for examining it like a merchant appraising goods. Then, as easily as a musician strings a lyre, Odysseus strung the great bow. The suitors' laughter died. He plucked the string, and it made a clear, sharp sound that vibrated through the hall. Outside, thunder rumbled overhead as Zeus showed his approval. Still seated on his stool, Odysseus fitted an arrow to the string. He drew, aimed, and released. The arrow, just as he had intended, flew true through all 12 axe rings before burying itself in the far wall. "The feast ends," Odysseus said as he rose to his feet. Time now for a different sport. Before anyone could move, before anyone could speak, he had another arrow knocked. This one flew straight into Antinous' throat, just as the man lifted a golden cup to his lips. Blood poured into the wine, and Antinous toppled backward, his feet kicking over the table as he died. Confusion erupted through the hall. The suitors leapt up, searching the walls where weapons should hang, finding only empty pegs. Telemachus had done his work well. They had nothing but their eating knives and whatever swords they carried. "You'll die for this!" Eurymachus shouted. "You've killed the greatest noble in Ithaca!" In answer, Odysseus stripped away his beggar's rags, revealing himself in full. "Dogs! You thought I'd never return from Troy. You consumed my wealth, abused my servants, and courted my wife while I still lived. You feared neither gods nor men. Today, you learn the price of that arrogance." Terror drained the color from every face. Eurymachus stumbled forward, hands spread as he tried to bargain, to blame the dead Antinous, to promise repayment for all they had consumed. His speech ended when Odysseus put an arrow through his chest. The man collapsed across the feasting table, his sword spinning away across the floor. What followed was pandemonium. Some suitors ran for the doors and found them barred fast. Others scrambled for the empty weapon pegs, unable to believe they held nothing. Tables were overturned to serve as shields. Men shouted orders that no one followed. Those with swords drew them, but in the confined space, surrounded by panicking bodies, they could barely move. Odysseus stood at his vantage point, shooting arrow after arrow. Each shot found its mark. Men fell clutching their throats, their chests, their bellies. Bodies began to pile near the exits as the desperate tried to escape. While his father continued his work, Telemachus slipped away to the storeroom. He returned with armor and spears for Odysseus, Eumaeus, and Pheloetius, with the four of them standing together, properly armed at last. But the goat-herd Melanthius had also found his way to that storeroom. Loyal to the suitors who had fed him well, he managed to bring swords and spears to some of them before Eumaeus and Pheloetius caught him making a second trip. They bound him tight and hauled him up to the rafters, leaving him hanging there for later judgment. When Odysseus's arrows were spent, 30 suitors lay dead, but 70 still lived. Now they had weapons, though they remained trapped in the hall. The suitors, desperate, threw spears in organized volleys, but Athena appeared, disguised as Mentor yet again, deflecting their weapons with a flick of her wrist. When Odysseus and his three companions threw their spears in return, every one found its mark. The suitors regrouped for one final charge, but Athena chose that moment to unleash her full divine power. Rising above them, she unfurled her aegis, the golden shield adorned with Medusa's horrific face. The suitors' minds shattered at the sight, panic consuming them utterly. They ran without purpose or direction, some falling to their knees, others trampling the wounded in their frenzy to escape. What followed was a massacre. Odysseus and his three companions moved through the hall without mercy. Every stroke found flesh, every thrust ended a life as blood pooled on the marble floor. Amidst the chaos, Leodes the priest fell to his knees and clasped Odysseus's legs, begging for mercy. He swore he had never touched a serving woman, that he had tried to restrain the other's worst excesses. Odysseus brought his sword down without hesitation, the priest's head rolling away, his lips still moving in a silent plea. Only two were spared, Phemius the bard and Medon the herald, and only because Telemachus vouched that they had served under compulsion, not choice. Then it was finished. The great hall stood silent, but for blood dripping from the walls and table edges. Bodies lay everywhere, piled like fish hauled onto a beach. Odysseus stood in their midst, drenched in gore, his chest heaving, the fury of 20 years finally spent. He called for old Euryclea. When she entered and saw the slaughter, she raised her voice to sing in triumph, but Odysseus cut her short. No celebration over the dead, he said. These men were destroyed by fate and their own wickedness. Now tell me, which of the servant women betrayed this house? 12 maids had taken the suitors as lovers, mocking Penelope and dishonoring the household. Odysseus had them brought to clean the hall, to carry out the bodies of the men they had embraced. They wept as they worked, scrubbing blood from the floors and walls. After the hall was cleaned, Telemachus marched them to the courtyard. You don't deserve a clean death, he said, remembering their cruelty to his mother. He denied them the quick death of a blade. Instead, he strung them up from a rope stretched between two pillars, sending them to join their lovers in the underworld. For Melanthius, a crueler fate awaited. They dragged him down from the rafters and into the courtyard, where justice would be served for his treachery. They removed his extremities one by one, first his hands that had armed the suitors, then his feet that had run to betray his master. They left him bleeding in the dirt to contemplate his choices as his life ebbed away. Finally, Odysseus had the hall purified with burning sulfur. As the smoke cleared, loyal servants emerged from their hiding places. When they recognized their true king beneath the blood and grime, they fell upon him weeping, kissing his hands and face. Odysseus wept with them, overcome by their faithfulness. They, who had remained true through 20 years of suffering. Part 19. Penelope. Euryclea ran to Penelope's chamber, where Athena had made sure that the queen slept through the slaughter. "Wake up, my lady," the old nurse cried. "He's home! Odysseus is home! He's killed them all, every last shooter!" Penelope sat up slowly, her face skeptical. "Dear nurse, have the gods driven you mad? Why do you mock me with such cruel lies?" "It's true! The beggar was Odysseus all along. I saw the scar when I washed his feet, but he made me keep silent. Come and see." Even when Penelope came down and saw Odysseus sitting by the fire, no longer the aged beggar, but a man in his prime, though still covered in blood, she held back. She sat opposite him, staring at his face in the firelight, saying nothing. "Mother," Telemachus said impatiently, "your husband is home after 20 years, and you sit there like a stone? What other woman would be so hard-hearted?" "If this is truly Odysseus," Penelope said carefully, "he and I will know each other. We have signs between us that no one else knows." Odysseus smiled slightly. "Let her be, son. She's right to test me. I'll bathe and put on clean clothes. Then we'll speak." When he returned, washed and dressed in royal robes, looking like a king again with Athena's help, Penelope still held back. She studied him for a long moment, then turned to the old nurse. "Euryclea," she said calmly, "move his great bed out of our bedchamber. Set it up for him elsewhere, with fine blankets and fleeces." "Move our bed?" Odysseus's composure shattered. He shot to his feet, his voice rising in disbelief. "What do you mean, move it? Who has dared to enter our chamber? That bed cannot be moved. I built it myself around the living olive tree. I shaped the trunk into the bedpost while it still grew from the earth, raised the room around it, inlaid the frame with gold and silver and ivory. To move that bed, one would have to cut through the tree itself. Tell me, Penelope, has someone destroyed it? Has someone defiled our chamber?" Penelope's face transformed with joy. "Odysseus," she cried, running to him, throwing her arms around his neck. "My husband, forgive me. I had to be sure. So many impostors have come claiming your name. Only the true Odysseus could know the secret of our marriage bed." They held each other, crying, neither able to let go. 20 years of separation, of loneliness, of doubt and fear and stubborn hope, all of it poured forth as they clung together. Penelope traced his weathered features with trembling fingers, finding beneath the new lines and scars the man she had married. Odysseus buried his face in her hair, breathing in her familiar scent, feeling her tears warm against his neck, knowing that he had found, at last, what Troy and all the seas had kept from him. He was home. They talked through the night, sharing their stories. Odysseus told her everything, The wanderings, the monsters, the gods, the losses. She told him of her tricks to delay the suitors, how she had woven Laertes' funeral shroud by day and unraveled it by night for 3 years, how she had never wavered in her faith that he would return, even when all of Ithaca declared him dead. As dawn approached, Athena held back the sunrise, extending the darkness as her gift to the couple who had endured so much. In their bed, built around the olive tree, the bed that could never be moved, Odysseus and Penelope found each other again, and for those precious hours, the rest of the world fell away. In the days that followed, Odysseus restored order to his kingdom. He made peace with the families of the slain suitors, guided by Athena's wisdom to prevent the cycle of vengeance from continuing. Old Laertes lived to see his son take his rightful place on the throne, and though Tiresias had prophesied one final journey that Odysseus must undertake in his old age, a journey inland with an oar on his shoulder, until he found people who knew nothing of the sea, that tale belonged to the distant future. For now, the war was truly over. The wandering had ended. The king and queen of Ithaca ruled together once more, their love having survived the ultimate test of 20 years apart. And so ends the Odyssey, the story of Odysseus, the man of many troubles, who saw the cities of many men and learned their minds, who suffered greatly on the seas, and who proved that neither gods nor monsters, nor time itself, could keep a determined heart from finding its way home. For 3,000 years, his story has been told wherever people gather, wherever ships sail, wherever wanderers seek their way back to those who wait for them. The journey of Odysseus had ended at last. But his story, like all great stories, will never truly end. I've been David O'Toole for Deep Dive History. If you enjoyed our retelling of the Odyssey and want to find out what happens to Odysseus next, his adventures, his fate, and his tragic death, then join our channel membership and watch our bonus episode, The End of Odysseus. And while you're there, check out our entire catalogue of bonus content. Here we have exclusive stories, bonus episodes, and interviews with professors and industry experts. From a 2-hour epic retelling of Jason and the Argonauts to a deep dive on Homer and the authors of Greek mythology, access it all by joining the channel membership today.
Good evening, and welcome back to Bedtime and Historian. What happens when a civilization begins to look backward instead of forward, and in doing so, quietly changes the future of the world. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And as always, I would love to know where you are listening from tonight. Share your location and your local time in the comments below. There is something comforting in imagining this story unfolding softly across different corners of the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the early 14th century, Europe did not appear to be on the verge of cultural renewal. It was a continent shaped by feudal loyalties, strong religious authority, and a worldview that placed heaven above all earthly concerns. Most people lived in small rural communities. Their days were measured by church bells, seasonal labour, and the expectations of their local lord. Education was limited, books were rare, knowledge flowed slowly, carried by handwritten manuscripts and guarded within monasteries and cathedral schools. The intellectual centre of Europe during the High Middle Ages had been theology. Scholars debated the nature of divine grace, the relationship between faith and reason, and the structure of Christian doctrine. Universities had emerged in cities such as Paris, Bologna, and Oxford, but their focus remained primarily on law, medicine, and religious philosophy. The ancient world of Greece and Rome was known, yet it was often filtered through medieval commentary. Classical authors were studied less for their human insight and more for how they could support Christian teaching. Yet beneath this stability, subtle changes were already taking place. Trade routes expanded across the Mediterranean. Italian city-states such as Florence, Venice, and Genoa prospered through commerce. Banking families accumulated wealth not from land, but from financial networks that stretched from London to Constantinople. Urban life grew more complex. A merchant class emerged ambitious, educated, and increasingly independent of feudal structures. Then came a crisis that would unsettle everything. In 1347, ships arrived in the ports of southern Europe, carrying a disease that would soon devastate the continent. The Black Death spread rapidly. Within a few years, it killed perhaps 1/3 of Europe's population. Entire villages were abandoned. Priests, doctors, and labourers alike fell ill. The familiar rhythms of life were broken. The plague did not directly cause the Renaissance, but it altered the balance of society. With so many dead, labour became scarce. Survivors found new economic opportunities. Wages rose in some regions. Serfs negotiated better conditions or moved to towns in search of work. The rigid hierarchies of the medieval world loosened slightly. Authority, once unquestioned, began to face quiet doubt. At the same time, the Church, though still powerful, struggled to provide clear answers to the suffering. The Great Schism of 1378 further weakened its unity, as rival popes claimed legitimacy from Rome and Avignon. For ordinary people, the certainty that had defined earlier generations seemed less secure. Some responded with renewed devotion, others turned toward new forms of inquiry. In the Italian peninsula, political life differed from much of northern Europe. Instead of large, unified kingdoms, Italy consisted of city-states, independent urban republics, and duchies competing for influence. Florence, Milan, Venice, and Rome developed distinct identities. Their wealth came from trade, textile production, and finance. Their leaders were merchants, bankers, and nobles whose status depended not only on inheritance, but on skill and calculation. Florence in particular became a place where civic pride and competition encouraged innovation. Its citizens valued public display, grand buildings, impressive artworks, and visible signs of prosperity. Guilds regulated trade and sponsored construction projects. Political power shifted among families, yet participation in government was broader than in many monarchies. It was in this environment that a new intellectual mood began to take shape. Some scholars started to read ancient Roman texts, not merely as authorities on doctrine, but as voices speaking across centuries. They admired the clarity of Cicero's Latin, the moral reflections of Seneca, and the historical narratives of Livy. These works seemed grounded in human experience rather than solely in theology. One figure often associated with this shift was Francesco Petrarca, known as Petrarch. Born in 1304, he devoted himself to collecting and studying classical manuscripts. He wrote letters addressed to ancient authors as though they were living companions. To him, the past was not a distant shadow, but a conversation partner. He believed that the moral and literary achievements of Rome could inspire renewal in his own time. This approach gradually formed the foundation of what would be called humanism. Humanists did not reject religion. Most remained devout Christians, but they placed greater emphasis on human agency, classical education, and the study of language, history, and ethics. They believed that by understanding the achievements of antiquity, individuals could cultivate virtue and civic responsibility. While scholars re-examined texts, artists began to reconsider how they represented the visible world. Medieval art had often emphasized symbolic meaning. Figures appeared stylized, flat, and hierarchical in scale. Gold backgrounds suggested heavenly space rather than earthly depth. Now, painters experimented with perspective, shading, and proportion. They observed how light fell across surfaces and how bodies occupied space. This transformation did not occur suddenly. It unfolded gradually as artists learned from one another and studied remnants of classical sculpture. They examined Roman ruins scattered across the Italian landscape. Broken columns, arches, and statues hinted at an earlier civilization that had valued symmetry and balance. Architects began to measure these remains carefully, seeking mathematical harmony. Economic forces supported these changes. Wealthy families commissioned paintings and buildings not only for churches but for private homes and civic spaces. Art became a means of expressing status and devotion simultaneously. Competition among patrons encouraged higher standards and bold experimentation. Meanwhile, trade brought more than goods. It carried ideas from the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world. Greek scholars, especially after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, migrated westward, bringing manuscripts and linguistic expertise. This influx enriched the study of ancient Greek texts in Italy. Plato, long overshadowed by Aristotle and medieval scholasticism, found new readers. The Renaissance, though often associated with brilliance and creativity, emerged from practical concerns as much as inspiration. City-states needed skilled administrators. Courts required diplomats who could write persuasive letters in refined Latin. Merchants depended on mathematical knowledge. Education adapted to these needs, emphasizing rhetoric, grammar, and classical models. By the 15th century, the term rinascita, meaning rebirth, began to circulate among Italian writers. They believed they were recovering something that had been neglected, yet they did not simply copy the past, they reshaped it. Classical forms were adapted to Christian themes. Ancient myths appeared alongside biblical narratives in frescoes and sculptures. Beyond Italy, change moved more slowly at first. Northern Europe retained stronger feudal traditions and different artistic styles. Still, trade networks connected these regions. Flemish painters developed detailed oil techniques. Scholars in France, Germany, and England corresponded with Italian humanists. The Renaissance was not a single event, but a long process stretching from the 14th to the 17th century. It unfolded unevenly across regions. Some cities flourished while others declined. Wars between Italian states and later invasions by foreign powers disrupted stability. Yet, even conflict could spread artistic and intellectual ideas as displaced artists carried their skills elsewhere. The political landscape also shifted. Powerful families like the Medici in Florence used patronage strategically. By funding libraries, churches, and academies, they reinforced both civic identity and personal authority. Cultural investment became a form of political influence. In daily life, most people remained farmers or artisans. The Renaissance did not immediately transform their routines. Yet urban centres offered new possibilities. Apprentices trained in workshops. Students attended universities. Literacy slowly increased among the middle classes. As the 15th century progressed, a sense of confidence grew in certain circles. Artists signed their works more frequently, asserting individual authorship. Architects designed buildings inspired by Roman temples but adapted to contemporary needs. Scholars edited and printed texts with increasing accuracy. The medieval world had emphasized continuity and tradition. The emerging Renaissance spirit introduced a measured curiosity about change. It asked whether ancient wisdom could illuminate present problems. It valued observation and experience alongside inherited authority. By the early 16th century, Europe was visibly different from the world of 1300. Cities expanded, courts displayed refined culture, education broadened beyond clerical training. A growing number of individuals believed that human effort would shape destiny within the bounds of faith. Yet this confidence would soon encounter new challenges: religious division, scientific controversy, and global expansion. The Renaissance, at its beginning, was a quiet turning of attention, from heaven alone to the world below, from tradition alone to inquiry. In that turning, something steady and enduring began to form. A culture that looked back to Rome and Athens found itself moving toward modernity, often without fully realizing it. Florence's intellectual circles and artistic workshops represented only a small portion of its population. Most people experienced the Renaissance not as a philosophical movement, but as a gradual change in the texture of daily life. The streets were busy from early morning. Bakers opened shutters before sunrise. The smell of fresh bread mixed with smoke from hearth fires. Merchants arranged goods beneath wooden awnings. Apprentices swept thresholds and prepared tools. Food varied by wealth and region. In Italian cities, bread formed the foundation of most meals. It was often made from wheat in prosperous areas, while poorer households relied on darker grains such as barley or rye. Olive oil replaced butter in much of the peninsula. Beans, onions, cabbage and lentils were common. Seasonal vegetables shaped the rhythm of cooking. Markets reflected what the countryside could supply at that moment. Meat was less frequent for ordinary families. When it appeared, it was usually pork or salted fish. Wealthier households consumed beef, game, and imported spices. Sugar, once rare, became increasingly available through Mediterranean trade. Banquets in elite homes displayed abundance: roasted meats, sweet pastries, fruit preserves, while servants and labourers ate more modestly. Wine accompanied nearly every meal, often diluted with water. Clean drinking water was not always reliable in crowded cities, so wine served both social and practical purposes. In taverns, citizens gathered after work to exchange news. These establishments functioned as informal centres of conversation, where merchants discussed trade, artisans debated guild matters, and travellers shared stories from distant regions. Clothing signalled social position clearly. Sumptuary laws regulated what fabrics and colours different classes could wear. Silk, velvet, and bright dyes indicated wealth. Wool dominated the wardrobes of artisans and labourers. Tailors adjusted garments to contemporary styles, which changed gradually as contact with other regions increased. In Florence, long gowns with fitted sleeves and carefully tailored doublets became fashionable among the prosperous. Homes reflected similar distinctions. Wealthy families lived in stone palazzi built around central courtyards. These residences contained painted walls, carved furniture, and decorative textiles. In contrast, most urban dwellers occupied smaller apartments above shops or in crowded neighborhoods. Wooden beams supported upper floors. Rooms were multi-purpose, serving as sleeping, cooking, and working spaces. Lighting came primarily from candles or oil lamps. After sunset, streets grew quieter. Nighttime travel required caution, though city authorities attempted to maintain order. Watchmen patrolled districts, and gates were sometimes closed at specific hours. Education expanded gradually during this period. Sons of merchants often attended grammar schools, where they studied Latin texts and arithmetic. Girls received more limited formal education, though some wealthy families ensured their daughters learned reading and writing. Convents offered opportunities for female literacy, especially in regions where dowries determined marriage prospects. Marriage itself functioned as both a personal and economic arrangement. Families negotiated contracts carefully. Dowries influenced alliances between households. Weddings were public events marked by feasting and display. Once married, women managed domestic affairs, oversaw servants when available, and contributed to family businesses. In artisan households, wives frequently participated in production and sales. Childhood was shaped by apprenticeship. Boys as young as 12 entered workshops to learn trades: painting, metalwork, weaving, or banking. Masters provided instruction in exchange for labour. Apprenticeship agreements could last several years. The workshop became both workplace and school, transmitting technical skills and professional habits. Religious life remained central. Church attendance structured the week. Feast days punctuated the calendar with processions, music, and communal gatherings. Saints' days offered moments of celebration amid routine labour. Even humanists who admired classical literature maintained devotional practices. Public squares served as stages for civic identity. Markets, festivals, and announcements took place there. During carnival season, masks and performances transformed familiar spaces. Theatre and street entertainment provided diversion. Travelling performers enacted stories drawn from biblical themes or classical myths. Music accompanied many aspects of life. Lutes, recorders, and early keyboard instruments sounded in homes and courts. Sacred choral music filled cathedrals. Composers experimented with harmony and polyphony, creating layered textures that reflected the era's interest in order and proportion. Hygiene practices varied. Public bathhouses existed in some cities, though their popularity fluctuated due to concerns about disease. Private washing was common, but limited by available water and heating methods. Herbal remedies and household medical knowledge addressed minor ailments. Physicians, trained at universities, treated wealthier patients using theories inherited from ancient and medieval sources. Travel, while slower than in later centuries, became more frequent among merchants and diplomats. Roads connected major cities, though journeys could be uncomfortable. Inns offered lodging, and letters carried news across regions. Courier systems improved gradually, enabling more reliable communication. Books remained valuable objects, but the introduction of printing in the mid-15th century began to change access. Printed pamphlets and devotional texts appeared in greater numbers. Literacy among urban populations increased slowly. Reading was often communal, with one individual reading aloud to others. In rural areas, daily routines followed agricultural cycles. Planting and harvest determined labour intensity. Villages retained traditional structures longer than cities. Yet even there, market towns connected peasants to broader economic shifts. Demand for wool and grain influenced cultivation choices. Leisure existed alongside labour. Board games, storytelling, and seasonal fairs offered recreation. Hunting remained a pastime for nobles. Urban youth engaged in board games and contests. Public celebrations marked significant events, including political victories and religious observances. Diet began to diversify further in the late 15th and 16th centuries as global exploration introduced new products. Spices became more accessible. Eventually, foods such as tomatoes and maize entered European cuisine, though their widespread adoption took time. Social mobility, while limited, was not impossible. Successful merchants could elevate family status through wealth and patronage. Education provided opportunities for advancement within government or church positions. Yet hierarchy remained visible in clothing, housing, and legal privileges. Guilds regulated professional life. They controlled quality standards, training, and pricing. Membership offered protection and community. Processions displayed guild banners, reinforcing identity within the city. Disease remained a recurring concern. Plague outbreaks returned periodically, though less devastating than in the 14th century. Households prepared for illness with stored remedies and spiritual precautions. Mortality rates remained higher than in modern times, shaping attitudes toward family and faith. Urban planning improved gradually. Some cities paved streets and developed rudimentary sanitation systems. Fountains provided public water sources. Architectural renovations reflected civic pride, as governments invested in public buildings and infrastructure. In courts beyond Florence, life followed different rhythms. Nobles engaged in diplomacy, hunting, and elaborate ceremonies. Castiglione's Book of the Courtier described ideals of refined behaviour, graceful conversation, musical ability, and cultivated appearance. Such expectations shaped aristocratic habits. Across Europe, climate fluctuations influenced harvests and food supply. the later 16th century experienced cooler temperatures associated with the Little Ice Age. Poor harvests could lead to higher prices and hardship among the poor. Yet daily life was not defined solely by difficulty. Family gatherings, religious festivals, and shared meals provided stability. Craftsmanship flourished in workshops producing textiles, metal goods, and artworks that circulated across regions. By the 17th century, the habits formed during the Renaissance had reshaped European society. Urban centres were more literate, more commercially connected, and more culturally ambitious than their medieval predecessors. Ordinary people did not speak of living in a rebirth. They experienced gradual adjustments, new foods, new books, new fashions, new opportunities. The Renaissance was not confined to studios and libraries. It existed in kitchens scented with herbs, and apprentices bent over tools, in marketplaces where coins changed hands. Its influence unfolded quietly within routines repeated each day, shaping the texture of European life without announcing itself. Florence's prosperity in the 15th century rested not only on merchants and guilds, but on families who understood how wealth could be transformed into influence. Among them, the Medici rose with particular skill. Their ascent did not begin with titles or military conquest. It began with banking careful loans, discreet negotiations, and a network of branches stretching across Europe. Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici laid the foundation in the early 1400s. His bank managed accounts for the papacy, giving the family both profit and prestige. Unlike many nobles, the Medici cultivated a modest public image. Giovanni avoided overt displays of dominance. He supported charitable works and contributed to public building projects. In doing so, he positioned his family as benefactors rather than rulers. His son, Cosimo de' Medici, inherited both wealth and strategy. Cosimo understood that power in Florence required balance. The city remained officially a republic, with offices rotated among eligible citizens. Openly seizing control would provoke resistance. Instead, Cosimo operated through alliances and patronage. He funded churches, monasteries, and libraries. He supported scholars who advanced humanist learning. His generosity created loyalty that translated quietly into political stability. Cosimo's exile in 1433 revealed how fragile this balance could be. Rival factions accused him of overreach and forced him to leave the city. Yet within a year, public support secured his return. The episode demonstrated that influence built through patronage could outweigh formal authority. Upon his return, Cosimo governed cautiously, rarely holding office himself but guiding decisions from behind the scenes. Under his leadership, Florence became a centre of artistic experimentation. Cosimo financed the reconstruction of the convent of San Marco, commissioning Fra Angelico to paint frescoes that combined spiritual devotion with renewed attention to perspective and proportion. He established the Medici Library, collecting manuscripts from across Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. Scholars gathered to study texts in Greek and Latin, deepening the city's intellectual resources. The relationship between patron and artist shaped Renaissance production. Commissions specified themes, sizes, and materials, yet within these constraints, artists explored new techniques. Donatello's sculptures for Medici commissions demonstrated both classical influence and personal interpretation. Brunelleschi's architectural designs reflected mathematical precision supported by wealthy sponsors. After Cosimo's death in 1464, his son Piero continued the family's role, though with less resilience. It was Piero's son, Lorenzo de' Medici, later known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, who embodied the cultural ambition of the period. Born in 1449, Lorenzo combined political awareness with literary interest. He wrote poetry in Italian and Latin. He corresponded with scholars across Europe. Under his guidance, Florence reached a peak of artistic brilliance. Lorenzo's court attracted young talents, including Michelangelo, whom he supported during his early development. The Medici Palace became a meeting place for poets, philosophers, and painters. Discussions ranged from Platonic philosophy to civic duty. Cultural achievement enhanced the city's prestige and reinforced Medici authority. Yet Florence's stability faced external pressures. The Italian peninsula remained divided among competing states. Milan, Venice, Naples, and the Papal States pursued their own interests. Diplomacy and shifting alliances characterized politics. Lorenzo engaged in careful negotiation to preserve balance among these powers. In 1478, a conspiracy known as the Pazzi Plot disrupted Florence. Rival bankers, supported by elements within the papacy, attempted to assassinate Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano during a cathedral service. Giuliano was killed. Lorenzo survived with injuries. The event exposed the risks of concentrated influence. Public reaction favored the Medici, and Lorenzo consolidated his position further. Beyond patronage systems in other courts, in Urbino, Federico da Montefeltro created a refined environment where art and scholarship flourished. In Mantua, the Gonzaga family sponsored painters such as Andrea Mantegna. Each court developed distinct preferences while sharing a commitment to classical revival. Rome, long marked by instability, experienced renewal under ambitious popes. Sixtus IV and later Julius II commissioned major building projects. They sought to restore Rome's grandeur, linking papal authority to the memory of imperial antiquity. The Vatican became a stage for artistic innovation, drawing talent from across Italy. The Medici influence extended beyond Florence when Giovanni de' Medici became Pope Leo X in 1513. His election demonstrated how financial networks and cultural reputation could translate into ecclesiastical authority. As Pope, Leo I continued patronage of the arts, supporting projects that shaped the High Renaissance. However, economic challenges emerged. Banking operations faced setbacks due to political instability and unpaid loans from monarchs. The Medici Bank declined in strength during the late 15th century. Financial strain intersected with political tension, weakening the family's position. In 1494, after Lorenzo's death, French forces under Charles VIII invaded Italy, disrupting the balance of power. Florence expelled the Medici temporarily. The Dominican preacher Girolamo Savonarola gained influence, calling for moral reform and criticizing perceived excesses of Renaissance culture. His sermons attracted large audiences. Public burnings of luxury goods signaled a shift in mood. Savonarola's authority proved short-lived. Political and ecclesiastical opposition led to his execution in 1498. Florence returned to republican governance for a time, though instability persisted. The Medici eventually regained control in 1512 with Spanish support, illustrating how international conflicts shaped Italian affairs. Throughout these upheavals, artistic production continued. Even during political uncertainty, commissions moved forward. Workshops adapted to changing patrons. The relationship between culture and power remained intertwined. Patronage was not limited to elites. Guilds, confraternities, and civic institutions also sponsored works. Public art reinforced shared identity. Frescoes in council chambers depicted historical scenes that affirmed republican values. The structure of patronage influenced artistic content. Religious themes dominated, yet classical mythology appeared increasingly in private settings. Wealthy patrons displayed mythological paintings in domestic spaces, signaling education and sophistication. Outside Italy, monarchs observed these developments. French and Spanish rulers invited Italian artists to their courts. Renaissance aesthetics crossed borders through travel and diplomacy. Architectural styles and artistic techniques spread gradually northward. The economic system supporting patronage relied on expanding trade networks. Florentine merchants engaged in textile production that required raw materials from England and dyes from the Mediterranean. Banking facilitated international commerce, linking cultural production to broader economic currents. As the 16th century advanced, patronage shifted towards centralized monarchies. Kings in France and Spain sponsored large-scale projects that reflected national ambition. Yet the model established in Florence, where cultural investment enhanced political authority, remained influential. The Medici story illustrates how private wealth could reshape public life. Their influence did not eliminate conflict, nor did it guarantee lasting stability. But through libraries, churches, and workshops, they fostered conditions in which artists and scholars could experiment. By the early 17th century, Florence's prominence had diminished compared to emerging powers in Northern Europe. Still, the patterns established during Medici dominance, strategic patronage, civic art, intellectual networks continued to shape European culture. The Renaissance was not solely the achievement of isolated geniuses. It depended on systems of support, negotiation, and calculated generosity. Families like the Medici transformed financial success into cultural leadership. In doing so, they helped define how art, scholarship, and politics could reinforce one another within an evolving European world. By the early 15th century, painting in Italy began to look different from what earlier generations had known. Medieval artists had conveyed sacred stories with clarity and devotion, yet their figures often seemed suspended in patterned space, defined more by symbolism than by physical presence. Now, painters turned their attention to how bodies occupied rooms, how light fell across fabric, and how architecture could frame a scene with measurable depth. One of the earliest signs of this transition appeared in the work of Giotto di Bondone in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. Though he belonged to an earlier generation, his frescoes in Padua suggested solidity and emotional restraint rather than decorative abstraction. Figures stood firmly on ground planes. Drapery followed the weight of the body beneath. His influence lingered for decades. In Florence, during the early 1400s, Masaccio carried these developments further. Working in the Brancacci chapel, he applied linear perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensional space on a flat surface. Lines converged toward a single vanishing point. Viewers standing before his frescoes experienced a convincing depth that drew the eye inward. His figures possessed weight and proportion derived from observation. Perspective itself emerged through experimentation. Filippo Brunelleschi conducted studies using mirrors and painted panels to test geometric principles. He demonstrated that mathematical rules could organize visual space. Leon Battista Alberti later described these principles in his treatise on painting, providing theoretical structure to what artists practiced in workshops. This new attention to space altered composition. Backgrounds shifted from symbolic goldfields to architectural interiors and natural landscapes. Hills receded into distance through atmospheric perspective, with colours fading into softer tones. Sky replaced pattern backdrop. The world depicted on walls and panels began to resemble the one views inhabited. Sculpture underwent parallel changes. Donatello's works displayed anatomical accuracy informed by direct study. His marble figures conveyed individual character rather than generalized types. In his reliefs, shallow carving created subtle gradations of depth, known as relievo schiacciato. This technique allowed sculptors to suggest space with minimal projection. Artists also examined surviving classical statues. Excavations in Rome uncovered fragments of ancient art. These pieces revealed balanced poses and natural proportions. The contrapposto stance, with weight shifted onto one leg, gave figures a sense of movement and stability combined. Renaissance sculptors adapted this posture to Christian subjects. The materials of art expanded. Oil painting, refined in Northern Europe, gradually entered Italian practice. Oil allowed richer colour transitions and slower drying times, enabling detailed layering. Tempera remained common, but experimentation continued. Workshops organised artistic training systematically. Masters oversaw apprentices who ground pigments, prepared panels and copied drawings. Skills were transmitted through repetition and correction. Guild regulations defined standards and protected professional reputation. Commissions came from churches, confraternities, and private patrons. Altarpieces remained central, yet their composition evolved. Figures interacted within unified spaces rather than occupying isolated compartments. Narrative scenes unfolded with spatial coherence. Religious themes retained importance. The Virgin Mary, saints, and biblical episodes dominated commissions, yet representation emphasized humanity. Expression suggested quiet reflection or measured sorrow rather than exaggerated gesture. Artists aimed to balance devotion with realism. As the 15th century advanced, experimentation accelerated. Andrea del Verrocchio combined sculpture and painting in his workshop where Leonardo da Vinci trained. Verrocchio's bronze works demonstrated refined surface treatment and careful attention to anatomy. Piero della Francesca explored geometry in both painting and theoretical writing. His works displayed clarity and calm arrangement. Figures stood within architectural settings constructed through precise perspective grids. Light appeared consistent and rational. The competition between artists encouraged technical advancement. Civic pride motivated cities to commission impressive works. Public monuments commemorated leaders and victories. Portraiture gained prominence as individuals sought to record their likeness with dignity. Portrait painting shifted from profile views, reminiscent of ancient coins, to three-quarter perspectives that suggested psychological presence. Patrons requested accurate representation of facial features and clothing. Such images reflected growing interest in individual identity. Architectural design paralleled developments in painting. Brunelleschi's dome for Florence Cathedral represented an engineering solution to a long-standing problem. The cathedral's vast crossing required a structure spanning unprecedented width without traditional support. Brunelleschi devised a double-shell dome using herringbone brick patterns. His achievement combined study of Roman precedents with innovative construction methods. Buildings designed during this period emphasized symmetry and proportion. Columns, pilasters, and arches referenced classical forms. Facades displayed measured intervals rather than elaborate ornament. Interior spaces aimed for harmonious geometry. Leon Battista Alberti contributed theoretical reflection. His treatises on painting and architecture articulated principles derived from antiquity. He described beauty as arising from mathematical relationships among parts. His writings influenced architects across Italy. By the late 15th century, these developments culminated in what later historians would call the High Renaissance. Artists sought balanced composition, idealized anatomy, and controlled perspective. The goal was unity within complexity. In Florence and Rome, painters such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael emerged as leading figures. Each approached art differently, yet all benefited from earlier experiments in perspective and anatomy. Leonardo investigated light and shadow with subtlety. His technique of sfumato softened transitions between tones, creating atmospheric depth. Michelangelo's sculptural training informed his painted figures, which appeared powerful and grounded. Raphael integrated compositional clarity with graceful expression. Artistic innovation did not occur in isolation. Scientific curiosity supported it. Study of anatomy through dissection improved understanding of musculature. Observation of nature encouraged accurate rendering of plants and landscapes. Patronage shaped subject matter. Papal commissions in Rome encouraged grand fresco cycles. Julius II hired Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling, combining biblical narrative with monumental scale. Raphael's School of Athens depicted classical philosophers within a coherent architectural space, reflecting humanist admiration for antiquity. Meanwhile, in Venice, artists such as Giovanni Bellini and later Titian emphasized color and atmospheric light. Venetian painting developed distinct qualities influenced by maritime trade and exposure to different pigments. The Renaissance transformation of art represented a shift in how Europeans saw themselves. Images suggested that the human body possessed dignity and structure worthy of careful study. Space became measurable rather than symbolic. Architecture reflected rational order. These changes unfolded over decades through workshops, debates, and commissions. They were not abrupt replacements of medieval art, but gradual developments building upon existing traditions. By the early 16th century, Visitors travelling through Italian cities encountered churches and palaces that embodied a new visual language. Frescoes appeared as windows into believable spaces. Sculptures stood independently rather than attached to walls. Buildings conveyed proportion rooted in classical precedent. The awakening of art during the Renaissance rested on curiosity disciplined by method. Artists measured, calculated, and observed. Patrons funded and directed. The result was a visual culture that would influence Europe for centuries. By the late 15th century, the artistic experiments of Florence and Rome had produced individuals whose reputations extended far beyond their home cities. Among them, Leonardo da Vinci stood out not only for technical ability, but for the breadth of his curiosity. Born in 1452 inches, the Tuscan town of Vinci, he entered the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio as a young apprentice. There he learned drawing, painting, metalwork and mechanical skills. From the beginning, his interests moved beyond the boundaries of any single craft. Leonardo approached painting as an investigation. He filled notebooks with observations about light, shadow and proportion. He dissected human bodies to understand muscles and bone structure. He sketched plants, water currents and machines. His handwriting ran from right to left in mirror script, perhaps for privacy or habit. These notebooks reveal a mind constantly examining the visible world. In Milan, under the patronage of Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo produced works that combined artistic composition with scientific study. His Last Supper, painted in the refectory of Santa Maria della Grazia, arranged the apostles in balanced groups along a single perspective line. The vanishing point lay behind Christ's head, guiding the viewer's attention through geometry rather than ornament. Each figure responded individually to the moment it did, reflecting Leonardo's interest in psychology. Yet Leonardo's projects often remained unfinished. His restless curiosity drew him toward engineering designs, canal systems, and studies of flight. He sketched machines for war and peace alike. Some were impractical, others visionary. Though many of these inventions were never built, they reveal how Renaissance art and science overlapped. In Florence, and later in Rome, Michelangelo Buonarroti pursued a different path. Born in 1475, he trained briefly in the Medici Garden, studying classical sculptures. His early Pietà in Rome displayed mastery of marble, combining anatomical precision with calm expression. Unlike Leonardo, Michelangelo focused intensely on the human form as the primary vehicle of meaning. When commissioned to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling, Michelangelo approached the vast surface as a sculptor working in colour. The figures he created appeared muscular and monumental, arranged within architectural frameworks. Scenes from Genesis unfolded across the ceiling, linking biblical narrative with classical proportion. The scale of the project required sustained labour over several years. Michelangelo's David, carved from a single block of marble, stood as a civic symbol in Florence. The statue's balanced stance and concentrated gaze conveyed controlled strength. Placed originally in a public square, it represented the city's identity during uncertain political times. Raphael, younger than both Leonardo and Michelangelo, offered yet another approach. Born in Urbino in 1483, he absorbed influences from both Florence and Rome. His compositions emphasized clarity and harmony. In the Vatican stands, he painted frescoes that combined classical philosophy with Christian theology. The school of Athens brought together figures such as Plato and Aristotle within a grand architectural setting. The arrangement reflected intellectual balance rather than dramatic intensity. These three figures are often grouped as representatives of the High Renaissance. Their works displayed technical mastery and compositional unity. However, their careers unfolded within networks of patronage and political context. Papal ambitions, courtly expectations, and civic pride shaped what they produced. Beyond Italy, Renaissance ideas adapted to local traditions. In Northern Europe, artists developed detailed realism using oil techniques refined in the Low Countries. Albrecht Dürer of Nuremberg travelled to Italy and absorbed perspective theory. Upon returning north, he combined Italian compositional structure with German attention to surface detail. His engravings circulated widely, demonstrating how printmaking expanded artistic influence. Printing transformed the distribution of images and ideas. Woodcuts and engravings allowed artworks to reach audiences far from their origin. Artists became known through reproductions. Knowledge of perspective and anatomy spread through illustrated treatises. The expansion of learning also influenced science. Nicolaus Copernicus, a Polish scholar educated in Italy, proposed a heliocentric model of the cosmos in the early 16th century. His argument that the Earth moved around the Sun challenged established astronomical systems derived from antiquity and medieval commentary. Though initially circulated among specialists, his work marked a shift in how nature could be understood. Andreas Vesalius published detailed anatomical studies based on direct dissection, correcting long-standing errors in medical texts. Observation began to replace unquestioned reliance on authority. This approach paralleled artistic study of the body. Political developments affected cultural centres. The Italian Wars, beginning in 1494, brought French and Spanish armies into the peninsula. Cities changed hands. Rome was sacked in 1527 by imperial troops, disrupting artistic production temporarily. Many artists dispersed, carrying techniques to other regions. In Venice, relative stability allowed continued experimentation. Giorgione and Titian explored colour and mood. Venetian painters emphasized rich pigments and atmospheric effects rather than strict linear design. Trade connections provided access to materials and influenced stylistic choices. The Renaissance was not solely about grand commissions. Portraiture expanded among merchants and officials who wished to record their status. Artists studied facial expression carefully, presenting individuals as distinct personalities. Architecture evolved alongside painting and sculpture. Donato Bramante designed St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, drawing upon classical forms at monumental scale. His plans influenced subsequent architects even as modifications occurred. Education continued to reflect humanist priorities. Grammar schools emphasized classical texts. Universities incorporated new scientific discussions gradually. Scholars corresponded across borders, forming networks of exchange. As the 16th century progressed, artistic style began to shift again. Mannerism emerged, characterized by elongated proportions and complex compositions. This development reflected both admiration for high Renaissance masters and desire to experiment beyond established balance. Meanwhile, global exploration altered European awareness. Voyages to the Americas and around Africa introduced new commodities and perspectives. Wealth from colonial trade financed artistic projects in Spain and Portugal. In France, King Francis I invited Leonardo to his court, demonstrating how Renaissance culture crossed national boundaries. Italian architects and artists worked in French chateaux, blending styles. England absorbed Renaissance ideas more gradually. Scholars such as Thomas More engaged with humanist thought. Later in the century, playwrights, including William Shakespeare, would reflect classical themes within vernacular drama. The Renaissance's artistic flowering thus unfolded within interconnected developments: scientific inquiry, political rivalry, economic expansion, and technological change. Individual masters achieved distinction, yet their achievements depended on systems of support and circulation. By the mid-16th century, Europe's cultural landscape differed markedly from that of 2 centuries earlier. Images conveyed spatial realism, books circulated widely, scientific ideas began to question inherited cosmologies. Leonardo's notebooks, Michelangelo's sculptures, Raphael's frescoes. These were visible signs of broader transformation. They represented a belief that disciplined study of nature and antiquity could yield refined expression. As wars and religious tensions intensified later in the century, Renaissance ideals would encounter new pressures. Yet the foundations laid during this period, methodical observation, classical reference, cultivated patronage, remained embedded in European culture. While painters and sculptors refined visual language, another development quietly altered the structure of knowledge itself. In the middle of the 15th century, a metal worker from Mainz named Johannes Gutenberg adapted existing technologies, movable type, oil-based ink, and the screw press into a system capable of producing books in large numbers with consistent accuracy. His printed Bible, completed around 1455, demonstrated that texts could be reproduced more efficiently than by hand copying. Before printing, manuscripts were labor-intensive. Scribes in monasteries or urban workshops copied texts line by line. Errors accumulated over generations of copying. Books were expensive and relatively scarce. With the printing press, identical copies could be produced in hundreds. Costs gradually decreased, access widened. Printing did not immediately replace manuscript culture. For decades, scribes and printers operated side by side. Yet the press changed expectations. Readers began to assume stable texts. Scholars could reference page numbers that corresponded across copies. Standardization encouraged comparison and correction. Humanist scholars benefited greatly. Classical works recovered in Italy could now circulate across Europe. Editions of Cicero, Virgil, and Plato appeared in multiple cities. Printers in Venice, such as Aldus Manutius, specialized in compact, affordable editions of Greek and Latin authors. His italic typeface and portable book format made learning more accessible to traveling scholars. The spread of print also strengthened vernacular languages. Bibles, devotional works, and literature appeared in German, French, English, and Spanish. As printers sought markets, they responded to local demand. Literacy expanded among urban populations, who could now purchase books at lower prices. Religious life felt the impact directly. In 1517, Martin Luther, a German monk and professor, published his 95 Theses criticizing certain church practices. Printed pamphlets carried his arguments rapidly across the Holy Roman Empire and beyond. Within months, debates that might once have remained local became international. The Reformation that followed reshaped Europe's religious map. Protestant communities formed in Germany, Switzerland, England, and Scandinavia. Catholic authorities responded with reform efforts of their own, known as the Counter-Reformation. The Council of Trent clarified doctrine and addressed abuses. New religious orders, such as the Jesuits, emphasized education and missionary work. Printing amplified these developments. Sermons, catechisms, and polemical tracts circulated widely. Literacy gained practical urgency. Families sought access to scripture in their own language. Schools expanded in Protestant regions to support reading. Scientific inquiry also relied increasingly on print. Copernicus's heliocentric treatise, published in 1543, reached scholars beyond Poland. Though controversial, it initiated conversations that would continue for generations. Later, Galileo Galilei used printed dialogue to defend telescopic observations supporting heliocentrism. His works provoked ecclesiastical opposition but demonstrated how print could sustain debate. The press facilitated exchange between regions. Scholars corresponded by letter and published findings in books that travelled along trade routes. Knowledge accumulated more visibly than before. Errors could be challenged through comparison of sources. Meanwhile, political authorities recognized print's influence. Monarchs issued decrees controlling presses within their territories. Licensing systems sought to regulate content. Yet, underground printing persisted in times of tension. Education adapted to the new environment. Universities expanded curricula to include printed textbooks. Grammar schools used standardized editions of classical authors. Students could own personal copies rather than relying solely on shared manuscripts. The visual arts responded as well. Engravings and woodcuts reproduced paintings and sculptures, extending artists' reputations. Albrecht Dürer's prints circulated across Europe, establishing him as an international figure. Reproductive prints allowed motifs to travel between workshops. Maps benefited from printing technology. As explorers returned with new information, cartographers incorporated findings into printed atlases. Geographic knowledge improved incrementally. The world appeared larger and more interconnected. In daily life, printed materials entered households gradually. Almanacs provided calendars and practical advice. Prayer books guided devotion. Ballads and pamphlets offered entertainment and news. Information moved with greater speed than in previous centuries. The economic implications were significant. Printing houses required investment in type, paper, and skilled labour. Cities such as Venice, Antwerp, and Lyon became centres of the book trade. International fairs facilitated exchange of printed goods. The Renaissance emphasis on returning to original sources gained strength through print. Scholars compared editions, corrected translations, and debated interpretation. Textual criticism developed into a method grounded in evidence, rather than tradition alone. Artistic treatises spread techniques beyond regional boundaries. Manuals on perspective, anatomy, and architecture circulated among practitioners. Young artists in Northern Europe could study Italian theory without travelling there. At the same time, religious conflict intensified. Wars of religion erupted in parts of Europe during the 16th century. France experienced decades of violence between Catholic and Protestant factions. The Holy Roman Empire faced divisions formalised in the Peace of Augsburg in 1555, allowing rulers to determine the religion of their territories. England's break with Rome under Henry VIII created a national church under royal authority. Subsequent reigns alternated between Protestant and Catholic leadership, reflecting political as well as theological concerns. Printed Bibles in English influenced popular devotion. The Catholic Church responded with renewed artistic patronage. Baroque style emerged in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, emphasizing clarity and engagement. Though stylistically distinct from High Renaissance balance, it built upon earlier foundations. Scientific thought advanced gradually. Tycho Brahe collected astronomical data with precision. Johannes Kepler later formulated laws of planetary motion based on mathematical analysis. Their work depended on printed tables and correspondence networks. Urban life reflected increasing complexity. News sheets reported political developments. Pamphlets debated policy. Literacy rates rose slowly, unevenly across regions, but enough to create a broader reading public. Printing thus served as both instrument and catalyst. It did not create the Renaissance, but it accelerated its spread. Ideas that once required years to travel could now circulate within months. Scholars became part of a republic of letters, connected through printed words. As the 17th century approached, Europe's intellectual landscape bore marks of this transformation. Religious pluralism, scientific debate, and artistic diversity characterized the era. The press stood quietly behind these shifts, multiplying voices. The Renaissance, initially rooted in Italian humanism and artistic experimentation, had become a continent-wide process. It reshaped education, faith, governance, and daily reading habits. Its influence extended beyond elite courts into urban households. By this stage, Europe stood at the threshold of further change. Scientific inquiry would deepen. Political authority would centralize in some regions and fragment in others. Global trade would intensify. The habits formed during the Renaissance, questioning texts, observing nature, cultivating individual expression, would guide these developments. As the 16th century unfolded, the Renaissance could no longer be described as an Italian movement alone. Ideas, styles, and methods that had matured in Florence, Rome, and Venice were now adapting to conditions across Northern Europe. The character of this expansion differed from its Italian origins. Climate, religious traditions, and political structures shaped distinct expressions of the same intellectual current. In the Low Countries, prosperous cities such as Antwerp and Bruges benefited from trade networks that connected the North Sea to the Mediterranean. Merchants exchanged textiles, metals, and luxury goods. Urban wealth supported artists who developed techniques rooted in close observation. Oil painting, refined by Jan van Eyck in the early 15th century, allowed subtle gradations of light and texture. Surfaces appeared luminous. Fabrics, metal, and skin reflected light with careful detail. Northern painters approached realism through precision rather than classical proportion. Interiors included objects arranged meticulously: books, candles, fruit, and instruments. Such elements carried symbolic meaning while grounding scenes in everyday life. Portraits presented merchants and civic leaders with quiet dignity. Albrecht Dürer travelled from Nuremberg to Italy in the 1490s, studying perspective and proportion. He recognised that Italian artists relied on mathematical systems to construct space. Upon returning home, he published treatises explaining geometry and human measurement. His engravings circulated widely, bridging northern detail with Italian structure. Humanism also reached the north through scholarship. Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam exemplified this intellectual migration. Educated in monastic and university settings, Erasmus edited and published a new Latin translation of the New Testament based on Greek manuscripts. He advocated moral reform within the Church, emphasizing inner piety and classical learning. His writings traveled across Europe through print, influencing both Catholic and Protestant readers. In England, Thomas More engaged with humanist thought. His work Utopia imagined a fictional society organized by reason and communal responsibility. Though literary in form, it reflected Renaissance interest in classical philosophy and civic ethics. English grammar schools incorporated humanist curricula, teaching Latin rhetoric and classical history. France absorbed Renaissance culture through court patronage. King Francis I invited Italian artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, to reside at his court. French chateaux adopted classical architectural elements, blending them with local traditions. Humanist scholars established printing houses in Paris and Lyon. Spain's Renaissance developed within the context of unification under Ferdinand and Isabella, and the subsequent expansion into the Americas. Wealth from colonial territories financed artistic projects and educational institutions. Universities such as Salamanca incorporated humanist studies alongside theological instruction. The encounter with new continents transformed European awareness. Voyages led by Christopher Columbus in 1492, Vasco da Gama's route to India, and Ferdinand Magellan's circumnavigation expanded geographical knowledge. Printed maps incorporated these discoveries. Trade introduced unfamiliar plants, animals, and commodities. Tomatoes, potatoes, and maize gradually entered European diets. Global exchange influenced economics. Silver from the Americas increased European monetary supply, contributing to price fluctuations known as the Price Revolution. Merchant networks expanded further. Cities such as Seville and Lisbon became gateways for overseas trade. Intellectual curiosity extended to natural history. Scholars catalogued newly encountered species. Botanical gardens were established to study imported plants. Collections of artifacts from distant lands filled cabinets of curiosity, precursors to modern museums. Meanwhile, religious tensions continued to shape northern Europe. In Germany, Lutheran territories restructured church governments. In Switzerland, reform movements led by Huldrych Zwingli and later John Calvin emphasized different theological emphases. Calvin's teachings influenced communities in France, the Netherlands, Scotland, and beyond. These developments affected art. In Protestant regions, religious imagery declined in churches due to concerns about idolatry. Artists redirected attention toward portraiture, landscape, and genre scenes. In Catholic territories, the Counter-Reformation encouraged clear narrative art that reinforced doctrine. Architecture evolved differently in various regions. In England, classical elements appeared gradually within Tudor structures. In Spain, the Plateresque style combined Renaissance ornament with local traditions. Germany developed its own variations, blending Gothic and classical forms. Education broadened further. Protestant communities established schools to promote literacy for Bible reading. Catholic reformers expanded seminaries and colleges. Universities incorporated new scientific and philosophical discussions while retaining traditional subjects. Scientific inquiry accelerated in the late 16th century. Observational astronomy advanced through improved instruments. Galileo's telescopic discoveries revealed lunar craters and Jupiter's moons, challenging Aristotelian cosmology. Though controversy followed, his findings circulated widely. Philosophical debate deepened. Thinkers questioned inherited frameworks and explored empirical methods. Francis Bacon in England advocated systematic observation and experimentation. Though his work belongs partly to the 17th century, it emerged from Renaissance confidence in human inquiry. Literature flourished in vernacular languages. In England, William Shakespeare's plays combined classical themes with contemporary concerns. His works reflected Renaissance interest in character, political ambition, and moral complexity. In Spain, Miguel de Cervantes published Don Quixote, blending satire with reflection on chivalric ideals. Music developed polyphonic richness. Composers such as Palestrina in Rome structured sacred compositions with clarity suited to Counter-Reformation ideals. Secular madrigals spread across courts and households, combining poetry with layered harmony. Daily life in Northern Europe incorporated Renaissance influences gradually. Merchants displayed imported goods. Homes included printed books and decorative objects inspired by classical motifs. Clothing styles adapted Italian fashions within local climates. By the early 17th century, the Renaissance spirit had permeated much of Europe. Yet it did not eliminate regional identity. Instead, it provided shared references, classical texts, perspective theory, humanist education that each society interpreted differently. The movement's expansion also prepared the ground for further transformation. Scientific revolution, religious conflict, and political centralization would reshape Europe in the coming decades. The Renaissance had encouraged study of antiquity and observation of nature. These habits would guide thinkers beyond the framework of the 15th century. What began as a revival of classical learning in Italian city-states had become a continental shift in how knowledge was gathered, art was created, and authority was questioned. Through trade routes, printing presses, courts, and universities, Renaissance ideas moved steadily outward. As Renaissance ideas spread across Europe, they entered courts and governments where power was being reorganized. The political landscape of the 16th century differed markedly from that of the fragmented medieval past. Monarchies in France, Spain, and England strengthened administrative systems. Diplomacy became more formalized. Written correspondence, often shaped by humanist rhetoric, structured negotiations between states. Italy remained divided and vulnerable to foreign intervention. The Italian wars, beginning in 1494, involved France, Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and various Italian states. Armies moved repeatedly across the peninsula. Cities were besieged and alliances shifted. The instability revealed the limits of small republics facing centralized monarchies. Niccolò Machiavelli, a Florentine diplomat and political thinker, observed these changes closely. After serving the Republic in various missions, he experienced exile when the Medici returned to power. During this period, he wrote The Prince, a short treatise analyzing how rulers acquire and maintain authority. His work emphasized pragmatic calculation rather than moral idealism. He studied Roman history and contemporary politics, arguing that stability required decisiveness and adaptability. Machiavelli's ideas reflected Renaissance engagement with classical sources while addressing modern realities. He examined human behavior as it functioned in politics, not merely as it ought to function. Though controversial, his analysis contributed to emerging concepts of statecraft grounded in observation. Elsewhere in Europe, monarchs consolidated power through bureaucratic systems. In Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella unified territories and strengthened royal institutions. Their successors extended administrative reach into overseas colonies. The flow of silver from the Americas increased royal revenue, though it also contributed to economic strain through inflation. France under Francis I and his successors developed centralised courts. Royal patronage of art reinforced authority. Legal reforms sought to standardise administration across provinces. Diplomacy relied increasingly on resident ambassadors, reflecting Renaissance emphasis on communication and negotiation. England experienced its own transformations. Henry VIII's break with Rome in the 1530s transferred ecclesiastical authority to the crown. The dissolution of monasteries redistributed land and wealth, strengthening royal control. Under Elizabeth I, England balanced religious compromise with cultural flowering, supporting literature and exploration. The Holy Roman Empire remained a mosaic of principalities and free cities. The Reformation fragmented religious unity, formalised by the Peace of Augsburg in 1555. Local rulers gained authority to determine religious practice within their territories. Political identity intertwined with confessional allegiance. Diplomatic correspondence during this era reflected humanist education. Letters were composed in polished Latin or increasingly refined vernacular languages. Rhetorical skill enhanced political credibility. Education in classical history provided models for governance and civic virtue. Urban governments also adapted. Councils recorded decisions systematically. Financial administration became more organised. Taxation supported standing armies rather than temporary feudal levies. Military technology evolved with the introduction of gunpowder artillery, altering fortification design. The development of new fortifications known as Tres Italienne demonstrated Renaissance engineering applied to defence. Star-shaped bastions replaced medieval walls, designed to withstand cannon fire. Architects and engineers collaborated in planning cities capable of resisting siege warfare. Commerce influenced political decisions. Merchant interests shaped foreign policy. Control of trade routes became a strategic priority. Venice guarded its maritime empire carefully, while Portugal and Spain competed for overseas dominance. Intellectual exchange intersected with politics. Scholars served as advisors and secretaries. Universities educated administrators capable of managing expanding bureaucracies. Printing allowed rapid dissemination of political arguments, shaping public opinion. The concept of sovereignty evolved gradually. Thinkers such as Jean Bodin in France articulated theories of centralized authority. His writings examine the nature of power within a state, emphasizing unity as protection against internal conflict. Religious wars in France between Catholic and Huguenot factions revealed the dangers of fragmentation. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572 shocked observers across Europe. Political leaders sought stability amid confessional division. In the Netherlands, resistance against Spanish rule combined economic grievances with Protestant identity. The Dutch revolt eventually produced an independent republic in the north. Amsterdam emerged as a commercial centre, benefiting from maritime trade and relative religious tolerance. The Renaissance's influence on politics did not eliminate violence or rivalry. Instead, it provided tools for analysis and administration. Classical texts informed discussions of republicanism and empire. Humanist education trained officials capable of navigating complex alliances. Civic identity remained significant in Italian cities, though overshadowed by foreign domination. Florence experienced shifts between Medici rule and republican governance. Rome, rebuilt under successive popes, combined spiritual authority with territorial ambition. Art continued to serve political ends. Portraits projected royal dignity. Public monuments celebrated victories. Architectural projects symbolized centralized strength. Courts displayed cultural refinement as evidence of legitimacy. Economic change accelerated. The expansion of Atlantic trade shifted Europe's center of gravity toward western seaboard nations. Ports such as Lisbon, Seville, and later Amsterdam gained prominence. Mediterranean cities adjusted to altered trade patterns. Agricultural production faced pressures from population growth and climatic fluctuation. The late 16th century saw episodes of poor harvest linked to cooler temperatures. Governments responded with grain storage policies and price controls where possible. Intellectual life reflected these tensions. Debates about governance, law and religion filled printed pages. Pamphlets circulated arguments supporting or criticizing rulers. Political awareness expanded beyond narrow elites. By the early 17th century, the Renaissance phase of political transformation blended into early modern state formation. Administrative systems were more complex, armies were larger and more permanent, diplomacy was continuous rather than episodic. The intellectual habits cultivated during the Renaissance, critical reading, classical comparison, rhetorical skill, proved adaptable to governance. They did not guarantee justice or peace, but they shaped how leaders conceptualized authority. Europe now consisted of emerging nation-states, competing empires, and resilient republics. The Italian city-states that had nurtured early humanism no longer dominated political events, yet the frameworks they developed influenced broader structures. The Renaissance had begun with scholars rediscovering ancient texts, but now contributed to the machinery of modern politics. Letters, laws, fortifications, and fiscal systems bore its imprint. As the 17th century approached, Europe stood prepared for further upheaval, religious wars on continental scale, scientific revolutions, and colonial expansion. The political culture formed during the Renaissance would frame these developments, even as new challenges reshaped the continent once more. As political systems evolved and printing accelerated communication, Renaissance thought increasingly turned toward the natural world. Curiosity that had once focused on classical manuscripts now expanded into observation of the heavens, the human body, and the physical laws governing motion. This transition did not reject earlier scholarship. Rather, it built upon humanist methods of returning to original sources and testing established interpretations. Astronomy became one of the first fields to reflect this shift clearly. For centuries, European understanding of the cosmos had been shaped by the Ptolemaic system, which placed Earth at the center of a series of nested spheres. This geocentric model had been refined through medieval commentary and integrated into theological frameworks. Yet discrepancies between predicted and observed planetary movements troubled some scholars. Nicolaus Copernicus, born in 1473 inches, what is now Poland, studied mathematics and astronomy in Italy. After years of calculation, he proposed that the Sun, not the Earth, occupied the center of the planetary system. His book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, published in 1543, outlined this heliocentric arrangement. Copernicus dedicated the work to Pope Paul III, reflecting the complex relationship between scientific inquiry and religious authority. The heliocentric model did not immediately overturn established cosmology. Its mathematical elegance appealed to some, while others regarded it cautiously. The book circulated among specialists rather than the general public. Still, it introduced a framework that would influence later generations. Advances in observation strengthened this process. Tycho Brahe, a Danish nobleman, constructed observatories and recorded planetary positions with remarkable precision. Though he did not fully accept heliocentrism, his data provided a foundation for further analysis. Johannes Kepler, who later worked with Brahe's records, formulated laws describing planetary motion in elliptical orbits. His conclusions relied on mathematical relationships rather than circular perfection. Galileo Galilei, an Italian mathematician, improved the telescope in the early 17th century. Through it, he observed mountains on the Moon, phases of Venus, and moons orbiting Jupiter. These findings challenged the assumption that all celestial bodies revolved around Earth. Galileo published his results in accessible language, reaching a wider audience than previous astronomical works. The Church initially responded with caution rather than immediate condemnation. However, as heliocentrism gained public attention and appeared to contradict certain scriptural interpretations, tension increased. Galileo's trial in 1633 marked a moment when scientific method and ecclesiastical authority confronted one another directly. Though forced to recount publicly, his work continued to circulate. Anatomy also advanced during this period. Andreas Vesalius, born in Brussels in 1514, conducted systematic dissections that corrected errors inherited from ancient authorities such as Galen. His book, De Humani Corporis Fabrica, presented detailed illustrations of the human body. These images, produced with artistic precision, demonstrated how Renaissance art and science intersected. The study of musculature and bone structure informed both medicine and sculpture. William Harvey in England later described the circulation of blood, building upon anatomical knowledge accumulated during the Renaissance. His experiments relied on direct observation and quantitative reasoning. Natural philosophy broadened beyond astronomy and anatomy. Scholars investigated magnetism, mechanics, and optics. Instruments such as microscopes and improved lenses expanded the scale of observation. Though many conclusions would later be revised, the method of inquiry shifted toward experimentation and measurement. This scientific transformation was gradual and uneven. Universities retained traditional curricula alongside new studies. Aristotelian philosophy remained influential, yet a space had opened for questioning and revision. Printing remained essential to this process. Scientific treatises included diagrams and tables reproducible across Europe. Correspondence networks allowed scholars to compare results. The Republic of Letters, as it was sometimes called, connected thinkers from different regions through shared curiosity. Renaissance education had emphasized rhetoric and classical history. Now, mathematics gained increasing importance. Geometry, once primarily a tool for artists and architects, became central to scientific reasoning. Calculations replaced purely qualitative descriptions. Philosophical reflection accompanied empirical work. René Descartes in France sought systematic doubt as a path to certainty. His approach emphasized reason as foundation for knowledge. Though his philosophy extended beyond the Renaissance period, it emerged from intellectual currents shaped by earlier humanist inquiry. The relationship between science and religion during this era was complex. Many scientists remained devout. They viewed study of nature as understanding divine creation. Conflicts arose not from simple opposition but from differing interpretations of authority and evidence. Technological innovation influenced daily life gradually. Improved navigation techniques supported long-distance voyages. Advances in metallurgy strengthened artillery and tools. Agricultural practices adapted to new crops introduced from overseas. The Renaissance habit of returning to original sources extended to biblical scholarship as well. Scholars examined Hebrew and Greek texts to refine translations. This textual analysis paralleled scientific scrutiny of inherited cosmologies. By the early 17th century, the cumulative effect of these investigations reshaped European thought. The cosmos appeared less fixed and more dynamic. The human body became an object of systematic study. Knowledge seemed expandable rather than closed. This transformation did not erase tradition immediately. Religious institutions continued to shape education and governance. Yet intellectual confidence in observation and calculation marked a departure from medieval reliance on commentary alone. Art and science remained intertwined. Anatomical drawings informed painters. Geometric perspective informed astronomers. Shared interest in proportion and structure linked disciplines. As political tensions mounted toward the 30 Years' War beginning in 1618, Europe entered a period of extended conflict. Yet even amid warfare, scientific exchange persisted. Scholars corresponded across confessional lines. The Renaissance had begun with rediscovery of classical antiquity. It matured into a culture that valued inquiry across multiple fields. The scientific developments of this era would later be labelled the Scientific Revolution, but their roots lay in habits formed during the Renaissance: critical reading, careful observation, and willingness to revise inherited models. While scholars measured planets and dissected bodies, European ships were crossing oceans with increasing regularity. The Renaissance had encouraged curiosity about classical geography, but ancient maps described only a limited world. Mariners of the 15th and 16th centuries gradually replaced inherited outlines with first-hand observation. Exploration reshaped economic structures and intellectual assumptions alike. Portuguese voyages along the west coast of Africa during the 15th century marked an early stage of this outward movement. Supported by Prince Henry the Navigator, expeditions sought trade routes that bypassed established Mediterranean intermediaries. Caravels, designed for ocean travel, allowed sailors to navigate unfamiliar waters. By 1498, Vasco da Gama reached India by rounding the Cape of Good Hope, establishing a sea route linking Europe directly to Asian markets. In 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed west under Spanish patronage, aiming to reach Asia across the Atlantic. Instead, he encountered lands unknown to Europeans. Subsequent voyages revealed that these territories formed continents previously uncharted in European geography. The term New World entered circulation, reflecting both novelty and misunderstanding. The consequences were extensive. Spanish expeditions under Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro conquered large indigenous empires in Mexico and Peru. These conquests, facilitated by military technology and disease, brought vast quantities of silver to Europe. Colonial administration followed, integrating overseas territories into European political systems. Portugal established trading posts in Africa, India, and later Brazil. Spanish and Portuguese spheres of influence were formalized through treaties dividing overseas claims. Other European powers would soon challenge this dominance. The influx of silver altered European economies. Increased monetary supply contributed to sustained price inflation during the 16th century. Wages did not always keep pace, affecting urban labourers and rural peasants differently. Governments adapted fiscal policies to manage new revenue streams. Trade networks expanded dramatically. Spices from Asia, sugar from Caribbean plantations, and textiles from distant markets flowed into European ports. Seville and Lisbon prospered as gateways. Antwerp became a commercial hub connecting northern and southern trade routes. Cultural exchange accompanied economic transformation. European scholars examined unfamiliar plants, animals, and peoples. Reports from missionaries and travellers circulated in printed accounts. Curiosity about distant lands aligned with Renaissance interest in geography and natural history. However, exploration also intensified systems of exploitation. The transatlantic slave trade expanded to meet labour demands in colonial plantations. African societies were drawn into global networks shaped by European demand. These developments had enduring human consequences. Cartography advanced alongside navigation. Maps incorporated newly charted coastlines. Gerardus Mercator's projection in 1569 offered a practical system for sailors, though it distorted scale at higher latitudes. Printed atlases allowed merchants and officials to visualize expanding empires. The expansion of European presence overseas influenced domestic politics. Colonial wealth strengthened monarchies but also generated competition. Naval power became a measure of state capacity. England and the Netherlands invested in maritime fleets to challenge Iberian dominance. Religious missions accompanied exploration. Catholic and Protestant missionaries sought converts in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Educational institutions and churches were established in colonial territories. The spread of Christianity intertwined with political control. Back in Europe, imported goods altered consumption patterns. Sugar, once rare, became more common. Tobacco spread rapidly after its introduction. Chocolate and coffee entered European diets gradually. These commodities influenced social habits and commercial enterprise. Scientific interest in navigation stimulated mathematical study. Accurate measurement of longitude remained difficult, but improved instruments such as the astrolabe and later the sextant advanced maritime precision. Shipbuilding techniques evolved to accommodate longer voyages. Renaissance humanism had encouraged admiration for ancient explorers such as Ptolemy. Now, contemporary navigators surpassed classical knowledge. The world described by antiquity proved incomplete. European self-understanding adjusted accordingly. Colonial encounters also raised moral and philosophical questions. Bartolomé de las Casas criticized the treatment of indigenous peoples, arguing for their humanity and rights. Debates within Spain addressed the ethics of conquest and governance. Economic centres shifted westward as Atlantic trade surpassed Mediterranean routes in importance. Italian city-states, once dominant in commerce, faced competition from ports along the Atlantic coast. Amsterdam in the 17th century emerged as a financial and maritime powerhouse. Joint stock companies formed to distribute risk among investors. The Dutch East India Company and the English East India Company operated as commercial enterprises with quasi-governmental authority overseas. These institutions represented new forms of economic organisation. The Renaissance emphasis on classical revival did not disappear amid global expansion. Instead, it provided intellectual tools for interpreting new realities. Scholars compared indigenous societies to ancient civilizations. Classical references framed descriptions of unfamiliar customs. At the same time, knowledge flowed in multiple directions. European crops and animals transformed American landscapes. American plants reshaped European agriculture. Global exchange became reciprocal, though uneven in power. Urban life reflected these changes. Warehouses stored imported goods. Financial markets handled transactions linked to overseas trade. Insurance practices developed to manage maritime risk. Exploration also influenced imagination. Travel narratives described distant wonders, fueling curiosity and ambition. Cartographic images decorated books and walls, reinforcing awareness of global scale. As the 17th century approached, Europe's connection to the wider world had become permanent. Maritime routes linked continents and sustained exchange. Political rivalries extended overseas. The Renaissance had begun as a cultural rebirth rooted in classical antiquity. Now it intersected with global transformation. European societies were no longer confined to familiar boundaries. Commerce, migration, and conquest reshaped demographics and economies. These developments would contribute to further political and intellectual shifts. The habits of inquiry and calculation cultivated during the Renaissance proved essential in managing expanding empires and complex trade systems. As Europe's horizons expanded across oceans, life within its cities and towns continued to evolve in quieter but equally meaningful ways. The Renaissance was not only visible in courts, studios, and observatories. It unfolded in kitchens, workshops, classrooms, and parish churches, shaping habits and expectations across generations. Urban growth marked one of the clearest changes between the 14th and 17th centuries. Cities such as Florence, Venice, Paris, London, and Antwerp expanded in population. Migration from rural areas brought labourers seeking opportunity. Narrow medieval streets gradually gave way, in some districts, to planned squares and improved public buildings. Markets remained central to daily rhythm. Early each morning, vendors arranged vegetables, grains, fish, and meat on wooden stalls. Bakers prepared loaves in communal ovens. Butchers displayed cuts according to guild regulations. Municipal authorities inspected goods to maintain standards and prevent fraud. Public trust in trade was essential to urban stability. Guild membership structured professional identity. Artisans belonged to associations that regulated training, quality, and pricing. Apprenticeships formalized the transition from childhood to adulthood. A young apprentice entered a master's household, learning both craft and discipline. Years of practice preceded advancement to journeyman status and eventual mastery. Women participated actively in economic life, though often within constraints. In artisan families, wives contributed to production and managed accounts. Widows sometimes inherited workshops and continued operations. In markets, women sold produce and textiles. Yet legal rights varied by region, and formal political participation remained limited. Education expanded beyond elite circles during this period. Urban schools taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. In Protestant regions, literacy gained importance for Bible study. Catholic reformers also invested in schooling through new religious orders, printed textbooks, standardized instruction. The ability to read became increasingly valuable for commerce and administration. Family structure emphasized kinship networks. Marriages linked households strategically. Dowries reflected economic status. Birth and mortality rates remained high compared to later centuries. Epidemics returned intermittently, though medical understanding improved gradually. Food culture reflected both continuity and change. Traditional grains remained staples, yet imported products diversified diets. Sugar-sweetened desserts once reserved for the wealthy. Coffee houses emerged in the late 17th century, particularly in Ottoman-influenced regions and later in Western Europe. These establishments became spaces for conversation and news. Clothing styles shifted over time. Italian fashions influenced Northern Europe, though climate-shaped adaptation. Layered garments and decorative embroidery signaled prosperity. Sumptuary laws attempted to regulate excess. Though enforcement varied, domestic interiors changed gradually. Wealthier households displayed tapestries, paintings, and printed books. Furniture grew more specialized tables for writing, cabinets for storing documents, beds enclosed with curtains for warmth. Decorative objects reflected global trade, including porcelain and exotic woods. Entertainment included seasonal festivals, theatre performances, and music. Public celebrations marked religious holidays and civic events. Travelling performers brought stories and acrobatics to marketplaces. Printed ballads circulated popular songs. Literacy fostered new forms of leisure. People read devotional texts, romances, and news pamphlets. Reading often occurred aloud within families or social groups. The printed word encouraged private reflection as well as public debate. Health practices combined traditional remedies with emerging medical knowledge. Herbal treatments remained common. University-trained physicians served wealthier clients. Hospitals in urban centres provided limited care for the poor. Legal systems became more structured. Written contracts governed business transactions. Courts recorded proceedings systematically. Documentation increased in volume and importance, reflecting administrative complexity. The Renaissance also influenced attitudes toward childhood and education. Humanist educators emphasized moral development and civic responsibility. Textbooks presented classical exemplars as models of virtue. Social hierarchy persisted, yet mobility existed within limits. Successful merchants accumulated wealth and purchased land. Noble families sought alliances with prosperous urban households. Status markers remained visible in architecture, clothing, and ceremony. Religious practice retained a central place in community life. Church bells structured daily routine. Baptisms, marriages, and funerals marked life stages. In Protestant regions, sermons emphasized scriptural study. In Catholic territories, visual art reinforced devotional focus. Urban planning responded to both growth and defense needs. New fortifications incorporated annual bastions suited to gunpowder warfare. Streets were sometimes widened to improve circulation. Public fountains supplied water. The rhythm of work varied by occupation. Craftsmen laboured long hours in workshops illuminated by natural light. Merchants kept detailed ledgers. Sailors spent months at sea. Agricultural workers followed seasonal cycles. Global trade influenced local economies unevenly. Port cities benefited from maritime commerce. Inland towns relied on regional markets. Economic disparities could widen during periods of inflation and poor harvest. Intellectual exchange filtered gradually into daily conversation. Pamphlets debated politics and religion. News sheets reported distant events. Awareness of broader European affairs increased among literate populations. By the early 17th century, Europe's social fabric reflected centuries of gradual adjustment. Renaissance influence was visible not only in monumental art, but in habits of reading, accounting, and conversation. The period did not eliminate hardship. Poverty, disease, and conflict remained present. Yet opportunities for education, trade and artistic participation expanded relative to earlier centuries. The Renaissance had encouraged attention to human experience in all its dimensions. This attention extended beyond philosophical treatises into lived routines. Markets, households, and schools became part of a broader transformation. As Europe moved toward further political and scientific change, daily life carried forward Renaissance habits, curiosity, literacy, and structured organization. These practices would support the developments of the 17th century and beyond. The world shaped during these centuries combined tradition with innovation. Ancient texts coexisted with printed pamphlets. Guild workshops operated alongside expanding global companies. Parish rituals continued, even as scientific instruments redefined the cosmos. The Renaissance thus permeated society gradually, embedding itself in routines that seemed ordinary to those who lived them. Through countless small adjustments in work, diet, education, and belief, Europe entered a new stage of cultural maturity. As the 17th century approached, the Renaissance did not simply fade. Instead, it began to transform into something more structured and, in some regions, more restrained. The habits it had cultivated, critical reading, artistic balance, scientific inquiry, civic administration, remained active. Yet Europe now faced sustained religious conflict and prolonged warfare that reshaped priorities. The 30 Years' War, beginning in 1618 within the Holy Roman Empire, emerged from tensions between Protestant and Catholic states. What began as a regional dispute widened into a continental conflict involving Sweden, France, Spain, and numerous German principalities. Armies moved repeatedly across Central Europe. Populations suffered from both battle and famine. Economic disruption affected towns and countryside alike. Despite the violence, intellectual exchange did not cease. Universities continued teaching. Printing presses operated where possible. Scholars corresponded across confessional boundaries. The resilience of these networks reflected institutional strength built during the Renaissance. Political authority consolidated further in several regions. France, under Louis XIII and later Louis XIV, developed a centralized monarchy supported by administrative officials known as intendants. Royal control over taxation and military forces increased. Court culture became a visible instrument of power, with architecture and ceremony reinforcing hierarchy. In England, tensions between monarchy and parliament intensified. Debates about sovereignty and religious practice culminated in civil war in the 1640s. Though these events belong partly to the early modern era, their intellectual background rested in Renaissance political thought and humanist education. The Dutch Republic, having secured independence from Spain, established a commercial state grounded in maritime trade. Amsterdam flourished as a financial centre. Religious tolerance, though not absolute, allowed diverse communities to coexist. This environment supported printing, philosophy, and art. Scientific inquiry continued advancing. Galileo's earlier observations influenced subsequent thinkers. René Descartes proposed analytic geometry and philosophical systems, emphasizing rational method. His approach reflected confidence in mathematical clarity. Meanwhile, Isaac Newton's work later in the 17th century would integrate earlier astronomical discoveries into a comprehensive theory of motion and gravitation. Though Newton's achievements lie beyond the Renaissance proper, they emerge from intellectual groundwork laid in preceding centuries. Artistic styles shifted as well. The balanced harmony of the High Renaissance gave way to Baroque dynamism. Caravaggio introduced dramatic contrasts of light and shadow, emphasizing realism and emotional immediacy. Gian Lorenzo Bernini's sculptures conveyed movement within marble, capturing moments of action rather than static equilibrium. These developments responded partly to the Catholic Church's desire for clear, persuasive imagery during the Counter-Reformation. In Northern Europe, painters such as Rembrandt and Vermeer depicted domestic interiors and individual portraits with quiet observation. Their works reflected Protestant culture's emphasis on private devotion and civic identity, rather than grand ecclesiastical commissions. Economic structures adapted to prolonged warfare and global trade. Banking systems became more sophisticated. Insurance markets expanded. Governments borrowed extensively to finance armies. Public debt emerged as a central feature of statecraft. Education continued evolving. Universities incorporated new scientific texts alongside classical curricula. Grammar schools maintained emphasis on rhetoric and Latin, ensuring continuity of humanist tradition. Literacy rates improved gradually, especially in urban centres. The Renaissance legacy also shaped legal thought. Codification of laws and development of legal scholarship reflected commitment to systematic analysis. Roman law, rediscovered and studied earlier, influenced continental legal systems. Intellectual debate increasingly valued evidence and experiment. The founding of scientific societies in the 17th century, such as the Royal Society in England, institutionalized inquiry. Members conducted experiments, recorded observations, and published findings. This formal organization of knowledge grew directly from Renaissance habits of collaboration and documentation. Meanwhile, colonial expansion continued reshaping Europe's economy and demography. Atlantic trade networks intensified. Plantation systems in the Americas expanded, relying heavily on enslaved labor. European consumption of sugar, tobacco, and coffee increased. Urban centers reflected new wealth and new inequalities. Grand avenues and public buildings signaled confidence in some capitals. At the same time, poverty remained visible among labouring populations. Religious plurality became a permanent feature in parts of Europe. The Peace of Westphalia in 1648 recognized the coexistence of multiple confessions within the Holy Roman Empire. This settlement marked a turning point in international relations, emphasizing state sovereignty. By the late 17th century, Europe's intellectual culture bore marks of continuity and innovation. Classical texts remained foundational in education. Yet, new scientific frameworks redefined natural philosophy. Political theory addressed emerging nation-states rather than small republics alone. The Renaissance, viewed from this later vantage point, appears less as a discrete era and more as a gradual shift in orientation. It redirected attention toward classical antiquity, human experience, and empirical observation. These tendencies persisted even as artistic styles and political structures evolved. Daily life in Europe now incorporated printed materials routinely. Newspapers began appearing regularly in the 17th century. Information circulated more widely than ever before. Public opinion gained subtle influence. The transformation begun in 14th century Italy had extended across continents and centuries. It survived war, religious division, and economic fluctuation. Its institutions, universities, printing houses, bureaucracies, academies proved durable. As the Baroque era unfolded, some observers later contrasted its dynamism with Renaissance balance, yet both belonged to a continuous trajectory. The Renaissance had established the conditions under which later developments could occur. By the end of the 17th century, Europe was firmly within what historians call the early modern period. The world had grown larger, political systems more centralized, scientific knowledge more systematic. The Renaissance did not disappear. It matured into frameworks that shaped Enlightenment thought and beyond. Its achievements lay not only in masterpieces of art or treatises on philosophy, but in altered habits of thinking. Europeans increasingly expected that texts could be questioned, that nature could be measured, and that governance could be analysed. The era that began with Petrarch's admiration for classical letters had reshaped education, politics, science, commerce, and daily routine. Its legacy endured because it embedded itself in institutions rather than remaining a fleeting cultural fashion. By now, the Renaissance had fulfilled its quiet work. It had carried Europe from medieval inheritance toward modern structure. What followed would build upon foundations carefully laid across 3 centuries of gradual change. By the late 17th century, Europeans no longer described themselves as living in a rebirth. The language of renewal had belonged to earlier generations who believed they were recovering lost brilliance from Greece and Rome. Yet the habits shaped during those centuries remained embedded in institutions, routines, and expectations. The Renaissance had become less a movement and more a foundation. Universities across Europe still taught classical languages as the basis of education. Students translated Cicero and Virgil not simply to admire style, but to train reasoning and clarity. Legal scholars examined Roman law as framework for contemporary systems. Physicians referenced ancient authorities while integrating newer anatomical discoveries. The dialogue between past and present persisted. Libraries that had begun as private collections under Medici patronage expanded into public repositories. Manuscripts once rare were now catalogued and preserved systematically. Printed books filled shelves in increasing numbers. Scholars relied on reference works, indexes, and standardized editions to navigate growing bodies of knowledge. Urban governments, shaped during Renaissance civic reform, operated through written statutes and recorded proceedings. Bureaucracies relied on documentation and archiving. Taxation systems and commercial regulations reflected administrative sophistication that had developed gradually since the 15th century. Artistic academies formalized training in drawing, anatomy, and classical composition. Students copied ancient sculptures as exercises in proportion. Architectural treatises continued circulating, ensuring that classical orders remained reference points even as stylistic variations emerged. Scientific societies institutionalized inquiry. Meetings recorded experiments and observations. Publications shared results across borders. The expectation that claims should be supported by evidence had become widely accepted among scholars. While disagreements persisted, method replaced mere authority as justification. The global networks established during Renaissance exploration expanded further. Colonies grew in scale and complexity. Trade routes connected Europe with Africa, Asia, and the Americas in sustained exchange. Commodities such as tea, coffee, and tobacco became integrated into daily life. Financial systems adapted to manage international investment and credit. Urban centres reflected these connections visibly. Ports displayed goods from distant lands. Coffee houses became venues for discussion of politics, literature, and science. Newspapers reported events beyond national boundaries. Public awareness extended further than in earlier centuries. Religious diversity remained a defining feature in many regions. After decades of conflict, pragmatic tolerance developed in certain states to maintain stability. Confessional identity continued shaping communities, yet coexistence became more common in commercial centres. Education reached broader segments of society. Literacy rates rose gradually, though unevenly across regions. Reading moved from communal recitation toward private engagement. Diaries and personal correspondence increased, reflecting strengthened sense of individual perspective. Family life maintained traditional structures while adapting to economic change. Urban households often combined living and working spaces. Apprenticeship persisted as path to skilled employment. Rural communities continued agricultural routines shaped by seasonal rhythms. The Renaissance's emphasis on civic participation influenced later political thought. Writers examined the balance between monarchy and representative institutions. Discussions about rights and governance drew indirectly upon classical precedents revived centuries earlier. The artistic heritage of the Renaissance became a benchmark for excellence. Later generations studied Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael as models of mastery. Their works were preserved and displayed as exemplars rather than contemporary experiments. The architectural achievements of the period endured physically. Domes, courtyards, and palaces defined city skylines. These structures outlived their original patrons, serving new functions as governments and societies evolved. Economic transformation accelerated into the 18th century. Commercial capitalism expanded. Banking houses operated internationally. Insurance systems and stock exchanges managed financial risk. The Renaissance had prepared Europe for this complexity by encouraging calculation and documentation. Double-entry bookkeeping, refined in Italian merchant houses, became universal practice. Accounting skills were taught systematically. Scientific progress built upon Renaissance observation. Newton's Principia, published in 1687, synthesized earlier discoveries into laws of motion and gravity. Though belonging to a later generation, Newton's work depended on mathematical and empirical methods cultivated earlier. Philosophers increasingly separated natural philosophy from theology, though many retained religious belief. Inquiry into human society and governance developed alongside natural science. The arts diversified. Opera emerged in Italy at the turn of the 17th century, blending music, theatre and classical themes. This form reflected Renaissance interest in antiquity, while introducing new performance traditions. Public spaces changed as well. Gardens designed with geometric precision embodied ideals of order and symmetry inherited from Renaissance planning. Later landscape designs would modify these principles, but classical influence remained visible. Historical consciousness deepened. Scholars began writing comprehensive histories of nations and regions. Archives preserved official documents systematically. A sense of temporal progression, antiquity, medieval period, Renaissance, and beyond became embedded in European thought. By the 18th century, thinkers of the Enlightenment would explicitly credit earlier centuries for reopening paths of inquiry. They built upon Renaissance philology, science, and political analysis while pursuing further reform. The Renaissance thus functioned as bridge between medieval inheritance and modern structure. It did not abolish faith, monarchy, or tradition. Instead, it recalibrated their relationship with knowledge and art. In households across Europe, ordinary routines carried traces of this transformation. Printed books rested on shelves, calendars standardized timekeeping, maps depicted continents accurately, contracts governed trade. These were quiet signs of lasting change. The era that had begun with renewed attention to ancient texts concluded by embedding systematic inquiry into European life. Its legacy extended beyond paintings and palaces into the habits of reading, measuring, recording, and debating. As Europe entered the modern age, it did so with tools shaped by centuries of gradual refinement. The Renaissance had not promised perfection. It had encouraged engagement with history, with nature, with governance. The world that followed would confront new challenges, yet it would address them with methods and institutions forged during this long period of transformation. Looking back across the long arc from the 14th to the 17th century, it becomes clear that the Renaissance did not replace the medieval world overnight, nor did it produce a single unified culture. It unfolded unevenly, moved at different speeds in different places, and adapted itself to changing political and religious conditions. Yet by the time Europe stood on the threshold of the 18th century, the transformation was unmistakable. In 1300, most Europeans lived in small rural communities, governed by feudal obligation and guided intellectually by theological authority. By 1700, Europe contained large administratively organized states, urban centers connected by global trade, and institutions dedicated to systematic inquiry. The shift was gradual, built from countless decisions made by merchants, artists, scholars, rulers, and laborers. One of the most lasting changes was the repositioning of knowledge. Medieval scholarship had valued commentary on inherited texts. Renaissance humanists insisted on returning to original sources. That habit of comparison and correction extended from classical literature to biblical scholarship and eventually to scientific observation. The authority of tradition did not disappear, but it faced continual examination. The idea of progress, however cautiously expressed, began to take root. Humanists believed they could improve their own age by studying antiquity. Scientists later believed they could refine understanding by testing inherited models. This confidence in cumulative learning marked a departure from static conceptions of knowledge. Artistic production also reflected this reorientation. The development of perspective, anatomy, and proportion was not merely technical innovation. It signaled belief that the visible world could be studied and represented accurately. Even when later styles departed from Renaissance balance, they did so within a framework that valued observation and technique. Political systems evolved alongside intellectual change. City-states nurtured early humanism, but centralized monarchies eventually absorbed Renaissance administrative practices. Diplomacy became professionalized. Legal codes were recorded systematically. Written governance replaced purely customary rule in many regions. Economic transformation connected Europe to wider networks. Maritime exploration expanded markets and introduced new commodities. Banking practices refined in Italian cities spread across the continent. Commercial capitalism took firmer root. Religious upheaval during the Reformation and Counter-Reformation altered Europe's confessional map permanently. Yet even religious debate demonstrated Renaissance influence. Arguments relied on textual analysis, translation, and printing. Literacy gained renewed importance. Education became broader in scope. Grammar schools taught classical languages not only to clergy, but to merchants and officials. Universities incorporated mathematical and scientific subjects. Intellectual mobility increased as students travelled between institutions. Urban culture matured. Public squares displayed civic monuments. Coffee houses and salons hosted discussion. Printed newspapers informed citizens of distant events. Awareness extended beyond local boundaries. The Renaissance also altered self-perception. Artists and writers emphasized individual authorship. Patrons sought personal commemoration. Autobiographical writing became more common. The individual emerged more clearly within historical narrative. At the same time, continuity remained evident. Many rural communities maintained traditional agricultural rhythms. Religious devotion remained central to most households. Social hierarchy persisted despite limited mobility. The Renaissance therefore represents not a clean break, but a redirection. It adjusted priorities, placing renewed value on classical antiquity, empirical observation, and civic participation. It expanded geographical horizons and intellectual ambition. Its influence endured because it institutionalized change. Printing presses, universities, archives, academies, and bureaucracies preserved and extended its achievements. Even as artistic styles evolved into Baroque and beyond, the underlying habits of inquiry persisted. By the late 17th century, Europe stood more interconnected internally and globally than ever before. Knowledge circulated through books and letters, trade-linked continents. Political authority operated through structured administration. The Renaissance had helped cultivate these conditions. It encouraged disciplined curiosity, systematic organization, and engagement with both past and present. It did not promise harmony, and it did not eliminate conflict. But it provided tools for navigating complexity. When later centuries faced revolution, industrialization, and ideological upheaval, they did so within frameworks shaped by Renaissance thought. The expectation that society could be studied, criticized, and reformed owed much to that earlier transformation. The domes of Florence, the frescoes of Rome, the printed pages of Venice, and the translated texts of Northern Europe stand as visible markers of this long shift. Yet the more enduring legacy lies in habits of mind questioning, comparing, measuring, recording. By the time historians in later centuries gave this long transformation a name, they were already living within its consequences. The Renaissance was not labelled as such by Petrarch or Leonardo. It was identified afterward, when scholars looked back and recognized that something lasting had shifted between the 14th and 17th centuries. Its legacy rests first in education. The humanist curriculum, grammar, rhetoric, history, moral philosophy shaped European schooling for generations. Even when scientific subjects expanded, they entered systems organized by Renaissance principles. The expectation that a well-educated person should read widely, reason clearly, and write persuasively remains rooted in that period. its legacy rests also in art. The techniques of perspective, anatomical study, and proportional design became foundations of Western artistic training. Museums across the world display works created during those centuries, not merely as historical artifacts, but as standards of craft. The Renaissance established criteria for realism and composition that influenced centuries of painters, sculptors, and architects. In politics, Renaissance thought contributed to the emergence of modern statecraft. The careful analysis of governance found in Machiavelli and later writers encouraged rulers and critics alike to examine power as a practical matter. Diplomatic practice, archival record keeping, and legal codification all benefited from habits cultivated during that era. In science, the Renaissance prepared the ground for systematic inquiry. By returning to original texts and then moving beyond them through observation, scholars created conditions for the scientific revolution. The method of testing hypotheses, measuring results, and publishing findings grew directly from Renaissance engagement with both classical learning and empirical evidence. The global dimension of Renaissance expansion cannot be overlooked. European exploration reshaped world history permanently. Trade, colonization, cultural exchange, and conflict intertwined continents. While these processes brought opportunity and knowledge, they also carried exploitation and suffering. The Renaissance spirit of curiosity operated within economic and political ambitions that had lasting consequences far beyond Europe. In everyday life, the influence was quieter but equally persistent. Printed books became ordinary possessions. Maps reflected accurate coastlines. Timekeeping grew standardized. Written contracts structured commerce. These practical developments reflected deeper changes in organization and thought. The Renaissance also altered how Europeans understood themselves within history. By distinguishing between antiquity, the medieval period, and their own time, they introduced a layered sense of chronology. This awareness of historical distance allowed for comparison and critique. Religious transformation during the era reshaped communities permanently. Confessional identities became embedded in political structures, yet scholarship and education continued across these divides, often sharing methods if not conclusions. As the early modern period matured into the Enlightenment, many thinkers credited earlier centuries with reopening intellectual possibility. Philosophers such as Voltaire and Montesquieu studied classical history through Renaissance editions. Scientists built upon data gathered by 16th and 17th century observers. Political theorists examined ancient republics through humanist translations. The Renaissance thus stands less as a dramatic awakening and more as a steady recalibration. It encouraged Europeans to examine inherited knowledge, to measure nature carefully, to cultivate artistic skill, and to record governance systematically. Its memory continues shaping modern institutions. Universities trace curricular roots to humanist education. Scientific academies reflect collaborative traditions established in the 17th century. Museums preserve artworks commissioned by Renaissance patrons. Legal systems retain Roman foundations rediscovered and refined during that time. Even the concept of rebirth reveals a shift in historical imagination. It suggests that societies can renew themselves by engaging with their past. That idea of learning from earlier civilizations while adapting to present needs remains influential. As we draw this long journey to a close, it becomes clear that the Renaissance was not confined to Florence or Rome, nor limited to a handful of celebrated names. It was a gradual transformation involving merchants who kept careful accounts, printers who set type by hand, students who memorized Latin verses, sailors who charted new routes, and artisans who experimented with light and stone. It reshaped Europe's relationship to knowledge, art, governance, and the wider world. It bridged medieval inheritance and modern ambition. It unfolded through patient study and practical adaptation rather than sudden upheaval. And now, as the centuries stretch beyond it, the Renaissance remains present in ways that are easy to overlook. In the books that line shelves, in the buildings that anchor city centres, and the expectation that ideas should be examined and tested. The movement that began with scholars searching dusty libraries ended by embedding inquiry into everyday life. Now, as the light grows softer and the details of these centuries settle gently into place, allow the noise of courts and workshops, printing presses and harbour docks to quiet. Imagine the steady rhythm of turning pages in a dimly lit study, the measured tapping of a mason shaping stone, the distant murmur of merchants closing their ledgers for the evening. History does not sleep, but it does grow quiet. Let your thoughts drift across domes and sea routes, across classrooms and marketplaces, knowing that the story of the Renaissance is not only about brilliance, but about steady change.
There is a form of wealth you've been giving away your entire life, and unlike money, once it's gone, you never truly get it back. Every unnecessary argument, every explanation offered to people determined not to understand you, every emotional reaction to someone who never earned your respect quietly takes another piece of it. You think you're protecting your dignity, you think you're proving your worth. In reality, you're surrendering your peace. By the time the conversation is over, they've already moved on while your mind is still replaying every word. That isn't strength. It's surrender disguised as self-defense. The Stoics understood a truth that most people spend their lives overlooking. The greatest battles are never fought with other people. They are fought over the ownership of your own mind. The world teaches you to react quickly, speak loudly, and defend yourself at every opportunity. Stoicism teaches something far more difficult. It teaches that your attention is your greatest form of power. That silence, when chosen wisely, can be stronger than the perfect argument. That your peace should never be traded for the temporary satisfaction of being right. The moment you stop allowing every opinion, every insult, and every misunderstanding to dictate your inner world is the moment you begin reclaiming a freedom that was always yours. Most people spend their lives trying to master circumstances while neglecting the only thing they truly own, their own mind. They follow every impulse, trust every emotion, and mistake every feeling for truth. Yet the strongest people are rarely the loudest or the quickest to react. They understand that restraint is not weakness, it is discipline. They know that real strength is measured not by how many battles you win, but by how few unnecessary battles you choose to fight. And the more carefully you guard your peace, the harder it becomes for the world to take it away. People believe freedom arrives when difficult people disappear from their lives, but experience suggests otherwise. New environments bring new personalities. Different workplaces introduce different challenges. Every stage of life carries its own frustrations. Waiting for the world to become peaceful before finding peace within yourself is a bargain reality never accepts. The Stoic approach offers something far more dependable. Instead of demanding that life become easier, it asks you to become steadier. That shift sounds simple, yet it changes the direction of your attention completely. Energy once spent wishing circumstances were different gradually becomes available for observing your own responses with greater honesty and patience. This observation is not an act of self-criticism, it is an act of self-understanding. There is a meaningful difference between noticing a reaction and becoming ashamed of it. Everyone experiences anger, disappointment, fear, and regret. These emotions belong to the human experience, not to personal failure. The problem begins only when those emotions quietly assume control without being questioned. A passing feeling becomes an unquestioned belief. A temporary frustration becomes an identity. Before long, a single difficult moment begins influencing decisions that have nothing to do with the original event. Recognizing this process does not eliminate emotion overnight, but it creates something far more valuable than immediate relief. it creates space. Within that space, a different response becomes possible. Instead of immediately believing every thought, you begin observing it. Instead of assuming every emotional impulse deserves action, you allow it to exist without rushing behind it. That small pause rarely feels dramatic. In fact, it often feels almost invisible. Yet many lasting changes begin exactly there. The mind slowly discovers that not every memory deserves another rehearsal, not every criticism deserves another defense, and not every uncomfortable feeling deserves permanent residence. As this understanding grows stronger, the world gradually loses its ability to occupy your inner life without permission, and the quiet discipline of guarding your own mind becomes less like a practice and more like the natural way you choose to live. Your emotions move far faster than your judgment ever could. A message goes unanswered longer than expected. Someone dismisses an idea you believed was reasonable. A careless remark lands with more force than it should. Within seconds, your mind begins preparing for battle. You rehearse explanations that have not been asked for. You build arguments no one has made yet. You start searching for the perfect sentence that will restore your dignity, change their opinion, or prove that you were right all along. It happens so quickly that it feels automatic, almost as if you never had a choice. The body tightens before the mind has fully understood what happened. Thoughts accelerate, attention narrows, everything else disappears while one small moment quietly expands until it occupies your entire awareness. This reaction feels deeply personal, yet it is something nearly every human mind has been conditioned to do. The brain evolved to notice threats quickly because, for most of history, hesitation could be dangerous. The problem is that modern discomfort often borrows the same alarm system once reserved for genuine survival. An uncomfortable conversation now triggers a response once meant for escaping real danger, and without realizing it, you begin treating ordinary moments as though your entire identity depends on winning them. That is why emotional reactions often feel so convincing. They arrive carrying a sense of urgency that makes immediate action appear necessary. Remaining silent feels weak. Waiting feels risky. Reflection feels like surrender. The mind insists that something must be done now before the opportunity disappears forever. Yet urgency is not always wisdom. Many of the decisions people regret most were not made because they lacked intelligence. They were made because emotion convinced them that speed mattered more than clarity. A message sent in frustration, a relationship damaged by pride, a conversation that escalated simply because neither person was willing to pause. Looking back, the situation often appears surprisingly small, yet in the moment it seemed enormous. The difference was never the event itself. It was the emotional state through which the event was interpreted. The Stoics recognized this long before psychology gave it modern language. They understood that the first movement of emotion is often beyond conscious control, but what follows belongs to us. Anger may appear unexpectedly, fear may arise without permission, disappointment may settle into the heart before reason has spoken. None of these experiences make someone weak, they make someone human. The real question begins only after that first wave arrives. Does the emotion become your guide, or does it become something you quietly observe? That distinction separates reaction from discipline. One allows impulse to decide the future. The other creates enough distance for wisdom to enter the conversation. Sometimes that distance lasts only a few seconds, yet those few seconds often determine whether a difficult moment quietly fades away or becomes another memory carried for years. Think about how many conflicts grow larger simply because neither person allows silence to exist. One sentence demands another. One accusation invites a defense. One misunderstanding turns into 10 more because everyone involved feels compelled to protect an image of themselves. The conversation slowly stops being about the original issue. Instead, it becomes a struggle over pride, certainty, and control. At that point, no one is truly listening anymore. Each person waits only for the chance to speak again, The desire to understand disappears beneath the stronger desire to be understood. Ironically, the more desperately people seek validation in these moments, the further they move away from genuine connection. Winning the exchange becomes more important than preserving peace, and the cost is rarely noticed until much later. This is why learning to pause is far more powerful than learning to argue. A pause interrupts patterns that have been repeated for years. It prevents emotions from immediately transforming into actions. It creates a brief opening where perspective has room to appear. During that quiet moment, something remarkable becomes possible. You begin asking different questions. Instead of wondering how to defeat the other person, you wonder whether the conflict deserves your energy at all. Instead of searching for perfect words, you become curious about why those words suddenly feel so necessary. Often the strongest urge to react says less about the situation itself and more about an insecurity waiting beneath it. Seeing that clearly is uncomfortable, but it is also deeply liberating because it shifts attention away from controlling others and toward understanding yourself. This awareness gradually changes the way ordinary moments unfold. An ignored message no longer becomes immediate evidence of rejection. A disagreement no longer threatens your sense of worth. Criticism becomes something to examine instead of something to survive. None of this happens because life suddenly becomes easier. Difficult people still exist. Misunderstandings still happen. Expectations are still disappointed. The external world remains unpredictable, but your relationship with those experiences begins to change. What once demanded instant reaction now receives quiet observation. What once consumed an entire day gradually loses its ability to occupy more than a few moments. The situation may remain exactly the same, yet your inner experience becomes remarkably different because your attention is no longer controlled by every emotional impulse that appears. Perhaps this is the first meaningful victory anyone can achieve. It is not found in persuading another person, delivering the perfect response, or walking away admired by everyone involved. It begins much earlier than that. It begins in the silent instant when you notice an emotion asking to take control, and instead of obeying it automatically, you simply allow yourself to breathe before deciding what comes next. That single moment rarely receives recognition from the outside world. No applause follows it. No one congratulates you for choosing restraint over impulse. Yet those unnoticed moments quietly reshape a person's character over time. Every deliberate pause weakens an old habit and strengthens a new one. Little by little, reactions become responses. Urgency gives way to clarity, and the mind discovers a freedom that was never hidden from the world, only overlooked within itself. If these reflections are helping you see yourself a little more clearly, consider subscribing. As a quiet commitment to strengthening your mind, protecting your peace, and continuing the lifelong practice of living with greater wisdom, attention is one of the few resources you spend every single day without ever seeing it leave your hands. You notice money disappearing from your wallet. You notice hours passing on a clock, but attention slips away almost invisibly, carried off by small frustrations, pointless disagreements, and problems that were never truly yours to solve. By the end of the day, you feel mentally exhausted without understanding why. It wasn't one major event that drained you. It was hundreds of tiny moments where your focus was quietly pulled away from what actually mattered. A thought here, an argument there, a criticism you kept replaying, a conversation you wished had gone differently. None of these moments seemed significant on their own, yet together they formed an invisible tax on your peace. The Stoics understood that a person's life is shaped less by dramatic events than by the steady direction of their attention. Whatever repeatedly occupies the mind gradually becomes the world that person lives inside. This is why attention behaves much like currency. Every decision about where to place it carries a hidden cost. When you spend money, you naturally ask whether something is worth the price. Yet very few people ask the same question before giving away an afternoon of emotional energy. Someone leaves a rude comment online and suddenly 30 minutes disappear. A stranger's opinion becomes more important than your own goals. An unnecessary disagreement keeps returning to your thoughts, while the work that truly mattered remains unfinished. Nothing valuable was gained, yet something valuable was certainly lost. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Attention, unlike money, cannot be earned back once the moment has passed. Every hour spent feeding resentment is an hour that can never be invested in growth, creativity, meaningful relationships, or simple peace of mind. This is not merely about productivity. It is about the quality of the life you are quietly creating through repeated choices that often seem too small to notice. The difficult part is that the mind does not naturally distinguish between investments and expenses. It treats whatever captures emotion as though it deserves importance. A careless remark can feel just as urgent as an opportunity that could genuinely improve your future. This is why people sometimes spend days thinking about someone they neither respect nor admire. Emotion creates the illusion of significance. The stronger the emotional reaction, the more valuable the subject appears to become. Yet intensity and importance are not the same thing. Many experiences that provoke the strongest reactions deserve the least amount of attention. Recognizing that difference requires discipline, because the mind rarely volunteers to let go of something that wounded its pride. It would rather continue carrying the burden than admit the burden was never worth carrying in the first place. Consider how differently your days might unfold if every demand for your attention faced a simple moment of examination before receiving your energy. Not every opinion deserves reflection. Not every criticism deserves analysis. Not every misunderstanding deserves correction. Some situations naturally resolve themselves the moment you stop feeding them. Others reveal their true significance after a single night's rest. The urge to respond immediately often comes from fear rather than wisdom. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of appearing weak. Fear of losing approval. Yet the more often you surrender your attention to those fears, the more dependent your peace becomes upon circumstances you cannot control. Quietly, almost without noticing, other people begin deciding what occupies your mind instead of you deciding for yourself. This gradual loss of ownership explains why so many people feel constantly busy yet strangely unfulfilled. Their attention has become fragmented into hundreds of competing demands. A notification interrupts concentration. An argument interrupts calm. Worry interrupts gratitude. Regret interrupts the present moment. The mind jumps endlessly between unfinished thoughts until genuine stillness begins to feel unfamiliar. The Stoics viewed this scattered state not as an unavoidable part of life, but as a habit that could be corrected through deliberate practice. Every time you consciously return your focus to what is actually within your influence, you strengthen the ability to remain steady despite whatever noise surrounds you. Like any discipline, it grows quietly through repetition rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Over time, this changes something deeper than daily habits. It changes your relationship with yourself. You begin trusting your own judgment more because it is no longer constantly interrupted by every passing distraction. Decisions become clearer because they arise from reflection instead of emotional urgency. Conversations become calmer because you no longer feel obligated to defend every opinion or answer every challenge. There is a quiet confidence that develops when your attention belongs primarily to your values instead of other people's reactions. It is not arrogance nor indifference. It is simply the understanding that your inner life deserves careful protection because everything meaningful you will ever build begins there. Once attention is treated as something precious rather than unlimited, even ordinary moments acquire greater depth, and the constant search for external validation slowly loses its grip. Perhaps this is the hidden difference between merely existing and living intentionally. Allows the world to determine where attention goes from one moment to the next. Another quietly chooses. That choice seems small, almost invisible, yet its effects accumulate over months and years until two entirely different lives emerge. One becomes crowded with unnecessary battles, unfinished resentment, and mental exhaustion. The other becomes defined by clarity, purpose, and an increasing sense of freedom that no circumstance can easily disturb. Every moment your attention returns to what truly deserves it becomes an investment in the person you are slowly becoming, and that investment compounds in ways that no external achievement ever could. One of the quiet truths about human behavior is that people who constantly provoke others are often searching for something far more valuable than agreement. They are searching for engagement. Attention comes their reward, whether it arrives as admiration, frustration, anger, or resistance. It makes little difference as long as they succeed in pulling someone into their emotional orbit. That is why so many conflicts seem to grow out of almost nothing. A passing remark becomes an argument. A minor disagreement becomes a personal attack. A careless opinion somehow occupies an entire afternoon. The original issue was never powerful enough to create such turmoil on its own. What gave it strength was participation. As Epictetus observed, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. The moment you become emotionally invested in proving someone wrong or defending yourself against every criticism, the conversation quietly changes direction. It is no longer about truth or understanding. It becomes a struggle over attention, and attention is one of the easiest things to lose when emotion takes the lead. This is why some people seem remarkably skilled at creating conflict wherever they go. They instinctively understand that emotional reactions are contagious. One raised voice invites another. One accusation encourages a defense. One sarcastic comment creates the temptation to answer with another. Before long, two people who may have started with a simple misunderstanding find themselves trapped inside a conversation neither of them truly wanted. Each response fuels the next, almost like adding wood to a fire that was already beginning to fade. Without fresh fuel, many disagreements would naturally disappear. Yet the human mind often mistakes participation for strength. It whispers that silence means defeat, that every insult deserves an answer, and every misunderstanding must be corrected immediately. The result is predictable. More energy is spent protecting pride than preserving peace. The Stoics recognized something remarkably practical about these moments. They understood that another person's behavior does not automatically become your responsibility. Someone else's anger belongs to them until you decide to carry it yourself. Their impatience does not become your impatience unless you allow it to shape your response. Their frustration can't invade your inner world without your cooperation. This realization is both simple and difficult because it places responsibility back where it belongs. Instead of asking why people behave poorly, attention shifts toward a more meaningful question. Why should another person's lack of discipline determine the quality of your own mind? That perspective does not excuse harmful behavior, nor does it suggest accepting disrespect without boundaries. It simply refuses to surrender self-control in response to someone else's loss of theirs. Many people believe they are standing up for themselves when they react impulsively, yet the opposite is often true. Every emotional outburst quietly hands control to whatever triggered it. Think about how easily an entire day can be shaped by one unpleasant interaction. A stranger's comment follows you into lunch. A disagreement at work sits beside you throughout the evening. Hours later, your thoughts are still revolving around someone who has probably forgotten the conversation entirely. They no longer need to continue disturbing you because your own mind has taken over that task. This is how emotional influence works. It rarely depends on the other person remaining present. Once the reaction has been accepted, the mind continues producing it without assistance. The external disturbance ends quickly, but the internal disturbance continues through repetition. That repetition creates the illusion that reacting is helping. The mind convinces itself that replaying the conversation will eventually produce relief, as though finding a better response could somehow rewrite what has already happened. Instead, each rehearsal strengthens the emotional imprint. Every imaginary argument makes the next one easier to revisit. Gradually, reacting becomes less about solving problems and more about maintaining familiar patterns. The conversation exists only in memory, yet the body continues responding as though the conflict is unfolding in real time. Stress increases, patience decreases, clarity fades. None of this happens because the situation remains unresolved. It happens because attention continues feeding an experience that should have ended long ago. There is another way to approach these moments, though it often feels uncomfortable at first. Rather than immediately responding, you simply observe what is happening inside yourself. You notice the urge to defend your reputation. You notice the impulse to explain every detail. You notice how quickly the mind begins searching for victory instead of understanding. That observation alone creates distance. It interrupts the automatic pattern before it becomes action. The emotion may still be present, but it no longer occupies the driver's seat. It becomes something witnessed instead of something obeyed. This quiet pause rarely changes the other person's behavior, yet it changes something much more important. It protects your ability to choose your own. Over time, this practice transforms interactions in ways that are difficult to appreciate until they become part of everyday life. Situations that once consumed hours begin fading within minutes. Words that previously felt unbearable lose much of their emotional weight. You stop measuring success by whether another person finally understands you and begin measuring it by whether you remained faithful to your own principles. The desire to win every exchange slowly gives way to something steadier and more lasting. You discover that calm is not weakness, restraint is not surrender, and silence is not an admission of defeat. They are often the clearest signs that your attention still belongs to you. When that understanding becomes deeply rooted, provoking you becomes remarkably difficult, because your peace no longer depends on controlling another person's behavior. It rests upon something far more stable, the discipline to decide which moments deserve entry into your mind and which are simply allowed to pass. There comes a moment when you quietly decline an invitation that most people accept without thinking. It is not an invitation to a meeting or a conversation. It is an invitation to become emotionally entangled in someone else's expectations, frustrations, or judgments. For years, accepting that invitation may have felt automatic. Criticism appeared, and your mind immediately searched for evidence to defend itself. Someone misunderstood your intentions, and you felt responsible for correcting every detail. An unfair accusation landed in front of you, and silence seemed impossible because remaining quiet felt almost identical to admitting defeat. Yet something begins to change when you stop treating every challenge as a command to react. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion." You realize that not every opinion deserves access to your inner world. Not every misunderstanding requires a carefully crafted explanation. Not every uncomfortable moment must be escaped immediately. The space that once felt threatening slowly becomes a place where clarity begins to grow. At first, this feels strangely uncomfortable because the habit of defending yourself has probably been practiced for years. The mind has learned to associate explanation with safety. It quietly believes that if only people understood your intentions, everything would finally settle into place. But life rarely works that way. Some people misunderstand because they lack information. Others misunderstand because they have already chosen a conclusion before listening. No amount of additional explanation changes a mind that has no interest in understanding. Continuing to pour energy into those conversations becomes like trying to fill a container with a hole in the bottom. You keep giving more, hoping the outcome will eventually change, while never noticing how much of yourself is quietly draining away. The effort becomes exhausting, not because explaining is always wrong, but because constant explanation slowly teaches you that your peace depends upon another person's agreement. The Stoics approached these situations from an entirely different direction. They understood that peace built upon external approval is always unstable, because approval itself constantly changes. One day people praise you, another day they criticize you. One conversation ends with understanding, another with disappointment. If your inner stability rises and falls alongside those reactions, then your emotional life never truly belongs to you. It belongs to circumstances. It belongs to changing opinions. It belongs to people who often do not realize the influence they hold over your thoughts. Freedom begins the moment you stop handing out that authority so freely. It is not an act of indifference toward others. It is an act of responsibility toward yourself. You begin recognizing that preserving a calm mind is not selfish. It is the foundation that allows every meaningful relationship, decision, and action to rest upon something solid rather than something constantly shaken. This realization often arrives quietly rather than dramatically. One day you notice yourself listening to criticism without immediately preparing your defense. The familiar urge still appears, but instead of following it automatically, you simply observe it. You notice your heartbeat increase. You notice your thoughts searching for perfect responses. You notice pride asking for immediate action. Then something unexpected happens. You choose not to obey that first impulse. The conversation continues, but your attention no longer races ahead, trying to control every outcome. Instead, you remain present. You hear more than just the words being spoken. You begin noticing tone, intention, and even your own assumptions. What once felt like a battle gradually becomes an opportunity to understand both yourself and the situation more clearly. Silence plays an important role in this process, although it is often misunderstood. Many people associate silence with weakness because they assume strength must always announce itself. Yet genuine composure rarely needs to compete for attention. Silence creates room for observation. It prevents unnecessary words from strengthening unnecessary conflicts. It gives emotions time to settle before decisions are made. Most importantly, it reminds you that immediate reaction is not the only available choice. A quiet pause often reveals that what seemed urgent only moments ago was simply emotional momentum asking to be continued. Once that momentum fades, the situation frequently appears much smaller than it first seemed. The problem did not necessarily disappear. Your perspective simply became larger than the problem itself. As you practice this discipline, something remarkable begins returning to you. Parts of yourself that had been scattered across countless conversations slowly come home again. You stop measuring your worth by whether every person approves of you. You stop carrying yesterday's disagreements into tomorrow's opportunities. Energy once consumed by proving yourself becomes available for creating, learning, strengthening relationships, and living more intentionally. You begin noticing beauty that constant mental conflict had quietly hidden. Ordinary mornings feel calmer because your thoughts are no longer occupied by imaginary debates. Simple conversations become richer because you are listening instead of rehearsing responses. Even moments of solitude feel different because your own mind gradually becomes a place of rest instead of relentless argument. This transformation is rarely visible to the outside world. No one applauds the argument you refuse to continue, or the explanation you wisely decided not to give. Yet those unseen choices shape your character far more than dramatic victories ever could. Every unnecessary reaction left behind becomes evidence that your attention is no longer controlled by every passing opinion. Every Every moment of restraint strengthens the quiet confidence that comes from governing yourself instead of attempting to govern everyone else. Eventually, you realize you never lost anything by refusing those invitations to conflict. What you actually recovered was something infinitely more valuable. You recovered the ability to remain whole regardless of how the world chooses to respond, and that quiet wholeness becomes a source of strength no argument could ever provide. Silence has a way of revealing things that words often hide. Most people think of silence as the absence of action, but in reality it is often the moment when action becomes impossible to fake. When someone expects an immediate reaction and receives none, the entire rhythm of the interaction changes. The script they had already written in their mind suddenly stops working. They expected frustration. They expected defense. They expected an emotional exchange that would confirm whatever story they had already decided to believe. Instead, they are left with something unfamiliar. They are left with themselves. That quiet interruption may last only a few seconds, yet it has the power to expose motives that endless arguments never could. As Epictetus wisely said, first learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak. The Stoics understood that composure is not simply the ability to remain calm. It is the ability to refuse becoming a character in someone else's emotional performance. People grow comfortable with patterns. They learn which words provoke certain reactions, which topics create tension, and which comments almost always produce a predictable response. Sometimes this happens consciously, but more often it happens without anyone realizing it. A sarcastic remark is followed by irritation. Criticism is followed by explanation. Disrespect is followed by anger. These repeated exchanges become habits shared by both people involved. Each person unknowingly teaches the other what to expect next. That is why many relationships, whether personal or professional, seem trapped inside the same conversations over and over again. Different days bring different details, but the emotional pattern rarely changes. The words are new. The reactions are old. The moment one person quietly steps outside that familiar pattern, everything begins shifting. Nothing dramatic has happened on the surface. No speech has been delivered. No lesson has been taught. Yet the emotional momentum suddenly has nowhere to travel. It is much like pushing against a door that unexpectedly swings open instead of resisting. All the force prepared for conflict suddenly loses its purpose. Instead of drawing you into frustration, the other person is left holding the emotion they intended to pass on. They must now decide what to do with it themselves. Sometimes they become quieter. Sometimes they become louder. Sometimes they lose interest altogether because the response they were expecting never arrived. Whatever happens next belongs to them, not to you. This is one of the least understood forms of influence. Many people assume influence comes from saying the perfect thing or winning every disagreement through logic. Yet some of the strongest influence comes from refusing to strengthen an unhealthy pattern. When you stop rewarding manipulation with emotional energy, manipulation gradually loses much of its effectiveness. When you stop defending yourself against every unfair judgment, those judgments begin losing their ability to dominate your attention. This is not about controlling another person's behavior. It is about refusing to become predictable in ways that weaken your own peace. There is tremendous freedom in no longer reacting according to someone else's expectations. Of course, remaining silent is not always easy. There is a powerful urge to explain yourself, especially when you know you are being misunderstood. The mind insists that one more sentence will finally make everything clear. One more argument will surely change their opinion. One more attempt will restore fairness. Sometimes that is true. Honest conversations deserve honesty in return. But there are also moments when explanation serves only the person demanding it. They are not searching for understanding. They are searching for engagement. Every answer becomes another opportunity to continue the conflict. Every defense becomes another invitation to question your motives. Without realizing it, you begin spending more effort maintaining the disagreement than resolving it. The Stoic perspective encourages a different form of strength. Instead of asking how to convince everyone around you, it asks whether their approval is truly necessary for your peace. That question changes the direction of your attention. It reminds you that dignity is not created by endless self-defense. Character is not measured by how effectively you answer every criticism. Much of genuine confidence comes from knowing that your values remain intact, even when someone refuses to recognize them. There is no need to chase validation from a mind that has already decided against understanding. Sometimes the wisest response is not another explanation, but the quiet confidence to let misunderstanding exist without allowing it to define you. Something else begins happening as this discipline develops. You start seeing people more clearly because your own emotions no longer cloud every interaction. Instead of immediately judging their words, you begin noticing their patterns. You recognize who listens with curiosity and who listens only to prepare another attack. You notice who genuinely seeks resolution and who seems energized by conflict itself. These observations become possible because your attention is no longer consumed by defending yourself. Emotional distance creates clearer perception. You are finally able to separate another person's behavior from your own responsibility. Ironically, silence often encourages more honest behavior from others than argument ever could. When someone cannot provoke the expected reaction, they sometimes reveal far more about themselves than they intended. Frustration becomes visible. Insecurity becomes obvious. The need for control quietly rises to the surface. None of this requires you to expose them. Their own actions accomplish that naturally. The absence of your participation becomes a mirror, reflecting whatever they continue bringing into the conversation. This is why restraint can feel surprisingly powerful. It allows reality to speak without unnecessary interference. There is also an important lesson hidden within your own experience. Every time you choose not to react impulsively, you strengthen trust in yourself. You discover that uncomfortable emotions do not have to become immediate actions. You learn that criticism can exist without stealing your peace, and that disagreement does not automatically threaten your identity. Little by little, your confidence stops depending on successful conversations and begins resting upon consistent self-control. That foundation is far more stable because it cannot be taken away by another person's mood or opinion. With enough practice, the need to win every exchange slowly fades. You realize that many victories cost more than they are worth. They consume time, attention, and emotional energy that could have been invested elsewhere. Meanwhile, the quiet victories often go unnoticed. They happen when you refuse to carry resentment into the next day. They happen when someone else's frustration ends with them instead of continuing through you. They happen when your inner world remains steady despite circumstances inviting chaos. Those moments rarely receive recognition from anyone else, yet they quietly transform the quality of your life. Eventually, you begin understanding that silence is not empty at all. It is filled with observation, patience, discipline, and choice. It interrupts old patterns, protects your attention, and gives both you and the people around you an opportunity to step outside habits that once seemed inevitable. Some will misunderstand that choice. Others will respect it. Neither response matters as much as the deeper truth it reinforces. Every moment you refuse to participate in unnecessary emotional games, you reclaim another small part of your freedom. And over time, those small victories accumulate into a calm presence that no longer depends on controlling anyone except yourself. Many people misunderstand emotional discipline because they confuse it with emotional absence. They picture someone who never smiles, never grieves, never feels excitement or disappointment. They imagine a person who has built such thick walls around the heart that nothing can ever enter. That was never the aim. Stoicism does not ask you to become less human. It asks you to become less controlled by the parts of yourself that change from one moment to the next. Feelings are natural. They rise without permission, often before thought has fully awakened. A sudden wave of frustration, a quiet sense of fear, a spark of jealousy, a moment of sadness that arrives without warning. None of these emotions are failures. They are signals. They are reminders that something inside you has noticed the world. The difficulty begins only when those signals immediately become commands. The moment emotion stops being something you experience and starts becoming something that directs your behavior, you quietly surrender the freedom to choose your next step. Think about how quickly this happens during ordinary moments. A critical comment appears, and irritation immediately insists that you respond. An unexpected setback arrives, and discouragement begins predicting a future that has not happened yet. Someone else succeeds, and comparison quietly whispers that you are falling behind. These reactions often feel so immediate that they seem inseparable from reality itself. Yet there is an important difference between what you feel and what is true. Feelings describe your present experience, but they do not always describe the world accurately. Fear often predicts disasters that never arrive. Anger exaggerates offenses that appear much smaller after time has passed. Anxiety speaks with absolute certainty about futures that exist only inside imagination. If every feeling automatically became a decision, your life would constantly change direction according to whatever emotion happened to arrive first. Stability would become almost impossible because your inner world would always be governed by passing weather rather than lasting principles. The Stoics understood that the first movement of emotion belongs to human nature, but the second movement belongs to character. You may not choose the first flash of disappointment or frustration, but you can choose whether it remains in control. This small distinction is easy to overlook because it happens so quickly. Between the emotion and the action exists a space so brief that many people never notice it. Yet within that space lies one of the greatest forms of freedom available to any person. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. It is the place where observation becomes stronger than impulse. Instead of reacting automatically, you begin witnessing your own mind at work. You notice anger asking to speak. You notice fear asking to retreat. You notice pride asking to defend itself. Rather than obeying immediately, you allow each emotion to exist without placing it in charge of your behavior. At first, this practice feels unnatural because the mind has spent years believing that speed equals safety. It tells you that hesitation is weakness and that immediate action proves confidence. But experience teaches something different. Many regrets begin with reactions that felt completely justified in the moment. Words spoken in anger, decisions made from fear, relationships damaged by pride. Looking back, clarity almost always arrives after emotion has settled. The problem is not that wisdom appears too late. The problem is that people often refuse to wait long enough for wisdom to speak before acting. The pause itself becomes uncomfortable because it interrupts familiar habits. Yet discomfort is not always a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes it is evidence that an old pattern is finally beginning to loosen its grip. This gradual shift transforms not only the way you respond to difficult moments, but also the way you understand yourself. You stop identifying completely with every feeling that passes through your mind. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you quietly recognize that anger is present. Instead of believing fear defines your future, you acknowledge that fear has arrived without assuming it knows the truth. That subtle change creates remarkable psychological distance. You are no longer fused with every emotional experience. You become the observer capable of witnessing those experiences without being carried away by them. The mind grows calmer because it no longer treats every internal movement as an emergency demanding immediate action. Over time, this way of living reshapes your relationships, your decisions, and even the conversations you have with yourself. Patience replaces urgency. Reflection begins arriving before reaction. Difficult moments still appear, but they no longer determine the direction of your entire day. People may continue speaking carelessly. Circumstances may still change without warning. Life remains unpredictable because that has always been its nature. Yet something essential has changed within you. You have discovered that freedom is not found by eliminating emotion, but by in that quiet space between feeling and action, where reason is finally given room to breathe, a steadier life slowly begins to emerge. It is not a life without emotion. It is a life where emotion is honored, understood, and guided rather than obeyed, and that gentle mastery becomes one of the strongest foundations upon which lasting peace can be built. Many people quietly convince themselves that always being available is a sign of compassion. They answer every message the moment it arrives. They rearrange their schedule to solve problems that were never theirs to carry. They explain every decision as though they need permission to live according to their own values. They worry about disappointing everyone around them, while rarely asking whether they are disappointing themselves. From the outside, this behavior often looks generous. People describe it as kindness, reliability, or selflessness. Yet beneath that constant willingness to give is often a fear that saying no will lead to rejection, conflict, or disappointment. The habit grows so gradually that it becomes part of someone's identity. They no longer recognize it as a choice. They simply believe this is who they are. Then one day they notice something difficult to ignore. Despite doing everything they believed a good person should do, they feel emotionally exhausted. Their patience grows shorter, their mind feels crowded, their peace becomes increasingly difficult to recover. The strange part is that nothing dramatic caused this exhaustion. It accumulated quietly through hundreds of small moments, where their attention belonged to everyone except themselves. This happens because energy follows attention, whether we notice it or not. Wherever the mind repeatedly goes, emotional resources quietly follow. Every unnecessary obligation consumes a little more focus. Every problem accepted without question occupies another corner of the mind. Every attempt to keep everyone satisfied leaves less room for reflection, creativity, and rest. Most people never think of attention as something limited because they cannot see it being spent. Yet by the end of the day, they feel the consequences. Their body may be sitting peacefully in a quiet room, while their thoughts remain scattered across dozens of unfinished conversations, responsibilities, and expectations. They replay requests they agreed to, despite not wanting to. They worry about reactions that have not happened yet. They continue carrying burdens that belong to someone else from the very beginning. Over time, they stop feeling like the owner of their own life and begin feeling like the caretaker of everyone else's emotional comfort. The Stoics viewed this differently because they understood that responsibility has boundaries. Compassion does not require constant availability. Generosity does not require self-neglect. Supporting others loses much of its meaning when it is done by abandoning your own stability in the process. A person who constantly empties themselves eventually has very little left to offer anyone. This is why caring for your own inner life is not an act of selfishness. It is an act of stewardship. Just as a garden cannot nourish others if it is never watered, the mind cannot continue giving patience, wisdom, or understanding if it is continually deprived of quiet, reflection, and renewal. Protecting your own attention is not withdrawing from life. It is ensuring that when you do give your presence, it is genuine rather than exhausted. Part of the difficulty comes from confusing approval with connection. Many people believe they strengthen relationships by always saying yes, always responding immediately, and always placing other people's priorities ahead of their own. Yet relationships built upon constant availability often become dependent rather than healthy. Expectations quietly grow. Boundaries slowly disappear. The more consistently you sacrifice your own needs, the more ordinary that sacrifice begins to seem. What was once appreciated gradually becomes expected, not because people are necessarily ungrateful, but because human beings naturally adapt to what is repeatedly available. When your time, attention, and emotional energy are offered without limit, they slowly stop being recognized as valuable. This is one of the quiet paradoxes of life. The things we protect carefully often become respected. The things we give away endlessly often become invisible. Learning to establish boundaries therefore begins with changing the way you think about your own attention. Instead of asking whether someone wants it, you begin asking whether giving it aligns with the life you are trying to build. This does not mean becoming distant or indifferent. It means becoming intentional. Some conversations deserve your full presence. Some responsibilities deserve your effort. Some people genuinely enrich your life through mutual respect and care. Others simply consume whatever is available without considering the cost. Recognizing that difference requires honesty because it asks you to notice where your energy repeatedly disappears. It also asks you to accept that not every request deserves the same response. Sometimes the wisest decision is not doing more. It is preserving enough of yourself to continue acting with patience rather than obligation. There is another quiet shift that happens as you become more selective with your attention. Guilt often appears before peace does. The first time you decline an unnecessary request, the mind immediately questions your decision. It worries that someone may think less of you. It wonders whether you should have explained yourself more carefully. Old habits rarely disappear without resistance. They remind you of the version of yourself that believed acceptance depended upon constant sacrifice. But if you remain patient through that discomfort, something unexpected begins taking its place. The guilt gradually becomes lighter. The quiet becomes less frightening. You begin discovering that people who genuinely value you often respect honest boundaries far more than endless accommodation. Those who become angry simply because you protected your own peace frequently reveal that they valued your availability more than your well-being. Perhaps the greatest transformation is that your kindness becomes stronger rather than weaker. It is no longer driven by fear of disappointing others, but by genuine willingness to contribute where it truly matters. You give because you choose to, not because you feel unable to refuse. That distinction changes everything. The presence you offer becomes more meaningful because it is intentional. Your patience lasts longer because it is no longer constantly depleted. Your compassion becomes steadier because it grows from abundance instead of exhaustion. In protecting your own attention, you discover that boundaries do not separate you from others. They allow you to remain fully present in the moments that deserve your heart, your mind, and your energy, while quietly releasing the countless demands that never truly belonged to you in the first place. The Stoics often reflected on the fact that life is limited, yet there is something even more delicate than time itself. Time continues moving, whether you use it wisely or not. Attention is different. It can disappear in an instant without you realizing it has gone. A single conversation lasting only a few minutes can quietly follow you through the rest of the day. One careless sentence from someone whose opinion barely matters can echo through your thoughts long after their voice has faded. Hours pass. Your surroundings change. New opportunities appear in front of you, yet your mind remains anchored to a moment that no longer exists. The event ended almost immediately, but your attention continues breathing life into it. This is how ordinary experiences slowly become invisible prisons. They do not imprison your body, they occupy your awareness, and wherever awareness remains, a part of your life quietly remains with it. It is surprising how little is required to distract the human mind from the present. A brief misunderstanding, an unexpected criticism, a disappointed expectation. None of these experiences last very long on their own, yet the imagination possesses an extraordinary ability to extend them far beyond their natural life. You replay the conversation while preparing breakfast. You revisit it while driving home. You imagine different responses before falling asleep. Each replay feels as though you are solving something important, but often nothing is actually changing. The mind simply returns because unfinished emotions have a way of disguising themselves as unfinished problems. It convinces you that one more review of the situation will finally produce clarity. Instead, the same thoughts travel familiar paths until repetition begins to feel like progress. Without noticing it, the memory becomes more active than the present moment unfolding right in front of you. The Stoics believe that much of human suffering grows not from events themselves, but from the permission we unknowingly grant them to remain within us. A difficult moment deserves attention while it is happening. It deserves reflection afterward if there is something meaningful to learn. But there is a difference between learning from an experience and living inside it long after it has passed. Many people continue carrying conversations that no longer exist because they believe letting go somehow means pretending the event never happened. Yet letting go does not erase memory. It simply removes the unnecessary burden of carrying it everywhere you go. Wisdom remembers without becoming trapped. It learns without endlessly returning to the same emotional ground. This becomes especially clear when you consider how often your emotional world begins revolving around people who have already moved on. Someone makes an insensitive remark and forgets it before lunch. Meanwhile, you continue thinking about it through the evening. A stranger expresses an opinion that clashes with yours, then continues living their day without another thought. Yet, your own mind continues defending itself against someone who is no longer mentally present. The imbalance is remarkable. One person has already left the conversation while the other remains there alone, continuing an argument that now exists only inside imagination. In moments like these, the greatest influence over your peace no longer belongs to the other person. It belongs to the attention you continue investing in an experience that has already ended. This practice requires patience because the mind does not surrender familiar habits easily. It enjoys returning to unfinished stories, especially those involving pride or regret. There is comfort in familiar suffering because it asks nothing new from you. Growth, on the other hand, requires allowing the past to become what it already is, the past. That does not mean forgetting important lessons or pretending painful experiences never happened. It means refusing to let yesterday continually borrow today's attention. Every moment spent mentally reliving an experience is a moment unavailable for creating something better in the present. The future is quietly shaped by wherever your attention repeatedly rests, and no meaningful future can be built while your mind remains permanently occupied by moments that no longer exist. Little by little, this understanding changes the way ordinary days unfold. A careless remark still reaches your ears, but it no longer follows you home. A disappointing interaction still happens, yet it no longer occupies your thoughts until bedtime. You notice the impulse to replay the moment, but instead of obeying it automatically, you allow it to pass like countless other thoughts that come and go throughout the day. The memory loses strength, not because you forced yourself to forget it, but because you stopped feeding it the attention it needed to survive. The emotional charge gradually fades, leaving only the lesson behind. That lesson becomes useful because it no longer arrives wrapped in unnecessary suffering. Perhaps this is one of the quietest forms of freedom a person can discover. It is not the freedom of controlling every circumstance or preventing every disappointment. It is the freedom of deciding which experiences are allowed to remain within your mind after they have ended. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Temporary moments remain temporary. Passing comments remain passing comments. Other people's opinions stop becoming permanent residents within your inner world. The mind becomes lighter because it is no longer carrying unnecessary weight from one day into the next. As that habit grows stronger, you begin experiencing time differently. The present no longer feels crowded by echoes of yesterday, and attention gradually returns to where life has always been unfolding. Not inside old conversations, not inside imagined endings. Right here, in the only moment where peace, clarity, and meaningful action have ever truly existed. There is something quietly fascinating about people who remain calm when everyone else expects a reaction. They do not seem hurried by the need to defend every opinion or explain every decision. They rarely interrupt. They are comfortable allowing silence to exist without treating it as a problem that must immediately be solved. At first, this kind of composure can appear mysterious because it moves against the rhythm of modern life. We are taught to answer quickly, justify ourselves constantly, and protect our image whenever it feels threatened. Yet, calm people seem to follow a different set of priorities. They understand that not every misunderstanding deserves their attention, and not every opinion requires their participation. They conserve something most people spend without hesitation. They conserve their peace. That restraint is often mistaken for indifference, but in reality it grows from a deep understanding that inner stability is too valuable to exchange for every passing disagreement. This realization can feel disappointing at first because it asks you to release something the mind desperately wants to control. Most people spend years trying to manage how they appear in the minds of others. They carefully choose words, replay conversations, and worry endlessly about impressions they cannot actually govern. The Stoics recognized that this effort quietly steals enormous amounts of energy. Your character belongs to you. Another person's opinion does not. Trying to control both at the same time creates a burden no one can successfully carry. Peace begins returning the moment you accept that your responsibility ends with acting according to your principles. What others choose to believe after that belongs to their own judgment, not yours. This does not mean becoming careless about how your actions affect people. Thoughtfulness still matters. Honesty still matters. Taking responsibility for genuine mistakes remains an essential part of wisdom. The difference lies in understanding where responsibility ends. There is a point where further explanation no longer serves truth, but serves anxiety. You continue speaking not because the conversation requires it, but because your own discomfort cannot tolerate being misunderstood. In those moments, you are no longer trying to communicate. You are trying to erase uncertainty. Yet uncertainty is part of every human relationship. No matter how carefully you live, there will always be people who see only fragments of your story. Expecting complete understanding from everyone is asking life for something it has never promised. Calm people seem mysterious because they have quietly accepted this reality. They no longer chase complete approval because they understand it does not exist. Instead, they focus on something far more stable. They ask whether they acted with integrity rather than whether everyone applauded their actions. That shift changes the direction of attention completely. Instead of constantly looking outward for reassurance, they begin looking inward for alignment. Did their actions reflect their values? Did they remain honest even when honesty was uncomfortable? Did they preserve their composure when circumstances invited emotional reaction? These questions create a steadiness that cannot easily be disturbed because their answers do not depend upon changing opinions. There is also a quiet confidence that grows when you stop treating every misunderstanding as an emergency. The mind becomes less crowded because it is no longer rehearsing endless explanations. Conversations end when they end instead of continuing inside your imagination for hours afterward. You discover that being misunderstood is uncomfortable, but it is rarely dangerous. In fact, many of the fears surrounding misunderstanding exist only because pride quietly magnifies them. Pride insists that everyone must recognize your intentions. Wisdom gently reminds you that your life can continue peacefully even when some people never fully understand you. That reminder creates extraordinary freedom because it releases you from a task that was impossible from the beginning. Over time, this discipline changes how others experience your presence. They notice that you do not argue over every opinion. They recognize that you speak thoughtfully instead of impulsively. Your words begin carrying greater weight precisely because they are no longer offered to every passing disagreement. Silence becomes part of your communication rather than an absence of it. You no longer feel pressured to fill every pause or defend every assumption. Instead, you allow reality to unfold before deciding whether your energy is truly needed. That patience often reveals more than immediate reaction ever could. People who sincerely seek understanding remain open to conversation. Those interested only in conflict often lose interest when they realize they cannot easily pull you into it. There comes a quiet turning point in a person's life that almost no one notices from the outside. It is not marked by a dramatic achievement, a major decision, or a sudden change in circumstance. It begins with a different kind of question. For years, the mind automatically asks whether someone deserves an explanation. It searches for the right words to clear up misunderstandings, defend intentions, and preserve a carefully protected image. Every disagreement feels like something that must be resolved. Every false assumption feels like a threat. Every criticism creates the urge to step forward and prove that it is wrong. Then, almost unnoticed, the question changes. Instead of asking whether another person deserves an explanation, you begin asking whether that explanation deserves your attention, your time, and your peace. That small shift seems almost insignificant at first, yet it quietly transforms the way you move through the world. You stop measuring every interaction by whether you successfully changed someone else's opinion and begin measuring it by whether you remained faithful to your own clarity. This new perspective feels unfamiliar because it asks you to release a habit that has been reinforced for most of your life. From childhood, many people are taught to justify themselves constantly. Explain why you made that choice. Explain why you feel that way. Explain why someone misunderstood you. Over time, explanation begins feeling like proof of innocence, as though silence automatically suggests guilt. The mind grows uncomfortable whenever another person holds an inaccurate view, because it assumes that misunderstanding must immediately be corrected. Yet life quietly reveals something important. Some people genuinely want understanding. Others simply want your participation. They ask questions not to learn, but to continue the argument. They invite explanations only so they can challenge them again. The conversation becomes endless because its purpose was never resolution. It was engagement. Recognizing that difference protects you from investing yourself in exchanges that cannot produce the peace you are hoping to find. The Stoics understood that not every invitation deserves acceptance. They did not believe wisdom required constant defense. Instead, they believed that character revealed itself through consistent action rather than endless explanation. A person who truly lives according to their principles does not need every observer to agree with them before feeling secure. Their confidence grows from alignment between values and behavior, not from applause or approval. This does not mean they avoid difficult conversations or refuse accountability. Quite the opposite. They speak honestly when honesty serves understanding. They accept responsibility when responsibility belongs to them. But they also recognize the moment when additional words stop serving truth and begin serving only anxiety. That awareness allows them to leave conversations with their peace still intact instead of carrying them long after they have ended. One of the greatest sources of unnecessary suffering comes from trying to manage other people's perceptions. It is an impossible responsibility disguised as an achievable goal. Every person views the world through experiences you cannot fully see and beliefs you cannot completely control. Two people can witness the same action and arrive at entirely different conclusions. One sees kindness where another sees weakness. One sees confidence where another sees arrogance. One sees honesty where another sees criticism. If your emotional stability depends upon controlling those interpretations, then your peace will always remain fragile because it rests upon something that was never yours to govern. The moment you understand this deeply, the desire to protect your image begins losing its urgency. You realize that your responsibility has always been to protect your character instead. That distinction changes the way you experience conflict. You no longer enter every disagreement believing your identity is at stake. Instead, you quietly observe whether the conversation is moving toward understanding or simply circling around pride. If genuine dialogue is possible, you participate with openness and respect. If the exchange has become nothing more than a contest of egos, you recognize that continuing often costs more than it could ever return. This recognition is not defeat, it is discernment. Walking away from a conversation that cannot produce wisdom is not avoiding truth. It is refusing to sacrifice your inner stability for an outcome that remains beyond your control. As this habit grows stronger, something subtle begins happening inside your mind. The need to appear right slowly weakens because another desire becomes more important. You begin valuing peace more than victory. This does not make you careless about truth. Instead, it changes your relationship with it. You stop treating truth as something that must always be proven through argument and begin living it through consistent action. There is remarkable confidence in allowing your life to become your explanation. Words remain useful, but they no longer carry the impossible burden of convincing every person you meet. Your actions quietly speak where endless debates once consumed your energy. This shift also changes the conversations you have with yourself. After difficult interactions, the mind becomes less interested in replaying every sentence. It no longer searches obsessively for the perfect response that should have been given. Instead, it asks a simpler question. Did I remain true to my principles? If the answer is yes, the conversation ends much sooner. If the answer is no, there is something meaningful to learn without becoming trapped in regret. Reflection replaces rumination. Growth replaces self-defense. You begin understanding that your greatest responsibility is not winning every exchange, but strengthening the person who walks away from it. Over time, this way of living creates a freedom that cannot be measured by outward success alone. Other people's opinions continue changing because that is their nature. Misunderstandings still happen because no human relationship is perfect. Criticism still appears because every life attracts different perspectives. Yet none of these experiences possess the same power they once held. They no longer determine the quality of your inner world because your attention has found a more stable foundation. You are no longer trying to preserve an image that exists inside someone else's mind. You are protecting something far more valuable. You are protecting the quiet freedom that comes from knowing your peace belongs to you, and no explanation is worth surrendering it unless it truly serves what is good, honest, and necessary. Conflict has a remarkable way of exposing the habits we usually keep hidden. During calm moments, almost anyone can appear patient, thoughtful, and reasonable. But when criticism arrives unexpectedly, when someone challenges your beliefs, questions your intentions, or speaks with unnecessary hostility, something deeper begins revealing itself. The first reaction often comes before conscious thought has time to catch up. The heart beats faster, the body grows tense. The mind immediately starts collecting evidence to defend itself. It feels as though your entire identity has suddenly been placed on trial. For many people, this is the moment where awareness disappears and instinct takes control. Every sentence becomes sharper, every response becomes faster. The conversation slowly stops being about understanding and becomes a contest over who will surrender first. Yet there is another possibility hidden inside these moments, one that the Stoics understood with remarkable clarity. Instead of immediately joining the conflict, you begin observing it. Instead of becoming consumed by the argument itself, you become interested in the forces quietly shaping it. This perspective also changes the way you see yourself. You begin noticing that your own reactions are not always caused by another person's words alone. Sometimes they awaken something that was already waiting inside you. A simple disagreement may stir an old fear of rejection. A small criticism may touch an insecurity you believed had already disappeared. An unfair accusation may awaken pride that immediately demands justice. None of these responses make you weak. They simply reveal areas where greater understanding is still possible. The Stoics believed that difficult people often become unexpected teachers because they expose attachments that comfort never reveals. Calm situations rarely test character. Conflict does. It shines light on habits that remain invisible while everything is going well. As this awareness grows, something interesting begins happening. You stop seeing every disagreement as a personal attack and start seeing it as information. The conversation becomes less about protecting yourself and more about understanding the dynamics unfolding between two human minds. One person may be speaking from fear while believing they are speaking from reason. Another may be reacting from wounded pride without realizing it. You may even recognize the same tendencies within yourself. This realization does not make conflict enjoyable, but it makes it far more understandable. The emotional intensity begins losing some of its power because curiosity quietly replaces defensiveness. It is difficult to remain consumed by anger while sincerely trying to understand what lies beneath it. Many arguments continue far longer than necessary because neither person pauses long enough to observe what is actually driving the exchange. Each side focuses entirely on the words while ignoring the emotions generating them. One person insists on being right, the other insists on being understood. Both believe they are discussing facts, yet the real conversation revolves around something much deeper. It revolves around the universal desire to feel respected, valued, and safe. Once those deeper needs become visible, many disagreements begin looking very different. You realize that winning the argument may never resolve the underlying problem, because the argument was only the surface expression of something else entirely. Responding only to the surface often guarantees that the deeper issue remains untouched. The Stoics often reminded themselves that every person is carrying an inner struggle that remains largely invisible. Remembering this changes the atmosphere of conflict. Compassion quietly enters where resentment once dominated. You become less interested in defeating someone and more interested in preserving your own clarity. Even when firm boundaries are necessary, they can be established without hatred. Even when disagreement remains unresolved, your peace does not have to disappear alongside it. You discover that another person's behavior may explain why they acted as they did, but it never has to dictate the quality of your own response. Gradually, conversations stop feeling like competitions that determine your worth. They become opportunities to practice observation, patience, and self-command. Every difficult interaction becomes another reminder that the greatest challenge is rarely convincing someone else. It is remaining faithful to your own principles while emotions invite you elsewhere. This quiet shift changes more than the outcome of individual conversations. It changes the way you move through life itself. The world becomes less divided into enemies and allies, and more filled with people responding to their own unseen struggles. That understanding creates a calm strength that cannot be manufactured through clever words or stronger arguments. It grows naturally from seeing beneath appearances and refusing to let temporary conflict distract you from the deeper work of mastering your own mind. There is a quiet confidence that develops when you no longer depend upon constant agreement. It is not loud. It does not demand attention. In fact, many people overlook it because it lacks the urgency that often accompanies insecurity. Someone who trusts their own principles does not feel compelled to prove them every few minutes. They speak when speaking is useful. They remain silent when silence serves better. They do not argue simply because disagreement exists. nor do they retreat simply because someone disapproves. Their steadiness becomes noticeable precisely because it is uncommon. In a world where many people react immediately to every challenge, calm begins standing out without ever trying to. Others sense that this person is not easily pushed from one emotional state to another, and that consistency naturally inspires trust. Ironically, this is often when genuine influence begins appearing. People become more willing to listen because they no longer sense desperation beneath your words. There is no hidden demand that they must agree before you feel secure. Conversations become invitations rather than contests. Others feel less pressure to defend themselves because they are no longer responding to someone trying to force an outcome. Instead, they encounter a person whose confidence exists independently of the conversation's result. That quiet independence creates space for honesty. It allows ideas to be considered instead of resisted. Influence grows not through pressure, but through the absence of it. The less attached you become to controlling every response, the more freely others are able to think for themselves. The Stoics understood that trying to control another person's judgment is ultimately a struggle against reality itself. Every individual interprets life through different experiences, different fears, and different hopes. No amount of persuasion can completely overcome that complexity. Accepting this truth does not weaken your ability to communicate, it strengthens it. You stop speaking with the impossible goal of controlling another mind and begin speaking simply because honesty deserves expression. Once those words are offered sincerely, you allow the outcome to unfold without clinging to it. That release protects your peace because your emotional well-being no longer depends upon whether your ideas receive immediate acceptance. You have fulfilled your responsibility. Everything beyond that belongs to someone else's freedom. This shift also changes the way you experience rejection. Instead of interpreting disagreement as evidence that something is wrong with you, you begin recognizing that different minds naturally reach different conclusions. Sometimes another person rejects an idea because they misunderstand it. Sometimes they reject it because it conflicts with beliefs they have carried for years. Sometimes they reject it simply because they are not ready to hear it. None of those possibilities require you to abandon your own clarity. As Epictetus wisely observed, if anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer, "He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned these alone." They simply remind you that influence cannot be forced. Seeds grow only when the ground is ready, and wisdom often works the same way. Your task is not to control when understanding appears. Your task is to remain truthful, regardless of how quickly it is recognized. As this perspective becomes part of your everyday life, something deeper begins taking root. You become increasingly difficult to manipulate because your emotions are no longer easily purchased through praise or criticism. Compliments remain pleasant, but they do not define you. Disapproval remains uncomfortable, but it does not direct you. Decisions arise from careful reflection rather than the shifting moods of those around you. That quiet independence creates a presence that people instinctively respect because it cannot be bought with approval or shaken by disagreement. In the end, the greatest influence is rarely found in convincing everyone to think like you. It is found in living with such steady integrity that your example speaks long after the conversation has ended, reminding others that genuine strength has never required constant validation to prove it exists. Real change rarely arrives in dramatic moments. Most people expect transformation to feel immediate, as though one powerful realization will permanently alter the way they think, react, and live. They imagine reading the right book, hearing the perfect advice, or making one firm decision that suddenly frees them from years of emotional habits. Reality moves much more quietly than that. The mind is shaped through repetition, not revelation. Every belief you now carry, Every automatic reaction, every familiar pattern was built one moment at a time. You did not wake up one morning suddenly believing that every criticism demanded an answer, or that every disagreement threatened your sense of worth. Those habits were formed gradually through countless experiences, repeated until they felt like part of your personality. The encouraging truth is that what repetition creates, repetition can also reshape. The same mind that learned to react automatically can learn to respond with intention. The same attention that wandered endlessly toward conflict can slowly become disciplined enough to remain where it truly belongs. The Stoics understood this better than most. They never believed wisdom was something achieved once and then possessed forever. They treated it as a lifelong practice requiring continual attention. Every day presented another opportunity to strengthen judgment, patience, and self-command. They expected setbacks because they understood the nature of the human mind. Habits do not disappear simply because they have been recognized. They fade because they are repeatedly replaced with better ones. Each moment of awareness interrupts a familiar pattern. Each deliberate pause becomes another quiet lesson, teaching the mind that immediate reaction is no longer necessary. Gradually, what once required enormous effort begins feeling increasingly natural. Not because life becomes easier, but because your responses become steadier. Think about how habits are formed in every other area of life. A musician does not master an instrument after one practice session. A skilled craftsman does not develop precision after completing a single project. Strength is built through repeated movements that often seem ordinary while they are taking place. Emotional discipline follows the same principle. Every time you resist the urge to answer impulsively, you strengthen patience. Every time you choose reflection instead of resentment, you strengthen clarity. Every time you allow another person's frustration to remain with them instead of carrying it yourself, you strengthen freedom. None of these individual moments appear extraordinary, yet together they quietly reshape the architecture of your mind. The person you become tomorrow is largely determined by the responses you practice today. There will still be days when old patterns return. A harsh criticism may awaken familiar defensiveness. An unexpected disappointment may revive habits you believed were already behind you. This does not erase your progress. It simply reminds you that growth is rarely linear. The mind naturally returns to what it has practiced most often, especially during moments of stress. Instead of becoming discouraged, those moments become invitations to practice once again. You notice the reaction without condemning yourself for experiencing it. You acknowledge the emotion without allowing it to define the outcome. Each return to awareness strengthens confidence because it reminds you that you are no longer completely governed by impulse. Even when old habits appear, they no longer possess unquestioned authority over your choices. This gradual process also changes the way you speak to yourself. Instead of demanding perfection, you begin appreciating consistency. The inner conversation becomes gentler, but more honest. You stop expecting every difficult situation to unfold flawlessly and begin recognizing the quiet victories that once escaped your attention. Perhaps you ended an argument sooner than you would have months ago. Perhaps you let an unnecessary comment pass without carrying it into the evening. Perhaps you noticed anger before it reached your words. These moments deserve recognition because they represent genuine movement. Character is not built only through dramatic acts of courage. It is built through repeated decisions that nobody else may ever notice. Quiet discipline often produces the deepest transformation, precisely because it develops away from applause. As this practice continues, something remarkable begins happening almost without your awareness. Situations that once felt impossible to manage become surprisingly ordinary. The criticism that once occupied your thoughts for days loses its emotional weight by the afternoon. The disagreement that previously demanded endless explanation no longer feels worthy of your attention. You do not force yourself to remain calm. Calm simply begins appearing more naturally because the habit of reacting has slowly weakened. Your mind learns that peace was never dependent upon changing another person's opinion. It was dependent upon changing the relationship you maintained with your own thoughts. That realization becomes increasingly stable with every experience confirming it. Eventually, you stop viewing discipline as something you perform only during difficult moments. It quietly becomes part of the way you live. Patience no longer feels like resistance. Reflection no longer feels slow. Protecting your attention no longer feels like sacrifice. It feels natural because your priorities have changed. You understand that every unnecessary argument avoided preserves energy for something more meaningful. Every thoughtful pause strengthens trust in your own judgment. Every decision to remain grounded reminds you that your peace has never belonged to the opinions surrounding you. It has always grown from the quiet choices made within you, one moment at a time, repeated patiently until they become the person you were gradually becoming all along. Eventually, something begins happening that you never expected. The world itself does not become quieter. People do not suddenly become kinder. Criticism does not disappear. Disappointments continue arriving without warning. Life remains as unpredictable as it has always been. Yet your experience of it changes in ways that are almost difficult to describe. The rude comment that once followed you throughout the entire day now fades within minutes. The disagreement that would have occupied your thoughts all evening quietly dissolves before you even arrive home. A stranger's opinion no longer feels like something that must be examined from every possible angle. At first, this change seems so subtle that you barely notice it. Then one day you realize an entire week has passed without mentally reliving a conversation that once would have consumed your attention. Nothing outside has become easier. Something inside has become steadier. This transformation surprises many people because they assume peace arrives only after external problems disappear. They imagine that calm is the reward for finally creating the perfect life, finding the perfect relationships, or eliminating every difficult person from their surroundings. The Stoics understood the opposite. They believed that waiting for the world to become peaceful before experiencing peace within yourself is a lifelong disappointment. The world has always been uncertain. It has always contained misunderstanding, conflict, and unexpected change. The real question is not whether those things will continue existing. They will. The deeper question is whether they deserve the same authority over your mind that you once gave them. That question quietly changes everything because it shifts responsibility back into your own hands. Instead of demanding a different world, you begin cultivating a different relationship with the world that already exists. Much of human suffering comes from assigning enormous importance to experiences that deserve very little of it. A careless remark becomes evidence that something is wrong with you. A disagreement becomes proof that you have failed. An unexpected setback quietly grows into a story about the future, rather than remaining a single moment in the present. The mind naturally magnifies whatever receives repeated attention. Every return to the same memory strengthens its emotional weight. Every unnecessary rehearsal convinces you that the event must have been significant simply because you keep thinking about it. Yet significance is not determined by repetition. It is determined by reality. Many of the things that once seemed impossible to ignore begin looking surprisingly small once you stop feeding them the attention that kept them alive. Think about the conversations that once occupied your thoughts for days. At the time they appeared overwhelmingly important. You searched for better responses. You imagined different endings. You convinced yourself that if only you had said one more sentence, everything would have changed. Looking back months or years later, many of those moments seem almost insignificant. The emotional weight they once carried has disappeared, not because the memory vanished, but because your perspective became larger than the event itself. The same process begins happening much sooner once you train your attention differently. Instead of waiting years to realize a conflict was never worth carrying, you begin recognizing that truth while the experience is still fresh. That awareness saves an extraordinary amount of emotional energy because you no longer spend days fighting battles that ended within minutes. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the mind behaves much like a fire. Whatever you continue feeding grows stronger. Whatever you stop feeding gradually fades. Anger survives through repeated justification. Fear survives through repeated prediction. Resentment survives through repeated remembrance. None of these emotions require constant external events to remain alive. They continue because the mind unknowingly provides fresh fuel through attention. Once that fuel becomes limited, something remarkable begins happening. The emotions themselves lose much of their intensity. They may still appear briefly, but they no longer establish permanent residence. They pass through your awareness instead of settling there. The mind becomes quieter, not because it has stopped producing thoughts, but because it has stopped treating every thought as equally important. There is another unexpected benefit to this change. As unnecessary mental noise begins fading, ordinary moments become easier to appreciate. Conversations receive your full attention because they are no longer interrupted by memories from yesterday's argument. A walk becomes simply a walk instead of another opportunity to rehearse old frustrations. Meals become more enjoyable because your mind is no longer sitting somewhere else while your body goes through familiar routines. Presence returns naturally when attention is no longer constantly borrowed by things that no longer deserve it. Many people spend years searching for greater happiness while overlooking the simple truth that peace often begins with removing unnecessary mental burdens rather than adding new pleasures. This does not mean difficult experiences suddenly lose all emotional impact. There will always be moments that deserve careful reflection. Grief deserves space. Genuine mistakes deserve honest examination. Important relationships deserve thoughtful conversations. The difference is that wisdom gradually learns to separate meaningful reflection from unnecessary rumination. One helps you grow. The other quietly keeps you trapped. Learning that distinction becomes one of the most valuable forms of discernment you can develop because it protects your attention without encouraging avoidance. You still face reality honestly. You simply stop carrying reality far beyond the point where it remains useful. Over time, this new way of living begins influencing every part of your character. Patience grows because urgency no longer controls every decision. Confidence grows because your peace no longer depends upon changing another person's opinion. Gratitude becomes easier because your attention is no longer consumed by endless dissatisfaction. Even your relationships begin changing because you arrive with a calmer presence instead of accumulated frustration from conversations that should have ended long ago. People notice that you are easier to talk to, not because you have become passive, but because your mind is no longer constantly preparing for conflict. You listen more completely, you react less impulsively, your responses come from clarity instead of habit. Perhaps the greatest surprise is realizing that the world itself never became less noisy. Social media continues demanding attention. Opinions continue filling every corner of daily life. Unexpected criticism still appears without invitation. None of that has disappeared. What disappeared was the belief that every piece of noise deserved a place inside your mind. That single change alters your entire experience of life. The volume of the world remains the same, yet your inner world becomes remarkably quiet because you have finally learned that attention is not something the world has the right to take. It is something only you can choose to give, and that choice quietly shapes every day that follows. From that point, the journey becomes even more personal because you begin discovering that not every disturbance comes from the outside world. For a long time, it seemed as though difficult people, unfair situations, and unexpected disappointments were the primary sources of inner conflict. As your reactions become calmer, however, another truth slowly reveals itself. Some of the loudest battles no longer involve another person at all. They unfold entirely within your own mind. A memory returns without invitation. Regret quietly replays an old decision. Anxiety begins constructing futures that have not happened. Self-criticism searches for flaws in everything you have done. Suddenly you realize that silence around you does not always create silence within you. The mind has become remarkably talented at producing its own distractions, and unlike the noise of the outside world, these thoughts seem to speak with your own voice. That is precisely what makes them so convincing. They do not feel like passing mental events. They feel like undeniable truths that demand your immediate attention. This is where many people become trapped without realizing it. They spend years learning how to avoid unnecessary arguments with others while continuing to argue endlessly with themselves. The conversation simply changes location. Instead of defending yourself against another person's criticism, you begin defending yourself against your own. Instead of replaying yesterday's disagreement with someone else, you replay yesterday's disappointment with yourself. The pattern remains remarkably similar. Thoughts appear, emotions follow. The mind begins searching for certainty where none exists. Before long, a single idea has expanded into an entire emotional landscape, and nothing outside has actually changed. Your body may be sitting peacefully in a quiet room, yet your inner world feels crowded by conversations that exist nowhere except inside your imagination. The Stoics recognize that mastering external reactions is only the beginning. The deeper challenge lies in learning that your own thoughts deserve observation before they deserve belief. Regret is one of the mind's favorite ways of holding attention captive. It whispers that if only you had made a different choice, spoken different words, or recognized something sooner, life would now be entirely different. At first, this reflection seems useful because learning from the past is part of wisdom. But there is an important difference between learning and lingering. Reflection asks what can be understood. Rumination asks the same question repeatedly even after the answer has already been found. The mind returns to familiar mistakes not because new insight is waiting there, but because emotional habits often disguise themselves as problem solving. It convinces you that another hour of thinking will somehow rewrite yesterday. Yet no amount of mental repetition changes a decision that already belongs to history. The only thing it changes is your ability to fully experience the present moment. Anxiety follows a similar path, except it travels in the opposite direction. Instead of living in memories, it lives inside possibilities. It creates conversations that have not happened, failures that have not occurred, and disappointments that exist only in imagination. The remarkable part is that the body often reacts as though those imagined futures are already unfolding. Your heartbeat changes, your breathing becomes shallow. Muscles tighten in preparation for dangers that remain entirely hypothetical. The mind does not always distinguish clearly between vivid imagination and immediate reality. Left unchecked, it begins treating every uncertain future as though it were a confirmed outcome. Days become consumed by preparing for events that never arrive, while opportunities already present quietly pass unnoticed. Self-criticism often feels even more persuasive because it speaks with the familiar voice of your own identity. It tells you that you are simply being honest with yourself, when in reality, it often repeats judgments far harsher than you would ever direct toward another person. One mistake becomes evidence of failure. One weakness becomes proof that you will never improve. One setback becomes a prediction about the rest of your life. The Stoics never suggested ignoring personal flaws. They believed honest self-examination was essential, but they also understood that wisdom requires fairness. A clear mind evaluates mistakes without turning them into permanent definitions. It corrects behavior without attacking identity. There is a profound difference between saying, "That decision was unwise," and believing, "I am incapable of wisdom." One encourages growth, the other quietly destroys it. This is why learning to observe your own thoughts becomes one of the most important disciplines you can develop. Just as another person's anger does not automatically deserve your reaction, neither does every thought produced by your own mind. Thoughts arise continuously. Some are helpful. Some are distorted by fear, pride, habit, or exhaustion. The mere appearance of a thought does not make it accurate, just as the appearance of a cloud does not change the nature of the sky behind it. Once you begin recognizing this, your relationship with your own mind gradually changes. Instead of immediately following every thought wherever it leads, you pause. You notice it. You allow it to exist without assuming it deserves complete authority over your emotions or your actions. At first, this practice feels unfamiliar because the mind has spent years reacting automatically to itself. Every anxious prediction demanded attention. Every regret invited another replay. Every critical thought felt like an objective fact. Creating distance from those patterns requires patience, but each moment of awareness weakens their influence. You discover that many thoughts disappear naturally when they are no longer constantly fed with attention. They arrive, remain briefly, and quietly pass on. The struggle was never the thought itself. The struggle came from believing you had to engage with every one of them. That realization brings an unexpected sense of relief, because it reminds you that peace does not require controlling every thought. It requires choosing which thoughts deserve your continued attention. As this understanding grows deeper, your inner world begins changing in the same way your outer world once did. Just as criticism from others gradually lost its power to disturb you, unnecessary thoughts begin losing their authority as well. The mind becomes less crowded because it is no longer chasing every fear into the future or every regret into the past. There is more room for clarity, more room for gratitude, and more room for the quiet awareness that life is unfolding only in this present moment. You realize that the greatest freedom was never found in controlling circumstances, silencing other people, or eliminating uncertainty. It was found in learning that even within your own mind, you still possess the ability to choose what deserves your attention, and that choice quietly becomes one of the most powerful forms of self-mastery a person can ever achieve. Once you begin observing your thoughts instead of immediately obeying them, something remarkable starts unfolding within you. The world outside may look exactly the same, yet your experience of it becomes entirely different. Thoughts still appear, emotions still rise and fall, uncertainty still visits from time to time, but they no longer arrive with the same authority they once possessed. There is now a quiet distance between the one who notices the thought and the thought itself. That distance is subtle, almost impossible to describe at first, yet it changes everything. Before, every idea that entered your mind seemed to demand belief. Every fear sounded like a warning. Every doubt felt like a fact. Now you begin recognizing that the mind produces countless thoughts throughout the day, many of which contradict one another. If every thought represented reality, then reality itself would constantly change from one minute to the next. The Stoics understood that wisdom begins when you stop identifying completely with every movement of the mind and start recognizing that awareness itself is steadier than whatever passes through it. This realization feels liberating because it quietly removes an invisible burden you may have carried for years. You no longer feel responsible for controlling every thought that appears. Instead, you become responsible only for how you respond to those thoughts. That distinction is profound. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." It means an anxious prediction can exist without determining your future. A fearful idea can arise without becoming your decision. A memory can return without taking possession of your entire day. The mind continues producing its endless stream of impressions, but your relationship with those impressions begins changing. You stop treating them like orders that must be followed and start treating them like visitors that may or may not deserve to stay. Some bring valuable insight, Others simply arrive carrying old habits dressed as urgent truths. Learning the difference becomes one of the most important forms of inner discipline. This becomes especially clear during periods of uncertainty. The mind naturally dislikes unanswered questions, so it rushes to create answers of its own. When certainty cannot be found, imagination eagerly fills the empty space. It predicts rejection before anyone has spoken. It anticipates failure before any attempt has been made. It prepares for disappointment before life has even unfolded. These imagined futures often feel so vivid that the body reacts as though they are already happening. Yet if you pause long enough to observe the process, something becomes obvious. Most of these predictions never become reality. They were never facts. They were possibilities interpreted through fear. Once you recognize this pattern repeatedly, the mind gradually loses its habit of presenting every anxious thought as though it were an unavoidable future. The same principle applies to emotions. Feeling something intensely does not automatically make it permanent or accurate. Anger may convince you that a relationship is beyond repair. Sadness may insist that joy will never return. Fear may whisper that you are incapable of handling what lies ahead. These emotions deserve acknowledgement because they are genuine experiences, but they do not deserve unquestioned authority. They are temporary conditions, not permanent identities. The Stoics never encouraged denying emotion. They encouraged placing emotion beside reason rather than beneath it. Feelings become part of the conversation instead of becoming the only voice allowed to speak. This balance creates remarkable stability because your decisions no longer change direction every time your emotional weather changes. As this understanding deepens, an entirely different kind of confidence begins developing. It is not the confidence that comes from believing nothing difficult will ever happen. It is the confidence that comes from trusting your ability to remain present, regardless of what thoughts or emotions appear. You realize that discomfort can exist without controlling your actions. Uncertainty can remain unresolved without forcing immediate conclusions. Fear can accompany you without becoming your guide. This quiet trust becomes stronger each time you experience a difficult thought without immediately surrendering to it. Every moment of observation reminds you that awareness is larger than whatever passes through it. The mind may become noisy, but awareness itself remains remarkably calm beneath that noise. There is something deeply reassuring about recognizing that thoughts are temporary by nature. No matter how convincing they seem, they are always changing. Yesterday's worries become today's forgotten concerns. Last month's fears become stories you barely remember. Even the thoughts that once seemed impossible to escape eventually faded because they were never designed to remain forever. Realizing this changes your relationship with difficult moments. Instead of desperately trying to eliminate uncomfortable thoughts, you become willing to let them move through your awareness at their own pace. Resistance softens. Patience grows. The struggle decreases because you are no longer fighting the existence of the thought itself. You are simply refusing to build your identity around it. Over time, this quiet separation between awareness and thought reshapes the entire landscape of your inner life. Decisions become clearer because they arise from reflection instead of mental urgency. Peace becomes more consistent because it is no longer dependent upon the disappearance of every anxious idea. You stop waiting for a perfectly silent mind before feeling grounded. Instead, you discover that true steadiness comes from recognizing that you are not every thought you think, nor every feeling you experience. You are the one capable of witnessing both without losing yourself inside them. That understanding becomes one of the strongest foundations upon which lasting emotional resilience can quietly grow, allowing you to move through life with greater clarity, greater patience, and a freedom that no passing thought can easily take away. One of the first things to disappear is the constant desire to prove yourself. Earlier in life, every criticism felt like a challenge. Every disagreement became an opportunity to demonstrate intelligence, defend your choices, or protect your reputation. There was always another explanation waiting to be given, another argument waiting to be won, another misunderstanding waiting to be corrected. It was exhausting, though you may not have recognized it at the time, because it had become normal. As your perspective changes, proving yourself begins feeling strangely unnecessary. Not because your principles matter less, but because they matter more. You realize that genuine character does not become stronger every time it is defended. It becomes stronger every time it is lived. The opinions of others may continue changing from one day to the next, but your commitment to your own values no longer needs their permission to remain steady. This creates space that previously did not exist. Attention once consumed by emotional noise slowly becomes available again. At first, that empty space can feel unfamiliar because the mind has grown accustomed to constant stimulation. There is no argument to replay, no criticism demanding another response, no endless search for validation occupying every quiet moment. What remains is silence, and within that silence, something valuable begins taking root. You find yourself reading with greater focus because your thoughts are no longer scattered across unfinished conversations. You become more creative because your imagination is no longer trapped inside yesterday's conflicts. Learning becomes enjoyable again because your attention is finally free enough to remain with the ideas in front of you instead of drifting toward unnecessary distractions. The same mind that once felt crowded now begins feeling spacious. This shift also changes the way you spend time when no one else is watching. There is less interest in appearances and more interest in substance. Instead of asking how something will make you look, you begin asking how it will shape the person you're becoming. Small daily habits suddenly carry greater meaning because they are no longer performed for recognition. Reading a few pages of a thoughtful book, taking time to reflect before reacting, practicing patience during ordinary moments that nobody else notices. These quiet disciplines begin feeling deeply satisfying because they strengthen something that cannot be measured through public approval. The Stoics believed that the quality of a person's inner life determines the quality of every outward action. When that inner foundation becomes stronger, everything built upon it naturally becomes steadier as well. Another unexpected benefit begins appearing in your relationships. Because you no longer spend so much energy seeking approval, your interactions become more genuine. You listen without secretly preparing your defense. You speak because something meaningful needs to be said, rather than because silence feels uncomfortable. You appreciate people for who they are, instead of measuring every conversation by whether they validate your identity. This quiet confidence creates healthier connections because it removes the invisible pressure that often accompanies insecurity. Others sense that your presence is no longer asking anything from them. It is simply offering honesty, attention, and respect. Ironically, this often strengthens relationships far more than years spent trying to earn acceptance ever could. People often misunderstand emotional restraint because they assume it creates distance between people. They imagine that someone who has learned not to react impulsively must also become cold, detached, or emotionally unavailable. From the outside, calm can sometimes resemble indifference, especially in a world where strong emotions are often mistaken for sincerity. If someone does not immediately defend themselves, they are assumed to be weak. If they do not argue passionately, they are assumed not to care. If they remain composed while others become emotional, they are often described as disconnected. Yet the truth is almost the complete opposite. The person who has learned to govern their reactions is usually far more connected to reality than the person constantly carried away by every passing emotion. They are not feeling less. They are simply allowing those feelings to exist without letting them overwhelm their ability to see clearly. The Stoics never sought to eliminate human connection. They sought to remove the unnecessary emotional noise that prevents genuine connection from taking place in the first place. This also changes the way disagreements unfold. Conflict no longer feels like a struggle that must produce winners and losers. Instead, it becomes an opportunity to understand why two different perspectives developed in the first place. That does not mean agreement will always follow. People will continue holding different beliefs, making different choices, and seeing the world through different experiences. The difference is that disagreement no longer destroys connection as easily because it is no longer driven by the desperate need to protect the ego. You stop viewing another person's opinion as a threat to your identity. As a result, you become curious instead of defensive. Curiosity softens conversations that pride often hardens. Even when no agreement is reached, respect remains possible because understanding has replaced emotional competition. There is another subtle change that gradually appears. You become more available to the people who truly matter because your emotional energy is no longer scattered across countless unnecessary conflicts. Think about how often meaningful conversations are interrupted by thoughts that have nothing to do with the person sitting in front of you. Yesterday's argument, tomorrow's worry, an unresolved frustration from earlier in the day. Physically, you are present, but mentally you are somewhere else. The person across from you senses this, even if neither of you mentions it. True presence cannot exist when attention is divided. As you become more disciplined with your own mind, however, you begin arriving fully in the moments that deserve you. Family conversations become richer, friendships become more genuine, even brief interactions with strangers carry greater warmth because you are no longer viewing every encounter through the filter of accumulated emotional tension. The Stoics believe that every relationship is strengthened when people stop demanding from one another what only they can provide for themselves. Many conflicts begin because individuals expect another person to supply constant reassurance, endless validation, or permanent certainty. These expectations create pressure that no relationship can sustain forever. Inner steadiness changes this dynamic completely. Instead of approaching others with hidden emotional demands, you begin meeting them from a place of quiet completeness. You still appreciate love, support, and encouragement, but your peace no longer depends entirely upon receiving them every moment. This allows affection to become freely given instead of silently negotiated. Relationships become healthier because they are no longer carrying the impossible responsibility of repairing every inner insecurity. Over time, the fear of becoming emotionally distant quietly disappears because you experience the opposite happening within your own life. You notice yourself becoming more attentive, more patient, and more capable of appreciating simple moments that once passed unnoticed. Conversations become less about proving and more about connecting. Listening becomes an act of generosity instead of merely waiting for your turn to speak. Relationships become places where honesty feels safe rather than where every disagreement threatens closeness. None of this happens because other people suddenly become perfect. It happens because your own inner world has become calm enough to welcome others without constantly filtering them through fear, pride, or insecurity. In learning to govern yourself, you discover that restraint does not separate you from humanity. It allows you to experience it more fully, with greater clarity, deeper understanding, and a presence that quietly becomes one of the greatest gifts you can offer another person. One of the quietest changes that comes within a discipline is the way you begin interpreting difficult experiences. The events themselves do not become easier. Failure still disappoints. Criticism still stings. Rejection still carries a sense of loss. Being human means those moments will always affect you in some way. The difference is that they no longer define the story you tell yourself afterward. There was a time when one setback seemed capable of rewriting your entire identity. A single mistake became proof that you were incapable. One criticism felt like confirmation that you would never be enough. One rejection convinced you that something essential was missing within you. Those conclusions always felt convincing, because emotion has a remarkable ability to transform temporary experiences into permanent beliefs. As Epictetus reminded his students, it is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. The Stoics warned against this habit because they understood that circumstances may reveal a moment in your life, but they never possess the authority to determine your worth unless you quietly grant them that power. Failure often becomes painful, not because of the event itself, but because of the meaning attached to it. Two people can experience the same disappointment and leave with completely different futures. One sees the setback as evidence that they should stop trying. The other sees it as evidence that another lesson has appeared. The circumstances are nearly identical, yet the interpretation changes everything that follows. The mind is constantly creating stories to explain what happens, and those stories quietly shape future decisions more than the original event ever could. If every unsuccessful attempt becomes proof of personal inadequacy, eventually you begin avoiding challenges altogether, not because you lack ability, but because protecting your identity starts feeling more important than discovering your potential. Growth slowly disappears beneath the weight of self-protection. The Stoics approached failure with a very different perspective. They believed that external outcomes deserve examination, but not worship. Success can teach. Failure can teach. Neither one possesses the right to define your character on its own. What matters far more is how you respond after the outcome has already been decided. Did you act according to your principles? Did you make the best decision you could with the understanding you had at the time? Did you remain willing to learn instead of becoming imprisoned by regret? These questions shift attention away from circumstances you can no longer change and toward the qualities you continue shaping every day. Character grows through repeated responses, not isolated outcomes. A single failure says remarkably little about the person you are becoming unless you decide it represents the final chapter of your story. Criticism follows a similar pattern. For many years, criticism may have felt like a verdict rather than an observation. One negative opinion carried more emotional weight than 10 positive ones. The mind replayed every critical sentence while quietly ignoring encouragement that deserved equal attention. This happened because criticism appeared to threaten identity itself. If someone pointed out a weakness, it felt as though they were describing your entire value rather than one small aspect of your behavior. Emotional discipline slowly changes this relationship. Instead of immediately asking whether criticism hurts, you begin asking whether it is useful. Some criticism contains valuable truth wrapped in uncomfortable words. Other criticism reflects another person's frustration, misunderstanding, or personal bias. Learning to distinguish between those two possibilities becomes one of the most practical forms of wisdom. You accept what helps you grow and quietly release what serves no meaningful purpose. As this perspective becomes part of the way you live, courage quietly changes as well. You become more willing to attempt meaningful things because failure no longer threatens the foundation of who you are. Honest feedback becomes easier to receive because criticism is no longer confused with condemnation. Rejection becomes easier to survive because your value no longer rises and falls with someone else's decision. Life remains uncertain, and that uncertainty never fully disappears. Yet the fear surrounding it gradually loses its grip because you have discovered something more stable than success, praise, or acceptance. You have learned that every experience, no matter how pleasant or painful, is temporary. It passes through your life carrying lessons, opportunities, and moments of growth, but it never possesses the authority to define you unless you quietly choose to surrender that authority yourself. Little by little, your relationship with life begins changing in ways that are almost impossible to notice from one day to the next. The world still moves quickly. News continues demanding urgency. Opinions continue arriving without invitation. Unexpected problems still interrupt carefully made plans. Yet something within you no longer feels compelled to match that pace. There was a time when every inconvenience seemed to require an immediate conclusion. A delayed reply meant something was wrong. A small setback became evidence that everything was falling apart. An uncertain situation demanded instant answers, even when none were available. The mind rushed ahead of reality, filling every empty space with assumptions that felt convincing simply because they appeared first. As your discipline deepens, that urgency slowly begins losing its influence. You no longer believe every unanswered question requires an immediate explanation. You become willing to let life reveal itself before deciding what it truly means. Think about how many fears have disappeared simply because reality chose a different path than your imagination predicted. There were moments when you felt certain something terrible was about to happen. You prepared yourself emotionally for disappointment. You replayed possible outcomes over and over until they felt almost inevitable. Then life unfolded differently. The conversation went better than expected. The opportunity arrived unexpectedly. The problem resolved itself without requiring the endless mental effort you invested preparing for it. Looking back, you realize the greatest source of suffering was not the event itself, but the certainty with which the mind believed its own predictions. It treated possibilities as facts and imagination as evidence. That habit quietly steals enormous amounts of peace because it forces you to experience painful futures long before you know whether they will ever exist. Patience interrupts that pattern in a remarkably simple way. It reminds you that not knowing is not the same as danger. Uncertainty often feels uncomfortable because the mind naturally prefers clear answers, even if those answers are negative. It would rather believe the worst than admit it does not yet know what will happen. Yet wisdom grows strongest inside that very space. Instead of rushing to eliminate uncertainty with fearful conclusions, you begin allowing it to remain unresolved. You acknowledge that the future has not yet arrived and therefore cannot honestly be judged. This quiet restraint feels almost unnatural in the beginning, but with practice it becomes one of the greatest sources of stability you can develop. The need to predict every outcome slowly gives way to the willingness to meet reality as it actually appears, rather than as fear imagines it. The Stoics understood that perspective depends upon time as much as thought. They knew that emotional intensity often narrows perception. When anger appears, everything seems offensive. When fear appears, everything seems threatening. When disappointment appears, everything seems hopeless. Strong emotion temporarily shrinks the horizon until one moment feels large enough to define an entire life. Patience gently widens that horizon again. It reminds you that today's experience exists within a much larger story that has not yet finished unfolding. One difficult morning cannot predict an entire year. One painful conversation cannot determine every future relationship. One setback cannot reveal the limits of your potential. Time often softens conclusions that emotion tried to make permanent. As you practice waiting before reaching conclusions, your mind gradually becomes more trustworthy. You stop believing the first interpretation that appears. Instead, you allow understanding to develop naturally. You gather more information. You observe your own reactions. You notice how emotions influence perception before assuming perception reflects reality. This process does not make you passive. It makes you deliberate. There is an important difference between refusing to act and refusing to act impulsively. One avoids responsibility. The other honors it. Decisions made from clarity often appear slower to those watching from the outside, yet they frequently prevent countless unnecessary problems that hurried reactions create. Another quiet benefit begins emerging from this way of living. Ordinary disappointments lose much of their ability to overwhelm you because they are no longer immediately interpreted as permanent truths. A setback becomes one chapter rather than the entire story. A misunderstanding becomes something to clarify instead of something to fear. even uncertainty begins feeling different. Instead of experiencing it as an empty space demanding immediate answers, you begin recognizing it as the place where possibilities still exist. As long as the future remains unwritten, hope remains just as reasonable as fear. This realization changes the emotional atmosphere of daily life because you stop allowing imagination to consistently choose the darkest interpretation before evidence has spoken. Gradually, people begin noticing something different about your presence, even if they cannot explain it. While others hurry toward conclusions, you remain steady. While opinions shift with every new emotion, your judgment develops more carefully. You are not slow because you lack confidence. You are patient because you understand the cost of unnecessary certainty. That patience becomes a quiet form of strength. It protects you from reacting to appearances that later prove misleading. It allows wisdom to arrive before action. Most importantly, it reminds you that life unfolds according to its own rhythm, not according to the urgency created by an anxious mind. In accepting that rhythm instead of resisting it, you discover a perspective that remains calm even when circumstances are still uncertain, and that quiet clarity becomes one of the greatest forms of freedom a person can carry through an unpredictable world. Over time, something interesting begins happening that has very little to do with changing other people, and everything to do with changing yourself. The world starts responding differently, not because you asked it to, but because you are no longer participating in the same patterns that once defined your interactions. People who expected immediate reactions begin encountering patience instead. Those who relied on provoking emotion discover that the familiar strategy no longer produces the same result. Conversations that once spiraled into unnecessary conflict now end much sooner because there is no longer another person feeding the emotional momentum. This shift rarely requires dramatic speeches or carefully announced boundaries. It happens quietly through consistency. The Stoics understood that the strongest boundaries are often the ones expressed through repeated behavior rather than repeated explanation. When your actions become predictable in wisdom instead of predictable in reaction, people naturally begin adjusting the way they approach you. Most individuals spend years unknowingly teaching others how to treat them. Every unnecessary explanation teaches people to expect another one. Every impulsive reaction teaches them exactly which words can disturb your peace. Every moment spent defending yourself reveals where your emotional vulnerabilities still exist. This does not happen because others are always calculating or manipulative. It happens because human beings naturally learn from repeated patterns. If a certain behavior consistently produces the same response, people begin expecting that response without thinking about it. The remarkable thing is that this process works in both directions. The moment your behavior changes consistently, expectations begin changing as well. People slowly realize that provoking you no longer guarantees a reaction. Pressuring you no.
I was enjoying listening to
Good
the
evening,
Odyssey.
and welcome back to Bedtime and Historian. What happens when a civilization begins to look backward?
Gotta feed that little mangle. You mangle. Let you fear. You devil.
Oh boy. Obviously, as soon as this came out, it came out like 10 minutes before I ended my stream yesterday. I don't like watching videos the second they come out, right? But I'll give it a little bit longer, especially something like this. Now we're gonna watch it. It's called "They Tried to Put Me Back in Jail," which again, they've tried to put him in jail multiple times. They've tried to completely destroy this person's life. And just for a little bit of a just a catch up really quickly. This guy is the CEO of a company, Bricks and Minifigs, and the company was accused of possessing Legos that they didn't have the right to possess. They didn't honor a consignment agreement that they made with the previous franchise owner. And Ben tried to get the Legos back, and through a number of like kind of very unorthodox and you could say even reckless ways, he tried to do that. And these guys responded by collaborating with the police to manufacture charges up to felonies in order to get them arrested and to destroy Reckless Ben's entire life by having him strapped with a felony, having him attached to a RICO charge, which is usually used for a mafia, and effectively trying to weaponize every aspect of the government and their finances possible in order to destroy this person's life systematically to protect their company from the damage to their image that they've done. So that's what's happening.
A bunch of new body cam footage came in. No one's ever seen it, and we're gonna watch it right now.
She came to harass us at our place.
So this is filmed right after I got released from jail the first time, because I got arrested because I was trying to serve in court papers to take them to court. There's this major reason for me to be arrested. But then I get out of jail because I paid the bond, I get out of jail.
Sure.
And now Ammon's just calling the police because he's like, you guys let Ben out of jail? Like, what the hell? Like, how could you guys do that? Ben needs to be in jail right now.
So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the
What's crazy is like this is the kind of stuff that's like actual police abuse of power. Like this is actually like this is the reason why we need body cams. This is the reason why we need internal investigations. This is the reason why we need accountability for police officers. It's not because some random retard tried to pull a gun on a police officer and the officer shoots him. Or some dumb bitch tries to run over somebody and the officer shoots them. No, it's for things like this.
Top of the morning.
This is, and by the way, this is exactly why body cams are such a great and amazing investment. Imagine if we didn't have any of the body cams. Ben would look like a schizo. Thank God we have that.
And he must have been released, even though he's
Yeah,
out of
having
state,
a box? No.
flight risk. He was released, and so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff for videos.
Flight risk.
He was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff. And before, just I think in 2024.
My first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers.
This is my first time ever getting arrested.
Yep.
This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time, you know?
Which is crazy that you're just literally lying to police officers in order to make the police officer. I mean, this is on the spectrum. It's not. It's on the spectrum of swatting. Where like you're basically making police officers more on edge whenever they deal with a suspect.
Oh, okay, I gotta check my phone. I'll be back.
Reaction that could